Good morning and welcome back to the 2022 Under-19 and Under-23 World Rowing Championships here in beautiful Lago di Varese. We've had fantastic racing so far this week at both the Under-19 and Under-23 age categories. And today is our last day, so the culmination of so much effort, hard racing, fans, supporters, volunteers. We appreciate everyone involved. And we come back today on Sunday to race the finals. My name is Colleen Seville on behalf of World Rowing, and I'm here with my colleague Tim Von Fleet. Tim, a very good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning to you too, Colleen, and so happy to be here alongside you on this beautiful Lago di Varese. We have the fantastic views, the mountains in the distance, the lake is perfectly flat, so we're going to have a great day of racing, and we can see the program on the big screen now. We kick off with the Under-19s men's for the D final, and we have a 5-minute schedule for most of the C and B finals, and after that we get into the racing in the A finals, where the medals will be awarded to the 3 crews which will be the fastest across the course. So great to have you all here on the live stream, and we have a very nice program of racing, quality racing, and we have seen some great racing this week, haven't we?
Yeah, yesterday morning was the turn of the U19 rowers to race for places in today's final. So, Tim, as you mentioned, the prospect of medals in their mind, they pushed their limits with the crowds really being treated to just incredibly close racing. More world championships, best times, just absolutely thrilling. And it's just a look at the Alps, isn't it?
It's a fantastic look at the Alps in the distance. Monte Rosa on the far side of the lake, one of the highest peaks in the Alps, and I've been told there's a lovely hotel on that mountain range somewhere, so definitely going to pay them a visit when I have the time. But for this morning, it's all about rowing, it's all about racing.
And for those joining us, just to give sort of a broader context, an under-19 rower is 18 years old or younger. They often first begin their rowing in school. They aim to compete at the World Rowing Under-19 Championships, so truly the absolute best in the world in their age category. So this annual championship really often launches the U19 athletes' rowing career.
Yeah, they start here at the juniors, and then so often we see the athletes coming through the ranks. First we do the under-19s, then a couple of years later they progress to the under-23s, where we'll see them racing, and so often we see this long career of rowers all the way up to the highest level. At the Olympics, many of the Olympic medalists we see, they had some good junior careers, and then they progress through the system. So yeah, it's always great to see, and we'll keep an eye out for talent of the future.
To look then at the grandstand and the finish tower just to the right of it, where Tim and I are sitting in truly one of the best seats in the house here at the finish line. Less than 2 minutes to go then for the junior men's 4. This is the 9:30 a.m. race local time, which sees a 2-boat D final, Egypt and Switzerland.
And here we have the first of the 2 crews competing in this D final. It is Egypt. It is Mostafa Soliman, Mohamed Omar Deshouski, Ziad Hashish, and Mohamed Ibrahim, coached by Abdelaziz Sayed. And then we have this second crew from Switzerland, Valentino Gash, Robin Rucci in the 2 seat, Luka Jankovic in the 3 seat, and stroked by Lucas Fry, and coached by the Olympic champion from Rio 2016, Simon Niepman.
So 2-boat final, Egypt, Switzerland, typically pretty silent up at the start, so we'll have some reverence for the starting and give you that silence as well. And that's the start of the junior men's straight four without coxswain. Two-boat race, Egypt and Switzerland. Just a great shot of this Egyptian crew off the line into their high strokes. These athletes, well, their starting strategy will be to get out of the starting block as absolutely fast as possible. So you'll see them take some very, very high strokes and then lengthen into more of a base cadence, but not by much. We've seen some really high stroke rates, haven't we?
Yeah, we saw most of the Italian crews, actually, the home crews, they sometimes flew out of the blocks with more than 50 strokes a minute. We saw a very rapid lightweight men's quad at the under-23s yesterday, which went out of the blocks and kept that high pace of 50 strokes a minute for more than 200 meters before they settled in their race rhythm of 40 strokes a minute. But now we have a great look here on Simon Jonas Vrij from Switzerland stroking, and there we can see the Egyptian crew just behind them in second position.
Beautiful shot. We just see the bow seat in the Egyptian shell continue to look over his shoulder. Mustafa Saliban of Egypt looking to see where the Swiss crew is, and a great shot of them too. A dual race, as we call it back in the States, a two-boat race. Well, it's a bit of a different strategy, isn't it, Tim?
Yeah, it is. It's more a man-to-man contest rather than you just unfold your race plan normally if you would be racing with more crews beside you. But now it's just about getting your bow ball ahead of the other crew and keeping it there. And that usually we see crews front-loading their race so they can get there ahead, and then they can control the rest of the race as they go along. Look, fantastic view here for the crew from Switzerland. Their nice long rhythm there being set by Jonas Vrij, the rower from Zurich. He really provides his crew with an excellent rhythm to follow. Nice long strokes composed, already past the 500-meter mark and moving towards the middle of this race.
Jonas Vrij in the stroke seat training out of Zurich. Robin Rucci in the two teammates last year at the Junior World Championships. They raced in the under-19 men's four, so they're back this year. They finished fourth together there, and they've partnered up with Jankovic and Gash in the bow for this year to go head-to-head in Egypt, the last race of their regatta. So you want to finish it on a good note, don't you?
Yeah, you want to really empty the tank and give it everything you have left. We've seen some spectacular racing. Most of these crews, this is their third race of the regatta, and we can see them now here. Nice, long, relaxed shoulders. You can see in the two-seat there, Robin Rucci. He's 2 meters tall, and that's for a junior athlete. He's very long, and he really uses the length of his legs and his arms to maximum effect to get the bow ball of the Swiss crew ahead. Egypt still in hot pursuit, though. They're sticking with the crew from Switzerland, but they are almost a full length behind.
That's a look then at the times at the halfway point, 1,000 meters, marking just over halfway. So Switzerland, good first quarter for them, able to build speed in the second quarter. Cool 35 strokes per minute set by Jonas Vrij up in the stroke seat. Again, an experienced junior athlete. Egypt doing a nice job keeping in touch as they move through the third 500.
Yeah, the Egyptian crew, they're having some steering difficulties, I think. They're straying out of the lane. They've corrected it, but I think that sees them slipping back a bit more than they were just a couple of strokes ago. Yes, they are a length behind, but it's the Swiss crew going all the way. They look in control. They look nice and long, relaxed. Great middle race pace from being set there by the crew from Switzerland. And you can see here, we look on the face of Jonas Vrij there in the stroke seat, still looking cool, calm, and relaxed.
Yeah, really relaxed, aren't they? And this overhead shot gives us a sense of what that margin looks like. Steering, well, these boats, as mentioned, they're coxless fours. There is a category that we'll see a little bit later on where it's 4 athletes, 4 sweep rowers with coxswains laying down in the bow, but it does mean that the steering responsibility falls onto these athletes. It's not easy. Sometimes the tow mechanism to steer is in the bow, sometimes in the stroke.
Yeah, well, when I was racing, we usually had it in the stroke seat because the stroke seat has the best view of the stern of the boat. But there are crews that make decisions, well, make a different decision to that. I've seen crews racing with the steering mechanism at the 3 seat or perhaps even the 2 seat. But that depends on the crew, and that's really a choice they make. But generally speaking, the steering mechanism is in the stroke seat. Just saw that overview shot there of the crew from Switzerland. They were also very close to the buoy line, so they'll have to correct their course as well. But we come in the most painful bit of the race, the last 300 meters. The lactic acid will be burning all the way through, and the Swiss crew now moving clear water ahead of Egypt, and I think they're gonna sprint all the way down to the line. They don't have to, but they want to finish this on a high.
It's a fantastic feeling, isn't it, just to finish, even if you would have liked to have been in the C final, the B final. Of course, everyone wants to be in the A final. But wherever you see yourself on the last day, again, these are the absolute best in the world, under 19 athletes. You want to end that regatta on a high note. It's exactly what both of these crews are doing. Switzerland making the best of it as they come through the final 20 strokes of their race.
Yeah, Switzerland taking it up to almost 40 strokes a minute to get their bow ball across the line. And we'll hear the hooter in any moment now. Just 1 stroke to go for the young Swiss athlete. They finished 19 overall, and the Egyptian crew doing fantastic as well. They get 20 overall in the under 19 men's 4 as they pass the line right about now.
Great overhead shot of that Swiss crew with the Egyptians just behind them. But we'll head back up to the start, moving on to the D final then of the under 19 women's double sculls, which sees Thailand, Ponthida Thumtai Nachita Kahom in the bow seat, Cyprus, Katarina Cantuna and Katarina Loskutova, and riding now with Latvia, Una Krasta, Kate Agare in the bow seat.
Yeah, we can see on the graphic on the left hand corner there, they're already at 650 meters. So this race started a couple of moments ago. We saw the recap of the start. We now look on the backs of the Latvian double. They're making their debut here at under 19 level with Kate Agare in the bow seat. You saw a beautiful picture of her just a couple of seconds ago. And now we focus to the crew from Cyprus, and the bow of that crew, Katerina Cantuna. She had a birthday here in Varese a couple of days ago and turned 16, sweet 16 here on Lago di Varese. What an honor and a privilege to race and have your birthday here in Italy as we look to the Thai double, who are, I think, currently in the lead, but they're in second position actually.
Oh, what a fantastic way to celebrate your birthday. Indeed, we've had a handful of birthdays. As a look then at bow number 1, yes, the crew from Thailand, Thumtai and Kahum in the bow seat. The really nice swing. They're making their international debut here at beautiful Lago di Varese as they approach that halfway point. In the center, well, that's the combination from Cyprus. Katerina Loskutova in the stroke seat. The 16-year-old raced the junior women's single last year at the Junior World Champs. She's moved into the double for her 2022 season and picked up her doubles partner, Katerina Cantuna. Good rhythm, long 34 strokes per minute for them. Out in front, though, continues to be Latvia holding on to the lead. Of course, an advantage to get out early, stay ahead. You can see the whole field behind you, can't you?
Yeah, and that's that's I think, well, I didn't win many races, but when you're in the front, and that's the beautiful thing about rowing. If you're in the front, you can see the people you're beating, which is, I think, one of the unique feelings within rowing. Yeah, it's and if you're in front, you can see push coming from the other crews, and you can react accordingly. And also, I think being in front makes it a bit more relaxed to be out there. You know that you're in a good position. and you know that this is your race. And looking back from the Latvian double there, it's clear water for them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. Clear water. Once again, last race of the regatta for all of these athletes in the D final. This Latvian combination, Una Krasta in the stroke seat, rowing the lowest number of strokes per minute. And when we say strokes per minute for folks maybe who aren't as familiar, well, it's right, exactly what it sounds like. It's the number of strokes that these athletes take per minute, and it's a tactic that they can use as they race. So when we say increase the stroke rate, they'll take, 2, 3, 4 additional strokes per minute, but you pay for it, don't you? Because you need to stay efficient.
Yeah, and it's all about that efficiency, and we've seen so many different styles. Some crews really low rating through the middle of the course and then ramping it up as they come to the finish line. But for other crews, like for instance the Italian crews we saw earlier, they really like to sit at 36, 37 strokes a minute, and that's a huge difference compared to these athletes here. We can see them 33, perhaps even 34 strokes a minute. But you need to find that sweet spot where it's still cardiovascular but not too much power. You can see here on the Thai crew there, they're really nice and long together at 33 strokes a minute. So they perhaps putting in a bit more power than one of the some of the crews who are rating just that bit higher.
Beautiful shot there as these crews move through the last 500 meters of their regatta of this race. It is Latvia just continuing to open up that margin. They're the quickest moving boat on the course, so just because you've managed to get out ahead, well, you want to make sure that you can stay ahead and build upon your margin. It's super motivating to see that happening in real time right before your eyes. Running second and behind the Latvian crew, it's Ekaterina Loskutova. And Katerina Loskutova, just 16 years old.
Yeah, and it's great for them, the Latvian double making their debut here in the international scene at the under-19 women double sculls. They're going to win by clear water. It's just a couple of strokes for them left to go to the line. We saw a little look to the left of Kate Agare just a couple of strokes ago to see where they were, and they know they're really close, and they're ramping it up now. They are really emptying the tank completely. It's just one more stroke to go. They're across the line. They take 19th overall, and then it's clear water back. Cyprus will take second spot here in the D final, and then it is the crew from Thailand of Tumthai and Kwahum who finish in third here in the B final. So next race is the D final of the under-19 men's double sculls. We just saw the crews going out of the blocks. I'll give you a quick rundown. It's Denmark with Runge and Nielsen in lane number 1. New Zealand lane 2, Burton and Botherway. It's in lane 3, Lithuania with Stunkus and Chernevicius. In lane 4, we were supposed to have the crew from Japan, but they have withdrawn for medical reasons. So we go straight to Cyprus in lane number 5, Grebenin and Georgiou. And in lane number 6, Thailand, Tongmak and Pangtong.
And a great look then at the full field. Already through halfway, it was Lithuania first across, through New Zealand, then back to Thailand, Cyprus, and Denmark. So 5-boat final. That lane just separating Japan out of lane 4, who wasn't able to join. We wish them the very best. But it does mean that they're a little bit more separated, particularly for Cyprus and Lithuania. Good swing from this combination. Continues to be Lithuania, our leader, leading at the 500 through the halfway. Well now into the third quarter. Among the quickest moving boats on the course, but just behind them, well, that's New Zealand. Dylan Burton in the bow seat, Edward Botherway in the stroke seat, looking to close up some of that margin. It can be sort of difficult, though, when you don't keep in touch and you don't feel the stern of the boat that you're looking to hunt down.
Yeah, especially when the crew gets more than a length ahead and it's almost clear water. It's difficult. You stop hearing the crew. You become more or less isolated, and then it's so much more difficult to get back into the lead because, well, we mentioned this before. The leading crew can see what you're doing, but mentally, I think it's so much more tough to race back through the field once you've lost contact with the leading crews. We're now past 1,500 meters. Still Lithuania leading by about 3 seconds over New Zealand. Then it is the crew from Cyprus in third. Fourth is Thailand, and the Danes on the far side of the course are in fifth position. But we look here now on the backs of Vilius Stunkus and Matas Servisius from Lithuania, and they are leading by almost clear water. You can see it. The bow of the crew from New Zealand is clear water behind the stern of the Lithuanians. Lithuanians already at 36 strokes a minute, Colleen. Fabulous pace.
Yeah, fantastic pace. The 17-year-olds making their international debut for Lithuania. They take it up just a couple of beats as they move through the red buoy zone. You'll see the buoys change from white to red. Well, the red signifies the final 250 meters of this 2,000-meter race. Some 220 strokes that they'll take, depending on the boat. Tim can keep me honest on that one, as our rower here in the commentary booth. But they'll be looking just to get to the line at this point. Lithuania takes it up again. 2 more strokes per minute. Mateusz Czarnevičius.
Yeah, you can see the pain etched on the faces of the Lithuanians. They'll be counting down the strokes, just 5 more to go. They keep stepping up, stepping up. It's great to see them going all out here in the D final, the under-19 men's double sculls. They finish first here. They take 19th overall. Then it's the Kiwis in second position. Very close, though, between Cyprus and the crew from Denmark, who got back into this. And then it's Thailand finishing 5th in this D final. But what a great race there from the winners of this final, the D final of the under-19 men double sculls.
That's a replay of the start of Final D for the junior men's single sculls, the biggest event at the U19 level in terms of entrance. It means that we've had the privilege of watching so many different nations represented here at the Under-19 World Rowing Championships. Currently riding with Christian Rieg of Uruguay out of lane 6, Joshua Nicocia out of lane 5 for Croatia. The bow of Moldova just poking out on the right side of your picture. That's Roman Marinenko for Moldova. And Tunisia out of lane 2, just out of the shot, Mohamed Ryan Mafsa for Tunisia, and Artem Matusevich of Kazakhstan out of lane 3.
Yeah, we can see the sculler from Moldova here, just very clear on the picture. Moranenko, he was last year he was in the men's quad, now switching back to the single and racing here on Lago di Varese. As we look on the back of the Croatian sculler Joshua Nicosia there, you can see him puffing every single stroke. You can see the power. He's a really well-connected rower at the front end. But here we look at the leader of the race. It is Tunisia's Mohamed Ryan Hafsa who is leading this race as they come towards the 1,000. It is the sculler from Tunisia in the lead, followed by the sculler from Kazakhstan, and then it's Croatia, Vanuatu, Uruguay and Moldova. But a big lead there for the sculler from Tunisia.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. The men's and women's single sculls are often an opportunity for young, talented athletes to shine. So as mentioned, it's the biggest field across the board in terms of representation from so many different nations. It means that it's a hyper-competitive category. So fantastic to see Mohamed Ryan Hafsa of Tunisia leading in style. He's holding first through the halfway, but just behind him in hot pursuit, Tim, by Artem Matusevich of Kazakhstan.
Yeah, great to see so many athletes from Kazakhstan. Well, I'm sure we're going to see more of the Kazakhstan team later today. And he's really trying to get in ahead. It's just 5 meters separating the top two crews. We can see them here in the middle and the right-hand side of the picture. It's still Tunisia's Hafsa in the lead, but as I said, not by much. It's just 5 meters separating these two crews. And in a single, of course, a single is just 14 meters long. And that, or perhaps even less so, I think mistaking that crew with a 4, it's just about 9 meters. So it's less than half a boat length actually separating 1 and 2. And we can see here on the right-hand side, the Croatian sculler moving back into the front of the race as well.
Yeah, Croatia, talented young scullers moving up eventually to their U23 and senior levels. Croatia just with a lot of depth, certainly in the small boats, so perhaps not too surprising to see Joshua Nicosia up at the top of the pack in this D final. It's getting really tight. Tunisia continuing to hold, not quite able, Kazakhstan, Artem Matusevich to break him. There's the back of the Tunisian sculler, Mohamed Ryan Hafsa. Big swing in the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, just 500 meters separating these crews from the finishing line. It is Hafsa from Tunisia. We see him here on the big screen. He's in the lead, but by about 5 meters from Matusevic from Kazakhstan in the light blue rowing suit. And I think the sculler from Kazakhstan is moving up. It's closing up at the front of the field. A well-timed push there from Kazakhstan to try and get into the lead.
Yeah, and just over on the far side of your picture, out of lane 4, Antony Bonka of Vanuatu. So he's had a good middle thousand as well. So he's 6th at the 500, moved into that 4th place position. Would take a bit of effort for him to catch the Croatian, but it is getting tight.
Yeah, it's closing up at the front of the field, and you mentioned Antony Bonke there. He's one of the tallest athletes in this field. He is 7 foot and that is just amazing. You can see him moving in from the right-hand side. You can see the tall figure there of the sculler from Vanuatu. He does 6'8" on the erg already at that young of an age, but he has some work to do though. He's moving up, but it's still Tunisia over Kazakhstan as we come to the final few strokes of this race.
Hafsa takes it up to 37 strokes per minute for Tunisia. He feels the threat from Kazakhstan. Matusevich pressing, but you still see just about 1 length or so separating them. It's going to be a win for Tunisia, a job well done. Then back to Kazakhstan, over to lane 4. Wow, what a big last quarter for Antony Bonka.
Yeah, he really sprinted to the line. You can see him chilling out and after the finish, he really gave it everything. And that's fantastic to see. All these athletes competing, going all the way down to the line. And you can see how much effort it took from them. Absolutely spent. But the winner of this race, that is Hafsa from Tunisia. He wins the D final of the under-19s men's single scull. And here we are with the next race already on the course. We'll give you a quick lane order there for the under-19 men's 4. We have Croatia in lane number 1, Australia lane 2, Poland in one of the center lanes, lane 3. Right beside them, the All Blacks, the Kiwis, in lane number 4, and Ukraine in lane number 5.
And a good look at the early stages of the race, although as I say that they're already moving through halfway, so fast and furious. Australia holding on to the lead. Australia stroked by Jake Nesbitt setting the rhythm. Adam Holland in the 3 seat. Thomas Saunders in 2. Joshua Felderhoff in the bow.
Here we are, and now we're looking at the faces of that Polish crew, one of the quicker qualifiers for this C final, with Mateusz Kozlowski in the stroke seat, setting the rhythm there for the crew, all of which making their debut here at under-19s. But it's the Australian crew there, stroked by Jake Nesbitt, and who are leading. They have about a canvas ahead of the crew from, that would be the crew from Croatia. Right beside them, here we see the Aussies, all Adelaide boys there. You can see them racing out on the course and looking fabulous in first place. But look at how close it is, Colleen. We're almost at the 1500, and there is barely 2 lengths separating this entire field.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? So tightly packed in this C final, which will contest for positions 13 through, not quite 18, 17 overall, I believe. 13 through 17, 18, okay, thank you. 13
oh yeah,
through
17 in this case 17. Because we have 5 crews competing.
Tim, thank goodness I have you here to fact check my math. I appreciate it. But 13 through 18 overall, so when we say C final, to contextualize, well, that's exactly what they're racing for. Australia making their international debut up at the top of the field. Really good swing, but so tight just behind them, the Croatians on the charge. Varese in the stroke seat for Croatia, 39 strokes per minute.
Yeah, 39 strokes a minute. Look at the Croatians here on the big screen. They're on the far side of the course, racing beside that crew from Australia. The green and gold of the Aussies still in the lead by 3 meters ahead of Croatia. The Polish crew also sprinting it out at 38 strokes a minute now. The Aussies already at 40 there.
So incredibly close. Croatia on the move. Varese kicks it up to 41 strokes per minute. In an effort to put his bow just ahead, a beautiful shot. You see just how tight it is, bow by bow. Aussies, they're holding. Australia holds. The Croatians 42 strokes per minute. Australia and the Croatians moving at identical speeds. It continues to be the Australians by 1 meter separating them. The battle for third, Ukraine, New Zealand, Poland, so tight up at the front. The Aussies hold 42 strokes per minute. Croatia 43. What a finish. I think it's Australia. We'll have the unofficial times in just a moment. Ukraine, as they rightly should be, pleased with that sprint. It is Australia to take the win with just 0.2 of a second behind them. The Croatians, what a battle for third.
It was absolutely on the surge there, Colleen. And I have goosebumps. This could have been an A final in so close racing. Fantastic to see, and you can see also what it meant. What it means to the Aussies there, winning their C final, and what a fantastic performance from them, leading for most of the way and finishing it in style, just their bubble in front of Croatia in second position, and then we'll have to look for third. I think that's Poland.
That's the replay of the C final for the under-19 men's pair, which sees Egypt, Kazakhstan, and the USA riding now with Alberto Lasso of the USA in the stroke seat. It's Jonas Time in the bow. Just out of the picture for Kazakhstan, stroked by Timur Famichov. And Mohamed Mesalem, stroke seat for Egypt.
Yeah, and we look now at the backs of the American crew with both athletes, Time and Lasso from Los Gatos Rowing Club from California, proudly representing their club and their nation here on Lago di Varese. And the Americans just slightly behind the combination from Kazakhstan of Melkinov and Fomichov. They are leading by about 3 meters, 3 minutes in, and they're moving past the 800 meters gone mark. It is Egypt, though, dropping out. You can see them on the left-hand side of the picture. So it's 2 crews going stroke for stroke with almost 1 kilometer done. So almost at halfway, it is Kazakhstan leading this C final of the under-19 men's pair.
Kazakhstan at a cool 34 strokes per minute as the times roll in through the halfway. And a good look at their rhythm, the pace that they're setting down. It's been just a pleasure to watch Kazakhstan in both the under-19 and this men's pair, of course, but in all of the categories. Just having a great race, and we're seeing that materialize here in the men's pair. The Americans, well, maybe a little bit off the pace that the Kazakhstan athletes are setting. Alberto Lasso, whom we mentioned up in the stroke seat, well, his parents are from Spain and Italy, and he speaks both languages fluently. So I'm sure that Italian is coming in handy for him this week.
Yeah, it's a big advantage knowing your way here around the course and speaking some Italian. That's always a good thing to apply the local lingo when you're in Italy. And you can have a little chat with the people here. And I think both these athletes been enjoying their stay here in Italy and some quality racing as well. I think they had the highest boat speed for a moment or so, but it's still Kazakhstan going all the way, almost 1,300 meters now. And you can see the crew from Kazakhstan breaking clear water ahead of the United States of America, followed by Egypt, clear water behind. And Colleen, just wanted to ask you, what does that feel? When you break clear water, you have that advantage. You've been a coxswain. I don't know if you've ever been in the situation where you were clear water, but what's going through the minds of the athletes at this stage?
Yeah, like you, Tim, I didn't win too many big races, but no, I loved when we would break into clear water, and I think what's going through the minds of the athletes, well, it's to get to that point. There is such like an emotional advantage, I think, of course, to be ahead, but when you do break away, and it gives you a bit of an energy boost, I think a bit of a confidence boost, and as a Cox, we'll get into some of the Cox boats later, well, that's oftentimes what they're calling for. You know, I'm level with this seat, let's break into clear water. So it is, I think it's a really big confidence boost to do that.
Yeah, I've been in one race where I was clear water ahead, just the one, and I recall that there was this buzz of great energy and great, well, relief almost. We were clear water ahead, and then you can relax, and then you can keep moving. We can see that here in the crew from Kazakhstan. They really well in their rhythm, eyes down the boat, and you can see them stretching out even further now over the American pair, still in second position, but a great race from Kazakhstan here to lead this sea final by clear water. It's almost 2 lengths ahead of the USA.
Yeah, it's like almost a state of flow in a way, isn't it, when you break into that clear water advantage? And I think that's that relaxation you mentioned. It's spot on. It's a state of flow. So of course they're still working incredibly hard. You see the puddles, what we call puddles, from the oars, from the blades, that water sending past the top of their boat, the stern, and that demonstrating just how much leverage, how much strength, truly meters per stroke, they're able to send their shell forward. The Kazakhstan combination doing that so well as they come into the final stages.
Yeah, and they are stepping it up, though. It's 37 strokes a minute. We saw the Americans going for a change of gear a couple of 100 meters ago, but it's too little, too late. It's going to be Kazakhstan's race all the way down the line. Fantastic performance. What a well executed race plan there. They cross the line for 13th overall, followed by the crew from the USA, Lasso and Time taking 14th overall, and the last place in this C final will go to Egypt. They will be 15th overall. Next race on the course is the under-19 women's quadruple sculls. We have Denmark racing in lane number 1, stroked by Astrid Christine Kofod. Then it's China in the center lane, stroked by Liu Yan. And it's Estonia in lane 3, stroked by Gerli Endriksson. And looking out on the course, we can see the Danish bow just for a minute there as we pan out and look at the crew from Estonia. Great first rhythm there, already almost at 3 minutes gone, already almost at a kilometer gone. So we see here the crew from China now, and I think it's the Chinese in the lead, racing from one of the more favored lanes. So we usually see the quickest crews in the previous rounds progressing to one of the center lanes, and seeing China there in lane 2, that means that they were quicker in the rep earlier this week. But the Chinese there sitting relatively upright, and a very distinctive style there from them, but they have almost a full length over the rest of the crews with 1,000 gone.
The Chinese women in particular, just such proficient scullers, and the quad is really their boat, dare I say. They've certainly had a lot of success at the senior level at the Olympic Games in recent years. Two of these athletes from the People's Republic of China, Li Langrun in the 2-seat and Li Yaqiu in the 3-seat. We saw at the 3rd World Cup in Lucerne, where they finished 9th overall, so 3rd in the B final in the women's quad, racing up a category at the U23 level, which can really pay off. I mean, they're quite young to be racing in a senior event.
Yes, but there is some great experience to be had, though, racing one level up or perhaps even 2 levels up. And I always think it's good for athletes to have that experience, because perhaps on the national level they are the quickest crew out there, so you need some more competition, because I think you learn more from the races you lose than the races you win. I mean, it's very difficult to keep a winning streak going, but in terms of a learning curve, and that's what these athletes are all about, it's best to seek out competition just a size too big, perhaps, and have some racing and learn a lot. I think for a young athlete that is such an important thing, not to, well, it is so tempting to just stay on the national level and win everything, but you want to race at the under-23s and perhaps even at the Olympics, so why not gain the experience and race one size up?
Yeah, it's a great point, and so many of these athletes whom we've seen at race and will continue to see today in the finals, well, their aspirations are set, I'm sure, on Paris 2024, Los Angeles for sure 2028. So some names that you know, you want to keep an eye on as they progress through their careers.
Yes, and we'll definitely see the Chinese athletes back, though. They have a great program now. It's up and running. We see more and more crews from China doing well. Of course, the women's quad at the Tokyo Olympics had the best race of them all, winning the gold medal and really providing an example for all these athletes that it is possible to win big races in rowing, and that would be such a huge inspiration for all of the crews, all the way down to the junior levels. But that Chinese crew now looking comfortable ahead still at 34 strokes a minute. They look to their left, they see that crew from Denmark in 2nd position, and they know they have this in the bag. But the crew from Denmark stepping it up, though, as we enter the red buoy area. Just 100 meters still left to go. The Chinese flying this last part of the course. Nice long stroke. They get so much out of every single stroke. It takes them still clear water ahead of Denmark. Just a couple of strokes to go. It will be China who will win this C final. Clear water ahead of the crew from Denmark, and then it will be Estonia in 3rd, just about crossing the line now.
And the Chinese coming in at 34 strokes per minute, so nearly 6 strokes per minute fewer than the Estonians and the Danish. Talk about efficiency.
Yeah, and we saw this little graph on the left-hand side of the screen just a few moments ago, and they got almost a full meter out of every single stroke, more than the crew from Denmark and the crew from Estonia did. So that's a really efficient style of racing, very powerful as well.
It's a replay of the start for the under-19 men's quadruple sculls. It's the C final with Spain out of lane 1, stroked by Pedro Cabrera Gonzalez, riding now with the Aussies out of lane 3, Chad Willett just off of them, bow number 2. That's New Zealand, stroked by Oliver Leach. And out of view, but in lane 4, it is Latvia, Christas Tomas Krumens in the stroke seat.
Yes, and of course all these crews racing here before, and in terms of times from the repechage, both Australia and New Zealand were evenly matched, with the Aussies just a smidge quicker over 2K than the All Blacks, the Kiwis, but a very quick crew from Spain there as well. Spain racing from lane number 1. Wasn't as quick as the Aussies, but they're certainly giving them a run for their money.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? Up at the top of the field, they're in closest contention, keeping themselves in good touch. We just see the bow seat of the New Zealand combination, Samuel Wilson, look over to his left to get a sense of where Spain sits. So Spain just, about 6-7 meters ahead of this combination from New Zealand, but the Aussies in clear command up at 37, just flying through that second from the left, that lane. You can see the yellow unisuits of the Aussies making their international debut, 17 years of age, most of these athletes, with the exception of Lindsay Hamilton, 18 years old. And they're making that 37 look quite long.
Yeah, and this is all about power and efficiency, and we can see them. Oh, big look to the right-hand side to see. I think they're almost at 1500, and no doubt they'll have a little push at 1500 to try to put some more distance into the other crews. Still, it's Spain in second position, but New Zealand out of picture. But it's a great battle. Just 2 meters separating Spain and New Zealand for second and third, with Latvia clear water back. But it's all about the Australians here.
It's a friendly rivalry, I'm told, between Australia and New Zealand. It is the Aussies over the combination from New Zealand, but wow, it's getting really tight. New Zealand able to pull almost level with Spain.
Yeah, Spain, we haven't seen too much of them, but they're doing great. Spain was also very quick. They finished second behind the Aussies. They're still behind the Aussies though, but look at the bow balls there of New Zealand and Spain going absolutely stroke for stroke. We can see we're moving into the red buoy area. All athletes will know that means you have 250 meters to go, so it's less than a minute, and now is the time to throw everything at the other crews. And oh, bit of a shipwreck there, a tiny crab there from the Kiwis. Spain here looking very long and relaxed. Great rhythm there being set by Cabrera Gonzalez in the stroke seat there, and he's going for it all the way.
Absolutely incredible. They're charging then into the final 10 strokes of their race. The Aussies take it up to 40 strokes per minute. Chad Willett in the stroke seat for the Australians. Will it be Spain? Will it be New Zealand? The Spaniards look like they may well hold off the New Zealand charge with about 2 seats separating them. Absolutely incredible. It is Spain over New Zealand. Latvia in the final strokes of their race. I'm afraid a bit of equipment failure, it appears.
Yeah, I think the Latvian crew had a crab, and they are rowing to cross the finish line in fourth, but that's not nearly race pace. Perhaps we can see them on the big screen there, but I think one of the oars is broken. So that's tough on the Latvian athletes, but great to see them racing as they did and crossing the line right about now. So that's the end of their tournament. They finish this event in fourth in the C final. And now we go to another C final, the C final of the under-19 women's double sculls. In lane 1, we have the USA, Peters and Barry. Lane 2, Stroud and Gomez from South Africa. Lane 3, we have Bond and Nokke Driver from Australia. It's Spain, De Marco Castro and Arteman Castraner. It is in lane 5. We have Mexico, Castellanos, Cibatines and Ramirez Franco. And in lane 6, closest to us, it's Vaisova and Kublova from Slovakia. 2.5 minutes into this race, we look at the double from Mexico. They are not in the lead, I think, because one of the center lanes has that honor. It is Spain actually leading over Australia by about half a canvas. We see the South African crew of Stroud and Gomez there very nicely in the picture, but you could also see the wake from the crews from Australia and Spain, who are in front and leading this race.
Yeah, the Spaniards doing a good job up at the top of the field. Perhaps their teammates from the men's quad sending some energy to them up at the start. The Spaniards, 36 strokes per minute. Arteman Castana in the stroke seat. riding now with that leading crew. They'll have to keep a really good eye on the combination from Australia, Bond and Naka Driver. They're just off of their stern. Then over to the South Africans. We heard their anthem yesterday. So we did see a gold yesterday, I believe in the under 23 category for South Africa. Spain leads Australia, back to South Africa, over to Mexico as the times roll in. The United States, followed by Slovakia.
Yeah, with this is halfway, and this is the really tricky bit of the race here. The endurance of the athletes is tested to the maximum. In that third 500, we've seen so many crews move in the third 500. And usually that's regarded the most difficult part of the race, because you are far away from the finish line. That's not really a moment to start sprinting. So it's all about aerobic capacity in the third 500. And I think we can see one of the crews moving there, but it's yeah, still Spain in the lead. But behind them, Colleen, it's very close for that third position.
Yeah, isn't it? It is getting so tightly packed. The Aussies, well, looking to overhaul the Spaniards. The Aussies about 1 stroke per minute slower than Spain, now riding pretty similar speeds. But Australia riding second quite consistently in the first half. We may well see them make a big push right about now. The third 500, Tim, as you mentioned, really difficult in terms of fatigue, the lactic acid. It's also critically important to set yourself up for the final 500 meters if you do want to make that move. And of course, everyone wants to have their bow on the right side of the finish line. Well, this is the time to do it, because you just start to run out of water in the last quarter.
Yeah, and you need to position yourself well. I mean, you can go for an early sprint, but you need to have that room to step up. So you need to not to be too high in terms of rate. And we can see now this here the Aussies are making the difference, aren't they? They're moving level with the Spanish double there, which we can see on the big screen. The Spanish looking long and relaxed, still at 35 strokes a minute. But the Aussies to the left-hand side, currently in the lead, but only by 1 meter. So with 400 meters still left to go, the Aussies moving into that first position. Spanish now in second, and it's South Africa in third. And behind them, it's very close as well between the USA and Mexico for fourth and fifth, with Slovakia clear water behind in sixth. But the race is in the front of the field with the Aussies absolutely going for it.
The Aussies have been able to put themselves ahead at the 1,500 meter mark. They're now riding first, the quickest moving boat on the course, which tells us that they're opening up that margin. Spain not quite able to run with them. This combination from Spain up in the stroke seat. Artemin Castana, she was at the juniors last year, just off the podium in the junior women's 8, taking 5th. And it's looking like, well, the Aussies won't slow down for anyone.
No, the Aussies, they have timed this to perfection. They pushed through with 600 meters to go, got their bow ball ahead of the Spanish double, and they are leaving the Spanish in their wake. It's very impressive to see mature racing here, and a brilliantly executed race plan from the Aussies, which sees them moving almost clear water ahead of the Spanish with 100 meters still left to go. The Aussies are going to take this. I have no doubt the Spaniards sprinting for almost at 40 strokes a minute, but the Aussies cruising home. Nice long length and power from Australia. The Spanish, though, furiously sprinting and trying to get their bow ball back into it, but the Aussies aren't having any of that. Australia take the win here, followed by Spain, and then it's South Africa on the far side who will take third, and then it's basically level between the crew from Mexico and the USA for third and fourth, and then it's the crew from Slovakia crossing the line right about now.
A great win in the C final for Team Australia. Australia, Spain, yes, South Africa running third, then Mexico. Over to the United States, Catherine Barry in the stroke seat. Her sister, Ella Barry, rowing the U23 single. So back up to the start then. That's the replay, because we join this race already at just under halfway. That's the bow number 1 of Romania in the under 19 men's double sculls C final. Badea in the stroke seat, Slovakia out of lane 2. This is the Irish out of lane 3, Kieran O'Sullivan. For Norway out of lane 4, just out of the picture, Marius Antonsen Time. And then it's over to Greece, lane 5, as we catch the times at halfway. Mariginas in the stroke, and for Latvia, Andreas Klavens.
And we see again one of these crews from the center lanes leading at 1,000. It's Ireland with Fergus Bryce in the bow seat, stroked by Kieran O'Sullivan. They really took took the initiative in the second 500, which sees them leading by almost a length. It's over the crew from Romania in lane number 1. The Romanian crew all the way on the left-hand side of your picture, with the Irish very distinctive there in the green uni suits, racing from one of the center lanes. Going with them though is the crew from Norway. We expect them to be close to the front, but Norway are having a tussle between them and Greece for third and fourth in lane number 4 and 5. So it's Ireland leading the way home over Romania, and then it's very little between the Greece crew from Greece and the crew from Norway, with Latvia and Slovenia pretty much out of this. But we can see here now on the picture the power coming off the end of the blades. Beautiful to watch the style of the Irish crew, really locking those blades in, and it's explosive from the first part of the stroke all the way to the last.
Yeah, great suspension through the body of the stroke. You see Ireland at the 1500 continuing to lead. Fergus Bryce in the bow seat, saw him at the Junior World Champs last summer, where he took 6th in the junior men's quad. So he's moved into the double, picked up Kieran O'Sullivan as his doubles partner, and they're looking so fluid, quickest moving boat on the course as they lead this C final. Just behind them, well, it's not quite just behind them, is it? Because they've opened up a real margin over the rest of the field. Their closest threat at the moment would be Greece and Romania, this Greek combination. Markegianis in the stroke seat, and Romania, Badea in stroke, Tasca in the bow. Well, they've just got a real advantage here, haven't they?
Yes, and I think it's Fergus Bryce in the bow seat who makes the calls. They are adjusting their steering just that tiny bit, because they were a bit to the right-hand side of their lane, and they want to be more in the center of the lane when they start sprinting. They don't have to really, because Greece are too far behind to overhaul the crew from Ireland, but the Irish finishing in style, moving up a gear. We can see him here, the bowman there, Fergus Bryce from Ireland, together with Kieran O'Sullivan there in the stroke seat. They're really going for it. It's power rowing from the Irish. Fabulous tackers there. It's beautiful to watch, and they really take it up a notch or two, or perhaps even 3, to finish with almost 40 strokes a minute. The Irish going for it. They cross the line. Clear water. It's almost 2 lengths of clear water over Greece, and then it's Romania in third. Fourth will be for Norway, and on the far side Slovenia will take 5th, and the Latvians sprinting across the line there in 6th.
We have an incredible Irish crowd in the grandstands, so you may well hear them through our headsets at some point today. It is Bryce and O'Sullivan, winners of the U19 C final, junior men's double sculls.
Fabulous drone footage there from the Irish as we move to the next race, which is the C final of the under-19s men's single sculls. We have racing from lane number 1, Estonia, Christopher Hein. Lane 2 from Switzerland, Nicholas Chambers. From the USA, Charles Bolt in lane number 3. Lane 4, Ulrik Farolone from Norway. From Chinese Taipei, we have Lin Zi Chen. And we have from Paraguay, Oscar Santos in lane number 6. And looking here on the screen, we just saw Lin Chi Chen from Chinese Taipei as we move to Ulrik Farolone from Norway. Beautiful picture here. The conditions fabulous out here on Lago di Varese. It's perfectly flat. There is a slight tailwind, which all these crews have enjoyed for most of the week. We've had really quick conditions as well, with some World Championships best times being set all the way through the week. But it is Norway and the USA with the highest boat speed of them all, but it's the sculler from Norway, Ulrik Faroløne, who is in the lead over the sculler from the USA, Charles Bolt, who we see now in the picture. Now moving to the sculler from Norway, there we see him, he's leading by about a length.
Yeah, looking really solid here, and pretty good lead as he moves through the second quarter. As the times roll in for the halfway point, we see Luna 3:31.5. The United States about 3 seconds or so off of that. So we see that 3-second lead. Timmy mentioned it before, just over, breaking into open water by 3 seconds. I think so.
Yeah, in this event, it's about 3 seconds. Because you have a single scull is about 8-9 meters, so it's when you have a full length, it's almost 3 seconds, because these boats aren't as fast as the bigger boats. This is a single, which is a slower event, but yeah, it's about a boat length, I'd reckon.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that sort of emotional, psychological advantage when you do break into clear water. That's exactly what Luna up at the top of the picture has done. Riding now, though, with Nicolas Chambers of Switzerland as he holds on to, well, he's running in just about third, because the American making a push, rolling into that what would be second place position. That's Charles Bolt of the USA. Had a chance to catch up with him on shore yesterday and hear about some of the earlier rounds. He's here in the C final and looking to close the margin as much as he can as the Norwegian sculler just continues to walk away.
Yeah, it's just a bit of efficiency which Leune has over the rest of the crew. He's more or less at the same rate, 32 strokes a minute, and that's a strokes a minute we see almost across the board. But it's just that tiny bit more of run on the boat every single stroke. He keeps increasing his distance between them, now moving away. And at some point, if you are far ahead, the other crews won't even know you're there, because the puddles will have disappeared, the wake will have been gone, and they're just rowing in isolation. And it's very difficult to see the leading boat at that stage. But it's now actually Chinese Taipei. It is Lin Zicheng who moves into second position over Charles Bolt from the USA.
Fantastic as they roll into 1,500 meters down this race, really developing behind the Norwegian, because he's in clear command. That is the back of the Swiss athlete Nicolas Chambers, who in the semifinal CD raced against the American and was about 3 seconds off of his time. So certainly his goal will be to get his bow just ahead. But as mentioned, well, the athlete from Taipei, Lin Zicheng, he'll have to take over first, because that currently running second, Lin Zicheng of Taipei, and moving. Norway, though, untouchable in the closing stages.
Yeah, and see what we can see that he's really relaxed. He's just about coming into view from our commentary position, and you can see it in the shoulders. There's a nice hang. There's a long, relaxed attitude all about him, and I know he will be hurting, because he's done fabulous to be so far out in front. But you can see him really keeping his technique together in the final stages, and he really doesn't need to sprint, as we see Charles Bolt from the USA clearly distancing himself from Nicolas Chambers from Switzerland. But out of view, it is still Lin Zicheng from Chinese Taipei in second position, but a great sprint there from Charles Bolt from the USA.
Yeah, good effort at the end. The American looking to overhaul the athlete from Taipei. Is there time? Just 2 meters separating them. No one is touching Norway. Luna up at the top, already through. That's the buzzer. Keeping an eye then, is it Taipei, the United States? We'll have unofficial times rolling in just a moment, but an incredible sprint from Bolt. Great effort from Lin Zicheng. And what a push from Norway. It is Norway to take first, Lin Zicheng of Taipei to take second, which puts Charles Bolt of the USA in third for the C final. That's the replay of the C final race 284, Egypt, Latvia, Taipei, Sri Lanka, Hannah LOSB for Egypt, Praiman for Latvia, La Yiru for Taipei, and Jessica for Sri Lanka.
Yes, in this race already at 800 meters, it's Chinese Taipei Lai Yu-Ru who led from the start. She crossed the 500 meter gone mark in first position, already 2 seconds ahead of Freimane from Latvia and El Sobki from Egypt, with the sculler from Sri Lanka. Yesekera from she's racing in lane 4. She's very young though. She's just 15 years age, or perhaps even, I think even 14 years of age. So really great to see her racing here on Lago di Varese. But we concentrate now on the bow number 3. That's Chinese Taipei. That's the leading sculler at this stage. But look at how close it is between Latvia and Chinese Taipei at the moment.
Yes, so close, just a couple of meters separating them. Very similar stroke rates for these two athletes. So having a look then at who's getting the job done in the water, well, they're just absolutely level. Slight advantage to Lai Yu-Ru as she comes through the halfway point. Latvia, though, for the first time, just after the times roll in here, able to get her bow ahead. So a little bit of a patient start for Freimane of Latvia out of lane 2, riding now with Li Yu-Ru of Taipei. Those are our two front runners, bit off the pace just behind them. Well, it's Egypt, El Sobki, Hannah El Sobki, and then over to Sri Lanka out of lane for a real tour around the world in this sea final, and a delight to see.
Yeah, with just 800 meters gone, though, we can see the athletes moving closer towards us, almost into our view. And it's definitely Freimane from Latvia. We can see here on the right-hand side of the picture. She's well in the lead, and we see third place sculler there, El Sobki from Egypt. You can see her. It's almost, yeah. It's you can see her racing here in lane number 1 on the left-hand side of your screen, and it's still. Yeah, I think, yeah, it will be Latvia's race, though, because she's really moved through convincingly with Lai Yu-Ru from Chinese Taipei. We can see her on the big screen now. She's still in second position, but there's not too much separating these two crews, just about 1/3 of a length. And we can see it here on the fabulous drone images there.
Yeah, fantastic to get that overhead shot, and you get a really nice sense of the margins between these crews from the drone as you look just directly overhead. So about half a length, maybe a little bit more, 3/4 length separating Latvia and Taipei. Lai Yu-Ru leading in the first half. The Latvian sculler able to just get her bow ahead, crossing that halfway point. May well have been part of her plan. If it was, it's certainly going and being executed exactly how she'd like to see it. Latvia continuing to lead this C final. Freimane of Latvia. Taipei keeping in really good touch, and then continues to be El Sobki of Egypt over to Sri Lanka, closest to us out of lane 4.
Yeah, it's a very different kind of rowing we see from the sculler from Chinese Taipei, because we would expect most athletes to be about 30 strokes a minute, perhaps even above. Here we see Freimane from Latvia at 31 strokes a minute, but it is Lai Yu-Ru from Chinese Taipei. She's really taking every single stroke at 27 strokes a minute. That's really low for a race rhythm.
Yeah, it is low for a race rhythm, isn't it? Latvia takes it up 1 beat, so from 29 just to about 30. That's Freimane again, our leader here. She was about 2 seconds off of making semifinal A, B, so her last race 3 days ago, excuse me, where she was relegated to the C final, but she's certainly making the best of it as she comes through the closing stages of the race in front of the grandstand. Takes it up 2 more strokes per minute to 32, increasing the boat speed as she does it, which is critically important to make sure that one maintains that efficiency, that movement through the water. So she's gotten quicker, now 33 on the charge, looking to round out her regatta in style.
Yeah, it's great to see, isn't it? She's really taking this up. She's stepping it up, increasing her speed, increasing her rhythm, and she can really relish this final part of the race and take it all in. The applause from the grandstand, the view on the mountainside, fabulous race for her from Latvia, Eiva Freimane. They are taking the win in the C final, and now she can really relax and look at her. She's given it her all, and she's really enjoying this. And we see a very nice picture here from the drone up close with the winner there of the C final of the under-19 women's single sculls.
And a great shot of the not the replay, the cool down. We won't make her do that again. That would be quite cruel.
No, she just dipped her hat in the water for some cooling, because racing here on Lago di Varese has been a very hot affair. We had some nice temperatures. Weather has been fabulous all week, apart from some thunderstorms in the distance. But yeah, great racing here as we come towards the next race on the course, which is the under-19 women's pair final B. 4 crews there competing. We can see already the American crew there, but first we'll look at the crew from Moldova. We have Vera Grecina and Anna Dozoret from Moldova racing from lane number 1. In lane number 2 we have Ania Julia Ferreira from Brazil, together with Lara Postiglione Dornelles Pizarro. Lane 3 Romania, Felicia Maria Mihai and Denisa Krista Alinkai. And the aforementioned crew from America, Rachel Lander and Shannon Kearney.
USA, attention.
Picking this race up from the very first stroke. It is a good start there by most of the crews, relatively even, but I think the American crew moving out strongly as in the first part of this race. We can see them here. It is power, it is fast, it is furious. 37 strokes a minute, which sees the Americans moving into the lead already. I think together with the crew from Brazil, which we see on the back in the picture as well, and the bow of the number 3 crew from Romania. Very high rhythm there from the Romanians. 44 strokes a minute out of the blocks.
Yeah. Fast and furious for the Romanians, keeping an eye then on Brazil as well. Ana Julia Ferreira in the bow seat. And just the back of her then as she comes through. Postiglione Dornelles Pizarro in the stroke seat. So a great effort from them just to get on, have an early, good, solid first 500 meters. Romania then trailing them just over 1 length behind. Romania keeping the stroke rate quite high, up at 41 strokes per minute. Aline shy of Romania. Then it's the Americans now pushing themselves ahead as well. It's so tightly packed up at the top of the field, perhaps with Moldova, the only crew off the pace.
Yeah, Brazil and America are going stroke for stroke. They can't really see each other, but they are dead level come the first timing mark. Just a couple of strokes left to go before we come to 500 meters. And we can see here the American bow, Rachel Land there. She's in control. Slight look to her left there to see where the rest of the crews are. But Brazil, laser focused there from the 2 athletes from Brazil. They are level, I think. It is just nothing to choose between America and Brazil at this stage. 500 meters gone and just 1/100th separating 2 crews, America and Brazil.
In the USA, Shannon Kearney in the stroke seat, Rachel Landa in the bow. Shannon Kearney, well, her mother is a 3-time Olympian. 3-time Olympian. She rode in the 1992 Summer Olympics in the Coxed 4, where she took silver, in the 96 Summer Olympics, and in the 2000 Summer Olympics, where she rode in the 8. She rode in the women's 8 back in 96 as well. Loads of world championship titles to her name as well, some 8 championship titles. So certainly her wisdom, her experience, her passion, helping the USA lead along just a bit. Shannon Kearney in the stroke seat, Rachel Landa in the bow.
Yeah, we can see the two athletes from America just now as we get a more overview shot there. We see Romania still in the mix, and after a fairly poor start from the Romanians, I think they're moving into the lead. Romania from one of the center lanes, they were one of the quicker crews to get into this B final, and they are now leading by about a canvas over the crew from America, now in second position, with Brazil slipping back into third, and the crew from Moldova behind the first three crews there.
Absolutely incredible. Up at the top of the field, the Romanians, such proficient sweep rowers on the women's side. So not surprising to see at the junior level them edge their bow out ahead and overhaul the Romanians. It was a big early stage of the race for Brazil. They've slipped back into third, but really still in good touch. Moldova just off the pace behind them. That's a look at this combination from Brazil. Ana Julia Ferreira in the bow seat, following the rhythm set by teammate Laura Pastiglione. Donelias Pizarro in the stroke. Romania holds, the USA running second with a really close Brazil.
Yeah, fantastic rhythms being set there. All crews now well into their mid-race pace, and this is the place where you start to make the difference, where you can walk away. Most of the times the start is just, it's nice to be up on the start, but the real difference is to be made in the middle kilometer of this race. And I'm impressed by that crew from Romania. We can see them here. Alinkai there in the stroke seat. She is a very powerful athlete, and you can see that every single stroke they're moving together so nicely. It's very loose, it's very elegant. There's no tension at all in the shoulders, and they are pushing their bow ball ahead already at 3/4 a length ahead. So they're increasing, they're walking away from the USA and Brazil.
Brazil making a bit of an effort to push the Americans back, the USA at a cool 34 strokes per minute. So they may well need to bring the stroke rate up in this third quarter of the race to keep in touch with the front runners. The Romanians looking untouchable at this point. Denisa Cristina Alincai in the stroke seat, Felicia Maria Mihai in the bow seat for Romania, moving through this third quarter of the race so nicely. They now have that advantage. They can see the Brazilians behind them, the Americans just slipping back.
Yeah, we can see now the crew from Romania on the big screen. We are approaching 1,500 meters gone, just the final quarter left to go, and the Romanians have really done the damage there to the Americans in particular. The American pair there slipping back into third position, but the Brazilians remain in contact. There's still overlap between the bow and the stern of the Brazilian and the Romanian crews, but the Romanians perilously close to the buoy line. I think they've seen it coming though. They're moving back into the center of their lane. As they up it, they go up 1 pip, 38 strokes a minute, and the Brazilians at 36, so the Brazilians still have a gear to go to, but Romania looks so nice and long and efficient around the back turn. It is great to see them, but I think the crew from Brazil is trying to, well, I think they're gaining slightly.
They are gaining slightly. This combination from Romania continuing to hold, but the Brazilians take it up to 37 strokes per minute, meter by meter, closing the gap spot on. Here comes Brazil. Romania will feel the charge. Certainly they will see it. You can see the bow seat, Mihai just looking over her left shoulder to get a sense of the buoy line. They'll be looking for those red buoys, but they're also looking for the markers that indicate each 500 meters down. So they're through the last 500 into the last quarter of the race. It is Romania, but Brazil on the charge.
Yeah, Brazil doing a fantastic sprint in the red buoy area. Just 200 meters left to go in this race, and Brazil almost level with Romania now for first and second. The Brazilian crew now at 37 strokes a minute, but it is Romania reacting now, 31 strokes a minute, 41 strokes a minute already, and they have the highest boat speed. So I don't think Brazil will be able to catch them, but it's awfully close.
It's so close. Brazil still has somewhere to go. The Romanians at 40 strokes per minute, the Brazilians holding on to 38. This Brazilian combination making their international debut, so tightly packed. The grandstand just next to us applauding and excited to see this race conclude, as are we. The Romanians hold just by about a bow deck. It is Brazil to come into that second place position in this B final. What's at stake in the B final? Well, it's 7th overall in the under-19 women's pair, which is certainly something to celebrate and be incredibly proud of. It is the winner of the B final, Romania, followed by Brazil, as the Americans come through the line for third, a good 15 seconds off that leading pace. Back up at the top then, as we look at the replay for the junior men's pair.
Yes, and in that junior men's pair, just a quick lane order for you. We have South Africa in lane 1, Austria in lane 2, the Netherlands in lane 3, Greece in lane 4, Great Britain in lane 5, and closest to the grandstand area, it is France in lane number 6. And this race already past 1,000. We saw this. We have seen so many quick crews from Greece, and we can see another one here today because it's the combination of Kostulas and Koutras who are in the lead. They've led from the first 500 meters onward, and they are in the lead by almost a full length over the crews from the Netherlands and Great Britain. The Netherlands there racing Gianni Perotti in the bow seat, Ben van den Ehrenbeemt in the bow at stroke. They are, I think, it's the Dutch now in second position as we concentrate on the French crew. It is there Pierre Piquet-Egli, Juin Mer-Apre in the bow seat, and a big look from the stroke man there to see what he has to do, because the French are trailing the leading crews from Greece, the Netherlands and Great Britain.
Already well through the third quarter. Yes, Greece looking so solid out ahead. Riding now, though, with the Netherlands out of lane 3, who are running just with them. Just behind will Great Britain, keeping themselves in really good touch. It's the critical third 500, third quarter of the race, which we've mentioned a few times. This is where these athletes really need to set themselves up for the closing stages of the race, and they're already charging towards us where we're positioned at the finish.
Yeah, and we can see this fabulous shot from the drone. Great images here of Lago di Varese. You can see the mountains in the background. You can see the lake here being the theater for these crews to have a wonderful B final. It is Greece, though, in the lead. The Netherlands trailing them by about a boat length. Then it's Great Britain. Then it's Austria in lane number 2 as we sweep, make a very nice shot there across the field as we see the crew from South Africa now closest to us in lane number 1. But what a fabulous image there as we concentrate on the backs of the young Greek double pair there of Kostulas in the bow seat and Koutras there in the stroke seat. And the Dutch now making a big move, trying to get that first place out of the hands of the Greek crew. But the Greek crew already responding 37 strokes a minute, and they still have that length over the Dutch.
There's a look just at the top of the picture of the boathouse here at Lago di Varese. Look at the Greeks go. Good open water over this combination from the Dutch. The Dutch kick it up to 38 strokes per minute riding with them now.
Yeah, we can see the blonde hair of Ben van den Ehrenbeemt here on the big screen. He's stroking his crew to 40 strokes a minute. They try to get back in contention for the win here, but it's too little too late, I fear, because the Greeks still have that length ahead of the Netherlands. And look at the charge unfolding there from the crew from Austria as well. And going with them, it's still Great Britain moving up, but it's the Greek crew all the way down the line, but it's too close to call for second and third. 3 crews on a line here. It will depend on the surge who gets second, third and fourth. Too close to call.
Nicholas Strauss in the stroke seat for Austria. What an effort, taking it up to 43 strokes per minute to edge out Great Britain. We'll await the times. We dare not call that, but it absolutely was a fantastic race for Greece. Kostulas and Koutras in the bow seat to win this B final. Greece to take the lead to win. It is Great Britain for second, the Netherlands in third, Austria fourth.
Next on the course, it's the B final of the women's under-19 4. And just a quick lane order for you there. On the far side, we can see the Netherlands there being stroked by Demi Straathoff. In lane number 2, it is Germany, Stina Steffen in the stroke seat there. Then it's another crew from Greece with Kuklumperu Peri in the stroke seat. Then it's Canada with Tegan Blue in the stroke seat. Just coming into view here, it is the maple leaves of the Canadian crew closest to us. We can see Riley Richardson there in the 2 seat. We can see in the 3 seat there Arden Ross, and surely we'll see the stroke seat there. Tegan Blue coming into view here. It is the blonde hair of Tegan Blue. She's setting a very nice rhythm there. 38 strokes a minute. Very high rating crew, this Canadian one.
Yeah, they are at quite high as they approach that halfway point, riding now with our lead crew, the German Stina Steffen in the stroke seat, Helena Venga in the 3, Frida Detman and Niki Versace in the bow. Overlapped though with this combination from Greece riding with them as the times roll in through halfway. The Canadians' big first half of the race. Will they be able to overhaul Greece? They'll need to keep an eye on the Netherlands just behind them. These are our 2 leading crews. The Germans feeling the threat of the Greeks and at the moment able to hold.
Yeah, I think Stina Steffen there in the stroke seat, she sets a very efficient rhythm at 35 strokes a minute. She takes her crew on this really nice, lengthy, lopey rhythm. There's no rushing anywhere in this stroke. They really pick up the boat very nicely as we see the crew from Canada now in full view. Canada trailing this field by about a length and a half of clear water behind the crew from Germany, the Greek crew and the Dutch crew, but it's almost level between Canada and the Dutch, I must say. But we don't see that battle from the side now. We can just concentrate on the picture of the Canadians from behind. They're looking there, the bow seat, Marilee Jones there from Canada, looking where they are, and I think she's going to call a push there any moment now.
Certainly, as they ride just toe by toe with this Dutch crew, the Canadians will have to take some kind of a push. We were joined in the commentary box by Andrea Proska from the gold medal-winning Canadian 8. She told us that those maple leaves, well, they only come onto their blades during championship season, and it's a big honor and a big achievement to race with them on the blade. The Canadians, though, trailing as the Germans lead.
Yeah, the Germans now passing 1500, almost a full length ahead of the crew from Greece. Still in second position, the Germans still lead. It's comfortable, it's relatively comfortably ahead. They don't seem to be pushing on too hard, with the Greek crew also steady at 36 strokes a minute. But we've seen all the Greek crews in this week sprinting for the line. So I think the Germans would be wise to push on and try to put some more distance between them and the crew from Greece, where we see the Netherlands crew there fighting with the Canadians in lane 4. But it's this crew from Germany so far all the way just about to cross into the Red Bull area, so 200 meters to go. And I reckon the crew from Greece will start sprinting right about now as they take it up, but still they have to take it up really if they want to win this, because the Germans are too far ahead.
Yeah, the Germans just so far ahead. We know that the Greeks are good sprinters, like the Italians, like the Irish, so we'll have an eye on the Greeks, but Germany leading down the course as they approach and move into the red buoy zone. You see the crowd on the shore riding now with the Greeks. Drogala in the bow seat, Kulimperi up in the stroke seat, maintaining that 35, although now she kicks it up 37 strokes per minute. So the Greeks have decided to go. They're the quickest moving boat on the course. No, Germany goes with them, but Germany at 35 strokes per minute. Stina Steffen in the stroke seat, Nika Versace in the bow, just 16 years old. The Germans answer the push from the Greeks. Open water advantage as they come through. The German fans just absolutely thrilled with this result in the B final. Gutsy end for the Greeks, who take it to 39 strokes per minute, but just unable to overhaul the efficiency and the power of the Germans. It's then back to the Netherlands and Canada. The boats come together. You're just exhausted in that moment, right? Steering's the last thing you're thinking about.
Yeah, I think the Dutch were really struggling in the final few meters of this race. But a nice little hello there, and a thank you perhaps for the nice competition.
Well, we're
yeah.
back up at the start for the under-19 men's fours. It's the B final.
The B final of the men's four. We have Serbia racing from lane number 1. We have Austria in lane number 2. Next to them, it's Spain, currently visible on the big screen in lane 3. We have the crew from Hungary in lane number 4. Canada in lane 5, and the USA, stroked by Jack Skinner, in lane number 6, closest to us. But we have already passed the 500, moving to the 1,000, and it's basically level. It's a very close race, this one. All the crews separated by a maximum of 8 meters, so that's just under a full boat length. It is Spain, though, leading at the 1,000.
Yeah, fantastic first half for Spain. Alexander Delgado, Banisteva in the stroke seat. That's a look at the Austrian combination. Daniel Wagner in the stroke seat, Julian Weinert in the bow. Big push for them, good length, good effort, dynamic through the water. But the competition is so hot that that effort, well, it's still seeing them in a really close 3rd, 4th position, trading places with the USA, with Canada. They're in the 3rd quarter, and it's not yet settled at all, not even close.
No, it's I think that's the closest race we've seen today, with the Hungarian crew moving into it. We can see the Spanish crew here. They're stroked by Belgado Babinceva. He is leading his crew, currently in 2nd place, or perhaps even 3rd, because that Canadian crew in lane number 5, really close to the front of the field. We have Latvia and the crew from Serbia, or I'd say Austria and Serbia, on the far side. We can see the crew from Austria now on the big screen. We can see the back of the bowman, Julian Weinert, there. He took a big look to his right to see where the competition was, and he will be telling his crew to keep going and step it up, because they are out, well, they're not in 1st position. That honor goes to the Hungarian crew in one of the center lanes now, and they're really impressive, I should say. Look at the Serbians then. Serbia in great tussle there with the crew from Austria. Serbia racing one of the outside lanes, but it's Hungary, Spain, Canada, the USA. Those are the front runners, and we can see them here now with the Spanish crew on the right-hand side. Next to them, the Austrians, and then it's Serbia on the left-hand side of your screen.
What a fantastic B final. This is the race for 7th overall. That's the honor at stake in this hyper-competitive U19 men's 4 category. Hungary with a really big second half of the race. They were 4th at the 500 down, 2nd at the 1,000, that halfway point. They've now managed to put themselves into what could be a 1st place position in this B final. 40 strokes per minute. In fact, most of these crews flirting with that 40, 41 stroke per minute number. It is the Hungarians holding on to the advantage, moving into the red buoy zone. The race for 2nd is on. Hungary charging and still moving.
Oh la la, look at the Hungarian crew. You can see them here on the big screen. It is Maria from Hungary now, taking his crew up to 41 strokes a minute. They lead by a length, but behind them the field is closing up every single stroke of the race. It is nothing to choose between Canada, Spain and Austria on the far side. It's Canada, I think, who are going to take 2nd, but the win there for Hungary. They finished the line 1st here in the B final. Canada 2nd, it's Spain in 3rd, Austria in 4th, and it's too close to call between the United States of America and Serbia for 5th and 6th.
Ooh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was the B final of the junior men's straight for absolute exhaustion from this combination from Hungary, and as they should be. Big, big second half for them.
Next up on the course is the under-19 women's quadruple sculls, the B final, just taking off. A quick lane order for you there. We have Canada in lane 1, Ireland lane 2, South Africa in 3, Italy in lane 4, and the Greeks in 5, and closest to the camera position, but in full view here, it is the all-black Kiwis here in lane number 6, and quick start by the local favorites, the Italians. going out hard, trying to get that lead in the first part of this race, but going with them, it is South Africa now in second position.
Italy, Canada battling for first up at the top of the field. Still early in this race, but the quads, 4 athletes, 2 blades each. These boats fly. So the race is over before you know it, and you'll need to make sure that the tactics, the race strategy that you have in place, well, you execute it because it goes by quite quickly. Italy in the second quarter of the race, able just barely to push back the Canadians, both of those crews at 36 strokes per minute. Closest to them in threat of the lead, well, that's South Africa. South Africa just out of the picture. We're riding now with the Italians up at the top of the field. We see the blades of Italy, hometown heroes. Italy leads, still a bit of a ways to go. Canada just 3-4 meters behind them.
Yeah, the Canadian crew very strong. They're underrating the Italians. Italy at 37 strokes a minute, and what a huge difference that is to some of the early races we've seen today. Italy now in full view of our cameras. They crossed the 1,000 meters first, followed by Canada and then South Africa, Ireland, New Zealand, and then it's the crew from Greece in last. But Italy moving strongly, the home favorites. They're just a bit too far away to hear the noise coming from the side of the of the lake, though. But they'll hear the wall of noise here on Lago di Varese. There are so many supporters for Italy here at the Under-19 World Championships. Italy leading. It is still Canada second, and I think it is the crew from South Africa still in third position, but very little separating them from Ireland in lane 2.
The Italian combination stroked by Matilde Paoletti, just 15 years old, with Melissa Shincarol in the bow seat, 15 years old as well. So the Italians really proficient at sculling. They start oftentimes at such a young age. It means that they have the opportunity to develop over the years, certainly at just 15 years old. We'll see them in the U19 circuit for some time to come.
Yeah, and already here at this level, and well, really going for wins here, albeit in the B final, but great to see them here. They move out, it's almost a full length ahead of Canada, and Ireland now moving into third position with South Africa slipping back slightly. New Zealand in lane in fifth position. The Greeks dropping out of this, but it is very close behind that very quick crew from Italy as we come towards the final 500.
This Irish combination making their international debut. Surely they'll look up to their senior teammates and know that an Irish sprint is the only way. So have an eye on Ireland as we move through the final 500 meters. Ireland, well, they moved from 5th at 500 down, 4th at halfway, now 3rd. The question becomes, is there enough for them to overhaul the Canadians to take 2nd? They're so close, they could well do it.
Yeah, and there's 400 meters still left to go. I think the crew from Italy will hear the banks now, the fans, family members now screaming towards them to get them over the line first. Italy still in first, but that crew from Ireland, really impressive third 500, and now moving into the final 500. They may even take this because they have a very high boat speed. It's still, it's a resurgent South African crew as well coming back into this, and Italy is still leading. Now it's South Africa second, Ireland slipping back though.
Yeah, Ireland slipping back. Italy holds. The Italians going wild in the grandstand as Italy looks to win this B final in style. That's a look at the back of the pack. The bow number 6 of New Zealand over to Greece, lane 5. The South Africans. Italy, all about Italy. Viva Italia as they come through the final 100 meters. It is Italy to hold just behind them. Great last quarter for the South Africans. The South Africans move past Ireland, move past Canada. It is Italy all day, and their final few absolutely delighted. The Italians are in support from the grandstand. Surely you can hear some of them. And then a great job to South Africa, who were 4th at the 1500 and moved into 2nd. So big last 500-meter stretch for them. It is Italy, South Africa to roll in about 2.3 seconds behind our leaders, with Ireland in 3rd.
Yeah, you can really see that it took every last ounce of energy out of the Italians to win this B final. Moving on though for the B final of the men's quadruple sculls, we have closest to us, it is the Netherlands in lane 6, Romania in lane 5, then it's Switzerland in one of the favored center lanes, the USA in lane number 3, Bulgaria in lane number 2, and on the far side of the course we have the crew from Ukraine racing from lane number 1.
That's a look at bow number 3 of the United States. Samuel Dowd in the bow seat. Valid Kamara in 2, Timothy Pearson's 3, Ashton Perlroth in the stroke seat. It is Ukraine just out of the picture, out of lane 1, on the charge, leading this race. Fantastic start for Ukraine.
Yeah, great start by them, but I fear for them because we've seen the same pattern in the previous rounds where the Ukraine crew move out very quickly, have a blistering first kilometer, and then they struggle a bit to maintain pace, and that's the reason why they are in one of the outside lanes with the quicker crews from the AB semi-finals racing from the center lane. So the USA and Switzerland are the crews to watch, but yeah, it's a brave start, and I think it's really important that if you're not the favorite, just get your bow ball ahead and see if you can manage to keep it up. Perhaps some crews will get nervous and you might even win the B final. So that can be tactics from the crew from Ukraine, but we can see now moving back into this. I think it's the crew from Switzerland. They're going with them, America, to get their bow ball very close to that crew from the Ukraine.
Yeah, Nicholas Berger in the stroke seat for Switzerland, up at 37 strokes per minute. For the first time, they put their bow just ahead of Ukraine. Ukraine with a bit of a response, moving pretty similar speeds, but Switzerland maybe just a bit more efficient as we take a look at the full field. Big pan across, moving through now the third quarter of the race. The USA, Ashton Perlroth in the stroke seat. His father, one of his personal heroes due to his work ethic, one of his greatest inspirations, and in the grandstands today. So that's the combination of the USA, just looking over his shoulder, Timothy Parsons, to make sure he's staying in touch with our leaders, which at the top of the field, well, Switzerland able to overhaul Ukraine, but just barely.
Yeah, it's the crew struck by Nicholas Berger from Switzerland moving into the lead. It's just 2 meters separating them, though, with the Ukrainian bow ball. The USA, we see him here, they look relaxed and they look really fluid as well. I'm very curious what they can produce in the final couple of 100 meters. But looking out from our position here, it's Switzerland. They'll hear the cowbells near the willow on the bank here very soon. Switzerland moving into the lead, but it's just 1 meter separating them and Ukraine. The Americans now stepping it up, though.
Yeah, the Americans stepping it up. They'll need to go now in the final quarter of the race. I love the push back from Ukraine. It's Ukraine, Switzerland up at the top of the field. This exact Ukrainian combination we saw at the Junior World Championships last year. They took 10th in this very event. They're back in the B final, looking to win it. It is Switzerland holding on to that lead, but Ukraine not letting them get away.
No, they're keeping them honest. It's very close at the front of the field. Nothing between Switzerland and Ukraine at the moment. It will come down to the surge on the line. Switzerland is going for it. The Ukraine very close. It will be awfully close. It's too close to call. Sorry, I cannot call this just yet. Two crews. Dead heat, and we'll wait for confirmation for first and second. Third, I think, went to the crew from Romania, but I'm not sure of that either because I was just too amazed by the furious pace from Ukraine and Switzerland. And I think we have confirmation now, Colleen. It's Switzerland taking the win over Ukraine, and then it's the crew from Romania indeed taking third.
What a gutsy race for all of these athletes, notably Switzerland and Ukraine in the final 500 meters. Wow. We move back up to the next race, the B final.
Of the under-19s women double sculls. Already well underway, 500 meters gone. And we have Canada and in the lead, Switzerland a close second, Romania in third. And then behind them, it is Latvia in fourth. with the crews from Lithuania and Japan not starting this race due to medical reasons.
The look of the Maple Leaves on the Canadians' blades, riding now with Romania. Bianca Camila Ifteni in the stroke seat with her teammate Shara Stefania Gusa in the bow. And a good look at the Swiss combination then. Alexa van der Schulenberg in the stroke. Flavia Leutscher in the bow seat. Good swing, good rhythm. Up at the top of the field, though, continues to be the Canadians with the Swiss running second.
Yeah, that crew from Switzerland just ahead, though, of the crew from Romania with Shara Stefina Gutsa in the bow seat and Bianca Camelia Ifteni in the stroke seat. Just a meter separating Switzerland and Romania for that second place. Canada, though, in the lead. They are racing from one of those favored center lanes. So the Canadian crew was the quickest crew in the previous rounds, but and they well, they live up to that. They are in the lead as we see the crew from Austria and now the Canadians coming into view. The Austrians in fourth position as they have been at the 500, now moving through the course, and we come to halfway. 1,000 meters gone. It is Canada crossing the 1,000-meter mark first, followed by Romania, then it's Switzerland and Austria still in fourth.
Fantastic camera shots there. I love the close-ups, just capturing the focus, the attention, the grit, the determination. A good look at the Canadians. It's Kate Whittard in the bow, just following the rhythm, following the lead of Anna Penta in the stroke seat for the Canadians. Big lead that they've set in the first half, really daring the rest of the field to catch up with them. The Romanians' closest contention, but pretty far off the pace that the Canadians are setting. I'd say the Romanians, well, they'll need to have an eye on the Austrians, on Switzerland, as they look to close the margin. Romania still able to hold on to that second place position, but this full field view, you can see the backs of the Romanians just to the right side of the picture out of lane 5. Ifteni, Bianca Camila Ifteni in the stroke seat, holding 35 strokes per minute, keeping the Canadians and the Austrians off pretty nicely.
Yeah, they are, and the Canadians here. We look at the back of Kate Whittard there in the Canadian bows, and you just saw the overview, and the Canadians are racing in splendid isolation, because no crew to their direct left, no crew to their direct right. We can see the bow there looking for the rest of the field, but it's such a different race. If you have a race with a crew right beside you, you can really use the energy of the fact that they are close to you to your advantage. But these Canadians having to execute their entire race plan without any crew in the vicinity. So I think that's more difficult than having a crew right beside you.
It can be, and I think in those scenarios, you can play a bit of a game to just see how much distance you can get, because you do have to anchor to something. So if it's not the crews along either side of you that you're focused on inching away from, then maybe, perhaps up at the top of the field, it's how much of a margin can we get over this full field? How do we motivate ourselves to continue pushing? For all of these athletes, it is the last race of the week. It's the final, it's the last race of their regatta. So as much as you can possibly win by, well, I think that would be the goal. And the Canadians just doing that in style. Big swing, big effort. She looks again to her right, to the buoy line. She's presumably steering this shell down the course as well. So although could be the stroke seat. You brought up a good point earlier that they have a better view of the buoy line. But either way, she's making sure that she holds that lead.
Yeah, and let's not forget, this is the culmination of months of training, an endless hour on the ergometer, on the lake, in the weight room. So these athletes have, this is really the pinnacle of their year in terms of rowing. And you just have to leave everything out on the water. And I think the Canadians are doing just that. They come towards the line, They are up at 38 strokes a minute, really going for it. Really impressive to see. They look towards the right. They see the crew from Romania also sprinting furiously at 39 strokes a minute, though the Romanians are a couple of lengths back. The Canadians are going to take this in some style, and they are almost across the line to finish the last race of their regatta. They take the hooter there. It is clear water to Romania in second. Then it's the crew from Austria, Emma Gutschar and Grete Heider in third. And finishing just now, it's the crew from Switzerland in fourth.
Big win for the Canadians there, and just absolutely exhausted. We'll have a look then at the replay of the U19 men's double sculls. This is the B final, contesting for positions 7 through 12 overall, and we join them already at 750 meters down. A quick view of the field. It's Poland, Daniel Galeza in lane 1, Kumi Gonzalez for France, lane 2, riding now with Ukraine, Leonid Sheraband in the stroke seat. Just out of the picture, Nihal Ramahuj for the USA, Owen Bartel for Canada in the stroke, and Serge Sipach in the stroke for Serbia.
Yeah, now concentrating on the Ukrainian crew. They've led this from the 500 meters. They had the quickest start of them all, a very impressive 1:31 over the first 500, and that saw them taking almost 2 seconds out of second place France. And they've just kept on moving. It's phenomenal to see the pace of the Ukrainian double there. They are in the lead and they're moving away every single stroke of the way. As we can see here, that's the crew from Serbia racing from lane 6. We look at Sergei Cipak there in the stroke seat. He looks, well, I think he's feeling the strain slightly. They're past the 1,000-meter mark, and this is the moment where it really starts to hurt. And you can see that etched on the face of the Serbian strokeman as we come to the overview shot of the crew from France and Poland racing on the far side of the lake. It's the French crew leading that Polish crew though, but just beside them is the Ukrainian crew, who are leading still by clear water, and they're even stretching out even further.
Yeah, open water advantage for Ukraine. We'll see if they're able to hold the pace, which is so hot in this B final, but they've certainly created such an advantage for themselves. They do have somewhere to go in terms of stroke rate. Nihil Ramahuj from, that's the USA, and the Ukraine stroke seat. It is Leonid Sheraband setting this rhythm. So we take a look at exactly what he's putting down. Still hasn't brought it up. Closest threat to Ukraine, just behind, well, France, Serbia. As the times roll in, you'll see just how close it is for second.
Yeah, it's really close. Very little separating Serbia and France. France just edging the Serbians out, though, for second at 1,500. And we can see here the rhythm of the Ukrainian crew. It's at a slow and steady 33 strokes a minute. Compare that to the crews from France and Poland, way over 35. The French even at 38 strokes a minute currently. And the Ukrainian crew is just pure power. It's fabulous to see the amount of power they are able to put in every single stroke. It sees them with the highest, one of the highest boat speed. The French crew, though, started sprinting early, but about 20 meters down from the Ukrainian crew. So they have their work cut out to get their bow ball ahead. But I think nothing is going to catch this crew from Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely incredible as they fly down the course. Nikita Puzhalav in the bow seat, rounding out the final 250 meters. Just fantastic. And an overhead shot continues to be Ukraine, 35 strokes per minute. So they take it up 2 beats. Can they hold the charge of the French crew just behind them? The USA on the move as well. It's looking so good for Ukraine to win this B final in the U19 men's double sculls. Just absolutely gutsy racing, start to finish. We see the blades as they hold the charge just behind them from France, Poland, Canada, Serbia. Big last quarter for Serbia.
Yeah, Serbia just clinching a third, I think, over the Polish crew on the far side of the lake, with Canada and I think that's a crew from the USA coming in 5th and 6th. Next up on the course, whilst we look at the winning crew from Ukraine they're really pleased with their with that result. We move to the next race, which is the under-19 women's 8. We have Hungary in lane number 1, Australia in lane 2, Italy in lane number 3, the People's Republic of China in lane 4, and it's Poland closest to us. And all eyes will be drawn on the home favorites, the Italian crew there in one of the favored center lanes. We see them on the big screen here. It is Italy who are in the lead, or were in the lead. It is China now moving through and taking about 1 meter advantage over Italy.
Riding with the Italians, Coxed and Ilaria Colombo from Gabarati Rowing. Just south of here, Victoria Calabrese in the 5-seat. Her father is the head of Gabarate Rowing, where I believe the Aussies are training as well. He took the bronze in Sydney in rowing, so certainly has the inspiration and support from her father. Italy, though, not quite at the top of the field, though very close. It is the People's Republic of China able to hold on to that advantage, stroked by Zhu Zikui.
Yeah, and it's that Chinese crew, second from the right-hand side of the previous picture. We can see the stroke of the crew from China just out of view now as we concentrate on the Italian bow 4, and it's great to see them. They're really going for it. They're absolutely motivated to the nth degree to win this B final here on their home water, and but they have their work cut out though, because it's basically level between them and China, and it's a fabulous race at the front of the field, but it's really close behind them because that crew from Australia just half a well, perhaps less, a quarter of a length behind the leading crews from Italy and China.
Italy and China at both 38 strokes per minute, which tells us, well, it's efficiency through the water that will get them that advantage if they stay at identical stroke rates. Italy, well, maybe slightly more efficient than China. They're just 1 meter separating them. The stern pair, sisters, twins, Giulia Orefice, Marta Orefice, out of Lake Como where they train. They've come together to lead as the stern pair of the Italian crew. Just such pedigree for the U19 Women's 8 in this B final, where what's at stake? Well, it's 7th overall in the category.
7th overall, and it is currently Italy leading. It is by about a canvas. It's just 1 seat perhaps to the crew from China now in 2nd position, with the Aussies coming back into this. It is great to see the Italian Azzurri in the front, and you can see the Coxed there. It is Ilaria Colombo there in the coxswain seat, really motivating her crew. Looking to her left, they see the Chinese crew already at 38 strokes a minute, but the Italians matching them 39 strokes even, and they're not even at the red buoy area. 400 meters left to go. Italy stretched out to almost half a length over China, and then it's back to the Australians in 3rd position, and then it's clear water back to Hungary and Poland.
Oh, just such passion from the Italian coxswain, Ilaria Colombo of Gabarate Rowing, urging her crew on. She knows how tight they are, that they've really managed to walk away from the People's Republic of China over the last 30 strokes. Absolutely incredible. That's the overhead shot. You see the bow number 4 of the People's Republic of China just not able to keep up with that hot pace. Their coxswain Zhang Quimbrule of China, just 14 years old, but it is Italy, Viva Italia, in the last 500.
Yeah, the tricolore of Italia now moving towards the finish line. They stretch out, they get almost 3/4 of a length over China. The highest boat speed is with the Italian crew, lifted by the home crowd there. Just a couple of strokes left to go, and this under-19 women's 8 of Italy take the win in the B final. China struggling though, the Aussies trying to get that 2nd spot out of the hands of the Chinese, but it's Italy almost by a full length as they cross the finish line in 1st position. Then it's China, followed by Australia, and it will be Hungary and Poland for 4th and 5th.
to look at the winners of the U19 Women's 8B final. That was Italy. Quick preview, though, up at the start as we watch the Italians enjoy that win. Well, it's the under-19 men's single sculls already on the course. For Bulgaria, Ivan Yordanov. For Serbia, Vuk Mudrinc. Pierre Moulin for France. Klaas Bouwd for the Netherlands. And August Wilsham for Denmark. Out of lane 6, it's Egypt, Marwan Mohamed.
And we see a repeat there of the start of this B final of the under-19s men's single sculls. And well, we look at the back of August Wisholm from Denmark. He's currently in third position, I think, because the leading sculler is Pierre Moulin from France, leading from lane number 3. He leads over Bulgaria's Yordanov in lane number 1, followed by the Danish sculler then in third position, and then it's difficult to split the rest of the field with Serbia and Egypt and the Netherlands in the minor places.
August Wilsham of Denmark out of lane 5 was in the junior men's single sculls, this very event at the Junior World Rowing Championships back in 2021, where he finished 5th overall in the junior men's single. So he sees himself in the B final, out of contention to capture that repeat of what could have been a 5th place or higher. But an absolute honor in a field that is so competitive, the under-19 men's single sculls, to be in the B final. But surely he'll be looking to win it. At the moment, though, well, he'd have to overhaul the French sculler, Pierre Moulin, who's up at the top with quite a margin.
Yeah, and there's a great little fan base of the French team down the course at about 1,800 meters. So with 200 meters to go, plenty of support from the French fans. And I'm sure Pierre Moulin will hear the encouragement coming from the bank, though. But still having to get there, though, just past the 1,000 meters. It is still the French sculler in the lead, followed by second placed August Wisholm from Denmark. Third goes to Yordanov of Bulgaria. Then it's Mudrinic from Serbia in 4th, Klaas Bouwd from the Netherlands in 5th, and Mohamed from Egypt in 6th.
Good look at Wilsham moving through, well through halfway now into the 3rd quarter in a sense of the stroke rates. So Pierre Moulin, he's making his international debut, really long 30 strokes per minute, which tells us, well, he has somewhere to go if he needs to. His job will be to open up the margin over the rest of the field. And yes, Tim, just around, well, what, 300 meters to go, there's that French fan club for him.
Yeah, and it's great to see. I passed them several times this week, and they've really made that spot their own. They have the flags there, they have nice little deck chairs, and every time a French crew passes by, you could hear the French screaming and shouting to lift their crews to great deeds. But yeah, still a little while to go. We're just about to pass the 1,500 meter mark. It's still France in the lead, and yeah, looking very impressive doing so. He gets great run on the boat at just 30 strokes a minute. The French athlete very efficient, and behind them though, he's putting some distance in the rest of the crews. Even now with 500 meters to go, Pierre Moulin first across the 1,500 meter mark, and then it's August Wisholm from Denmark 15 meters behind. Then it's Serbia, Bulgaria, Netherlands, and it is still the Egyptian sculler Mohamed in 6th. But yeah, really impressive stuff there by Pierre Moulin from France.
Yeah, continuing to hold that margin and build on that. Impressive indeed. Still at a cool 30, 31 strokes per minute. So we'll see if he decides to increase the stroke rate or if he's feeling really good in this slight tail breeze, exactly where he's at. On the far side, just to the left of your picture, well, that's Ivan Yordanov of Bulgaria. In this event last year, the junior men's single, where he took 14th overall. So he'll be looking to improve upon that result. But it looks like there's no sign of really anyone catching Pierre Moulin.
No, he's too far ahead, and barring any major mishap in the final 250, I think the Frenchman has this sewn up, and he will take 7th overall. Yeah, it will be, I think he looks very comfortable. He's not really struggling, although the water is getting a bit bumpy here at the final stretch to the line, but he's very clean and clear and crisp through the water. It is more than a boat length, but August Wisholm out of picture, but he's sprinting for the line, as is the Serbian Mudrinic as well, flying towards the finish. But I think August Wisholm has done enough to claim second here in the B final and 8th overall.
Yeah, what a fantastic way to end your regatta from Pierre Mollin as he comes through the line, keeping that stroke lead, well, a little bit higher, but still quite long. Just behind him, though, from Denmark, it is August Vilsham to capture second as the rest of the field closes out the stages of their race. And a look at our winner of Pierre Mollin. Fantastic job to him.
And next up, the B final then of the under-19 women's single sculls. In lane 1, representing Tunisia, we have Hela Belhaye Mohamed. In lane 2, from the Czech Republic, Veronika Zamonostna. From Brazil, in lane 3, Maria Souza Nunes. Lane 4, Slovenia, Jana Dremelje. From the USA, Olivia Petri. And in lane 6, we have Ekaterina Fedorenko.
Look now at the Tunisian sculler, that's Hela Belha Mohamed. Early lead for her. She's had a good first quarter as we look across the field. She was running second just a moment ago. She was running in that first place position. It's pretty tightly packed up at the top. It's her and the Slovenian sculler, Jana Dremelja, that she'll have to keep an eye on. Keeping in close contention, 32 as we pan out. Mid-second quarter, looking for the halfway point. The field's starting to get some good separation, looking really good at the moment for Slovenia.
Yeah, they are moving very nicely indeed, matching each other for strokes a minute. But I think the Slovenian sculler just getting a little bit more out of every stroke, as we see Moldovan sculler Fedorenko now in full view. I think she is in, well, perhaps 4th or 5th now. I think she's in 5th position there, just a couple of meters back from the Czech Republic's sculler, and that is Zamostna. But still Slovenia leading this 2 meters ahead of Belhaye Mohamed from Tunisia, the early leader. But the Slovenian sculler Dremelje now taking the initiative and moving out almost half a length now as they come towards the 1200 meter mark.
Dremelja, a little bit of a patient race strategy, 32 strokes per minute, keeping it long, but making sure that she's keeping her bow ahead. Tunisia, what was a great effort, not quite able at the moment to keep the pace with Slovenia. There's certainly still time, and she is keeping in good touch. We're riding now, though, with Maria Souza Nunes of Brazil. So she's keeping in touch as well. Those are kind of our top 3 leaders, Slovenia, Tunisia, then back to Brazil with a bit of a break to the rest of the field. The Czech Republic, Zamonska, and the USA, Olivia Petri, just 15 years of age, making her international debut. So she's running 6th. Just on the other side of her, it's Moldova as we approach 1,500 meters gone. Not quite yet, but they'll be looking for that mark.
Yeah, they'll be looking for that mark, and I think right about this moment you can hear the crowds a little. Yesterday we had a fabulous wall of noise, but there are fans lining the banks from about 1,500 meters onwards. So I think more or less at this stage of the race you'll start to hear the speakers of the grandstand area. You know you're getting close, and that must be an uplifting feeling.
Yeah, uplifting for sure. The sights, the sounds, the feeling you can feel. You know that grandstand is coming, that your supporters are there. You certainly want to be able to put on a bit of a show and have the last 500 meters be something that you can feel really proud of. All of these athletes, though, should be proud to be in the B final in what is a super competitive field. It is the athlete from Slovenia, Veronika Zamonska, holding on to the top spot.
Yeah, and concentrating now on the back of Maria Souza Nunes from Brazil. I think she's now in, I think she's in 3rd position with the Czech Republic sculler, the young Zamostna there, slipping back slightly into 4th position. It is Maria Souza Nunes who is taken third spot now, and she must be looking left and right to see what she has to do in the final part of this race. I don't think she's sprinting just yet. It's just 30 strokes a minute for the Brazilian athletes, and in front of our commentary position we can see the Slovenian Jana Dremelja moving towards us, and she's in the lead at 33 strokes a minute. Not really sprinting yet, but then again, Colleen, does she really have to? Her lead is massive.
Does she have to? But you mentioned the grandstand. Can you not? How can you not sprint for sure when you feel the crowd, you feel the adrenaline, all of that surrounding, the increase in volume, the noise wall of Varese, as you mentioned, Tim. Surely that will motivate her to get to the line. She takes it up, though, just one beat, maybe knowing that this pace, this stroke rate, this rhythm, and just a slight tail breeze, she doesn't want to make a mistake in the end, and it's easy to do in the single.
Yeah, it is, and it's very difficult to recover if you are closely followed by, for instance, Brazil there. I think she's stepping it up, though, slightly, but not by much. And she has a comfortable margin. She's sitting relaxed. She's really taking it all in the final few strokes. The applause is for her. She crosses the line. It's first for Dremelji from Slovenia. Second will go to Sousa Nunes from Brazil, and it's very close. But I think it's Belhaye Mohammed from Tunisia who took third over the Moldovan scholar very closest to us, Fedorenko, in fifth.
So we move on then to the junior men's Coxed dates. My name is Colleen Seville. I'm here with Tim Van Fleet. We're delighted to bring you the racing on behalf of World Rowing, and fast and furious it is. That's a replay of the start for the under-19 men's eights. We join them already through halfway. Australia absolutely dominant up at the top of the field, daring the rest of the eights to keep up with them. Just behind them will the battle for second, Ukraine, Romania, Serbia, so tightly packed. Those are the four boats in this B final of the men's eights.
Yeah, four-boat race here, and the green and gold from Australia leading from the outset. It was a very quick start from the Australians, 1:22 to the 500, and they've kept this high pace going, and they moved out very impressively. Romania, the only crew really still in contention for the top spot here in the B final, but the Romanians already a length back to the Australians, with the crew from Ukraine and Serbia having a lot of work to do, almost a full length for the Ukrainian crew, and on the far side the Serbians still in it, but not by much, almost a full length as well, as the Aussies really flying towards the finish here.
Yeah, the Aussies on the right side of your picture. We see the bowman, James Hart, just a big swing just in front of him. James Houghton in the two-seat, the Aussie bow pair. They'll be first to cross the line. That's the honor that you get when you are in the bow seat. And Australia, well, looking like they may well cross first.
Yeah, it looks good for the Aussies, doesn't it? They have, well, the speed compared to them and the Romanians is favorable to the Romanians on the surge, but it's basically the same speed. So the Romanian sprint unfolding, but not really making an impact on that Australian lead. But I always keep an eye out for the Romanian eights. They can raise it to 45 strokes in the final few meters.
Yeah, we may well see them do just that. They take it up to 40 strokes per minute. Romania looking to catch the Aussies. Can they do it? Australia, 39 strokes per minute. Romania on the charge. They're now the quickest moving boat on the course. Look out, Australia. Romania closing the gap, 41 strokes per minute. Australia, 39 strokes per minute is their time as they move through the last stage of this race. The Aussies won't let them have it. It's just by a bow deck. Australia over Romania. A great fight from Romania, and well predicted, Tim. They did kick it up, didn't they?
Yeah, they really did. A job done there for the Aussies to take the win here in the B final. They get 7th overall. Behind them is Romania, and it was really close for the places 3 and 4, but I think it is the Serbian crew taking third over the crew from Ukraine.
Well, we move on then. Next, little bit of a break to the A finals of what we'll start with the under-19 women's Coxed fours. quick preview of what's to come. Well, from here on out through the end of our program, I'm so sad to say, because it's been just an absolute delight, that we have much to look forward to before we turn off and say goodbye. The junior women's Coxed 4, the men's Coxed 4s, the pairs, the straight 4s, the quads, the doubles, the junior women's 8, the men's junior 8, and the singles. So loads to look forward to.
Yeah, and we start the A final program in just 10 minutes time. So get yourself a nice little coffee, have a little break, but please rejoin us in 10 minutes time when we kick off with the first A final. That will be the junior women's Coxed 4.
Why aren't we all here making a lot of noise? But listen, all the countries.
But what about Germany over there?
Yeah.
What about? We can really hear you from the tower up there.
Yeah, we can. It's good. We've created a rather big task for us here. 61 nations competing here. Oh yeah, it looks like the flag of South Africa. Am I right?
But what about Italy? Italia.
They have, of course, the biggest flags. Is that the family flag you were talking about yesterday?
Maybe. We've got a lot of, Italian supporters here, as you do when you are here on your home country.
Yeah, Denmark up there. But it's great. People that come from all over the world. 61 nations here at the beginning of the week. And now we're just down to the last few races. Conditions, what do you make of these conditions, Luca? It's hot, which is lovely for us, less lovely for the people in the boat, but quite a wind now coming down the course.
I really think we get really fast times today as well. We saw fast times over the last few days, but now they are really good conditions, a tide wind, nice breeze for the spectators, of course, but fast conditions on a boat.
We heard the Italian anthem 3 times in succession yesterday, which is, well, it's just an absolute pleasure because it's one of the most cheerful anthems we know. Do you think we'll hear it a few more times today?
Well, I can't really say, but if that's is your idea, I'm definitely with you. But we also heard a different anthem, of course. Uzbekistan, I think, was the first time.
Or Uruguay.
Oh, Uruguay.
Yeah, wasn't it just? That was superb. I think it was the lightweight men's single sculler from Uruguay. So we may be introduced to some more new anthems today. So we are getting close to the A finals then in the under-23s. And we'll be starting with the women's Coxed 4 shortly. As oh, look, here's our little drone friend with the camera. We're going to say a big thank you to you because you have provided us with the most fabulous shots, hasn't he?
Thank you very much. Grazie ancora alla produzione, ci avete regalato delle immagini meravigliose. Noi ci prepariamo per la prima finale.
So, ladies and gentlemen, up to the far end of the course, it's the A final of the women's Coxed 4.
Finale A del 4 con femminile.
Lane 1, we have Germany, Kreft, Grauer, Heidacker, Gruen and Fabian. Lane 2 from Romania.
Welcome back to the World Rowing Championships, where Tim Von Vliet and I are just delighted to bring you the A finals. That's a look up at the start. Romania, will get a sense here in just a moment of the full field. The United States of America out of lane 3. That's Italy out of lane 4. Margherita Fanci in the Coxed seat. Representing China, lane 5, Zhang Qihu in the Coxed seat, Zhu Zikui in stroke.
All these crews now being called to attention by the umpire. Racing commences in just a couple of moments. Really tense moments here at the start, as we can see the red light on, and they're called to attention.
Germany, Romania, USA, Italy, China, attention.
And there goes the buzzer, the green light. We're on the way, the first A final of the Under-19 World Championships, and a fast and furious start from the Italian crew from lane number 4. They really take it out. It is 46 strokes a minute. Going with them though, America right beside them, up at 47 strokes a minute.
Yeah, really gutsy start across the board. Very tightly packed, perhaps, with the exception of the Germans, who are starting to make their way a little bit ahead over the rest of the field. The Italians running with them, then back to the USA. That's a look at this Italian combination just on the other side of them. The Romanians just so close in the center. It is the combination from the USA. Ella Wheeler in the bow seat, Annika Jeffrey in 2, but Italy, Alice Peninari in the stroke.
Yeah, the Italians still up at 40 strokes a minute though, but look at that crew from Germany going with them as well. Maya Gruen in the stroke seat. She's already leveled at 36 strokes a minute, but it's the German bow more or less level with the Americans. With 400 meters gone, there's nothing splitting Germany, the USA and Italy, with Romania in 4th position and the Chinese, the People's Republic of China now in 5th, but stretching out now. Coming into that race rhythm, it is the USA now in the lead, 1 meter ahead of Italy and Germany.
Looking so good as they fly down the field in this A final, the medals final. The United States able to put their bow ahead. We're now riding with the bow seat, Isabella Bianchi of Italy. Team Italy out of lane 4. The USA just on the other side of them. The United States, well, we see 2 gold medal winners returning from the Junior World Championships, 1 in the 4 and 1 in the 8. Imogen Cabot in the women's 4 with the 2-seat Elisa Hartmann coming out of the gold medal winning 8. So they're on their way looking for what could be a gold medal in the under-19 women's Coxed 4. We see the coxswain just poking out the cap, the sunglasses with the microphone in front of her face. That's Ella Cassano of the USA, coached by Sky Elliott.
Yeah, and she's really making all the right calls at the moment. It's the experienced crew from the USA now moving almost a canvas ahead of Germany in second position. It is Italy still in a third, but it's Germany now just ahead. It's really close between the top 3, but the Americans leading the way.
The U.S. moving now well through the second quarter into the race, able to take some margin from the Italians, from Germany. A really good push as they look to capture an early advantage. We'll see if the Germans decide to run with them. Elias Fabian in the coxswain seat, Maya Grunen in stroke. That's Stella Kreft in the bow seat, Sarah Grauer in 2. Big swing from that shell, just in front of her sister. Not twins, but sisters, all in the family. It's Maya Grun up in stroke.
Yeah, and that stroke seat they've taken it 35 strokes a minute. The Americans also now at 36 strokes a minute, so we're really in that mid-level race pace, and that sees the Americans extending their lead at 1,000 to almost 1.5 seconds ahead of Germany, with Italy in bronze medal position.
Looking at the Italians holding 37, the United States at 36. Those were times at the halfway point. Ella Cassano, whom we saw in the coxswain seat, Sophia Greco in the stroke, Lindsay Braille in 3, Annika Jeffrey in the 2, and Ella Wheeler in the bow for this A final of the under-19 women's Coxed 4. They've set an advantage, led from the start, leading it halfway, looking to open up their margin now into the third quarter. We'll have to keep an eye on the Italians. We know that they're big sprinters. Germany running third.
Yeah, and look at the speed of the American crew. They're easily the quickest boat out on the water now, and they're increasing their lead every single stroke of the way. The Italians, though, moving back at it, getting that silver medal position out of the hands of the Germans. But the Americans, I think they've planned this to perfection, and they really want to stay out of the sprint for the line. They know the Italian crew are a fantastic sprinting crew, and they'll keep on moving and try to put some more distance into the Italians with, I think, a little over 500 meters left to go. America looking good in gold medal position. Germany in bronze. The Italians on the right-hand side of the screen in silver medal position, but look at the crew from Romania, still not out of this.
Romania keeping themselves in it. Proficient sweep rowers from the U19 level all the way up. Those are the times rolling in at 1,500 meters gone. They are into the last quarter of the race. The United States at 36 strokes per minute. Sophia Greco setting that pace once again. The cap of Ella Cassano in the bow seat, but the blades of Romania going with them, Tim.
Yeah, it's the Romanian blades, and if I was in that German crew, I'd feel worried right about now, because the Romanians also, they can produce a scorching final 500, and the Germans in the danger zone, though. Italy moving with the Americans. There's still overlap between the Italian bow and the American stern, but it's, yeah, they're coming into the red buoy area. 300 meters left to go. It's still America's race, with the Italians in silver medal and the Germans in bronze medal position.
So tightly packed for silver. Can the Italians overhaul the Americans, or will the Americans hold? The Americans kick it up to 38 strokes per minute. Greco in the stroke seat on the charge. Braille just behind her, supporting that rhythm, holding on to the lead. The Italians are charging, but is there time? They're coming by. We're positioned at the finish tower. It is the USA. Italy trying to make a move.
Yeah, Italy trying and throwing in everything and as they can, but the Americans move out even further. It's so impressive to see the USA here going for gold, the Italians in silver medal position, but look at the Romanians.
So close. The Romanians doing everything they can to stay ahead of the Germans. Is it Germany? Is it Romania? Side by side, absolute grit all the way down to the line. The Italians will come through at second. It is the United States of America to capture the gold in the under-19 women's Coxed for the first A final of the afternoon. Just exhaustion, delight, a job well done to capture the silver. Then it is Italy, then over to Romania.
Yeah, the Romanian crew, they're clinching that bronze medal. And just to inform you, the United States of America just set a World Championships best time of 6 minutes 52.84, a new World Championships best time from the United States of America, bettering their previous time from the heat.
And that's the replay then of the race we just saw go down. The junior women's Coxed 4, gold for the Americans. That's the bow of Germany. Germany just off the podium to take fourth. And a replay of the finish. The USA with about a 1 length advantage.
Yeah. It was really on the surge for the Romanians. They were really close to the Germans, but just snatched that bronze medal. So next A final is the under-19 men's Coxed 4. We see here in lane number 1, Germany there, stroked by Yannick Stratler. Lane 2, we see the Italian crew, stroked by Giulio Zuccala. Lane 3, the Australians, stroked by Joshua Wilson and coxed by Ryder Taylor. And then we see Turkey in lane number 4, stroked by Yasin Sen and coxed by Ege Buyuchenkin. And here in lane number 5, South Africa, stroked by Delano Sa and stroked by Yaden Thompson. And then we see the crew from Hungary, stroked by Oliver Boros and coxed by Nora Mayoros.
Germany, Italy, Australia, Turkey, Republic of South Africa, Hungary. Attention.
And we are off, and the first bow in front, it was the crew from Turkey, flying first few strokes there from them, which sees them move out as we ride with the Australian crew in lane number 3. We look to Joshua Wilson there in the stroke seat, and as he takes his crew up to 44 strokes a minute out of the start.
The starting sequence for these athletes, the first 250 meters, well, they're looking to go from 0 to absolutely as fast as they possibly can to get the boat up to speed before they lengthen into a race rhythm. So we're in the early goings right about now. They'll be looking to lengthen out into that base cadence. But Italy's still up at 43 strokes per minute. The Australians with a quick start, but it is Turkey currently leading. Turkey up at the top of the field.
Yeah, they really shot out of the blocks, didn't they? In the first couple of strokes, they already had their bow ball in front. And going with them, though, is that Italian crew from lane number 2 with Lorenzo Facci there in the coxswain seat, calling his crew to attention because they need to get their bow ball out in front. So, such an important move to make in this Coxed 4. You really need to get out in front, and then because if you're trailing by 500, it's really difficult to get back into this.
Yeah, it is. The early goings of the race can be a real confidence booster, or can be just quite challenging if you've fallen off the pace to get back into the race. So highly motivated to really stay up at the top of the field as the field rolls in on the right side of the screen. Turkey, South Africa, Germany leading, a really close Italy running fourth. The whole field, in fact, very tightly packed, perhaps with the exception of Hungary, just slightly off the pace.
Yeah, the Hungarian crew almost a full length behind, but there's nothing splitting the top five of this field. It's still Turkey in the lead, but I think the South African crew, which we are seeing now on the big screen, is drawing level with the Turkish four. The Australians going with them. Italy still in fourth position and very close between Italy and Germany on the far side of the lake, but the race is out in front. Turkey now feeling the pressure from South Africa.
South Africa with a really good second quarter. So they were second at the 500, not quite able to get their bow ahead, though, as I say that, for the first time, able to push themselves just ahead of Turkey. We'll see if Turkey has an answer for that. Yaden Thompson in the Coxed seat for South Africa. Delano Sa in the stroke seat, setting the rhythm, 37 strokes per minute. Among the quickest moving boats on the course, although Italy making a go for it as well.
Yeah, and the Australian four not out of this yet. Joshua Wilson setting a very efficient rhythm at 37 strokes a minute. The Italians and the Australians now moving back into this, with Australia just in bronze medal position. Turkey still in silver, basically level at 1,000 with South Africa.
Halfway, South Africa leads, Turkey responding. Those two up at the top of the field. Australia running with them. Italy, a little bit of work cut out for them, but certainly still in contention to get onto the podium in the U19 Men's Coxed 4. South Africa leading third quarter of the race. Will Turkey respond? Both at 36 strokes per minute. Similar, nearly identical speed South Africa holds.
Yeah, 750 meters still to go, and it's 4 crews for 3 medals here in this A final of the Under-19 Coxed 4 for the men's. You can see the Italians here on the big screen. They're really flying. Italy now, I think, just off the podium in 4th position, though, with I think it's South Africa now solidifying their lead almost half a length over Turkey, and then it's another half a length back to the Australians.
Yeah, the Australians keeping themselves in contention. We have 3 crews now all in contention for the gold. That is how tightly packed. South Africa leading, but just by a few meters. We see the backs then of this Turkish combination. Just absolutely thrilling to watch them attack the third quarter of the race. They're not quite able to overhaul South Africa. We'll see if they have somewhere to go. South Africa still 36. I think we can expect these crews to sprint early.
Yeah, they have to. We're almost at the 500 meters to go. We can see the little timing hub there on the left-hand side of the screen. That means 500 meters left to go. A little over 1.5 minutes for these crews to race. It is Turkey with the initiative, just 1 meter behind South Africa, still in gold medal position. Australia in the bronze medal position at just 3 meters back, though. It's Italy in 4th, and Hungary and the German crew out of this. No chance of a medal, but it's the race out in front. Also, it's South Africa still in gold medal position.
This is going to come down to the wire. 3 crews, 4 crews in contention for the gold, because the Italians, well, they have gone. They have decided to go from 4th, now in contention for what would be a first place position. Where's the red buoy zone marking the final 200 meters? Riding now with Hungary, but up at the top, Australia and Turkey, dead level just behind them, the Italians and South Africa.
Ooh la la, look at all these crews go. It is fantastic to see the Australians, 41 strokes a minute, moving in gold medal position. Now they leave the Turkish and the South Africans to fight for the silver and the bronze. It is the green and gold that are going for gold. Will they get it, though?
Joshua Wilson in the stroke seat takes it up to 44 strokes per minute for the Aussies, marching away from the rest of the field. The crowd goes wild.
Italy now moving back on the podium. They might even clinch the gold medal. I can't believe what I'm seeing. It is Australia by a foot over Italy now in silver medal position. The crowd's going wild. It's gonna be Australia. It's Australia's medal. They become the world champions. Silver medal will go to the Italians, and then it's a fabulous bronze for the Turkish crew in third, and dejection and for the crew from South Africa. Really disappointed just off the podium. Oh my God, what a race.
What a race. South Africa led in the middle, 1,000, and then they came into that fourth place position just at the end. It is gold, gold, gold for Team Australia. They are absolutely delighted with that result. And just capturing some of those replays. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic racing. To look then at the result from the A final. Tim, look at those margins.
Yeah, so close, and what a fabulous sprint by the Italians taking that silver. So it's Australia's gold medal, but fantastic silver there for the Italians, and a fabulous bronze medal there for Turkey.
So we'll head back up to the start with a little bit of a gap here, good 7 or 8 minutes. The local time, 12:10 p.m. race, will be the junior women's double. That's a look up at the start line. So we've mentioned a couple times that it's just so quiet up there. I'll tell you one place where it is anything but quiet, and that is this grandstand. You get a sense just of how much excitement, how many fans, supporters are here at Lago di Varese as we await the victory ceremony of the U19 Women's Coxed 4. Romania capturing the bronze in the under-19 women's Coxed 4. Irina Lucia Andrea Despa in the coxswain seat, awarding the medals to her teammates Georgiana Planaru, Beatrice Piseri, Andrea Petras.
Irina Lucia Andrea Despa.
Narcisa Florentina Negura in the bow seat for Romania.
Winners of the silver medal, vincitori d'argento, Italy!
Winner of the silver medal, it's Italy. We love to see the jump in the U19 Coxed 4, represented by Margherita Fanci, their cox putting the medals on her boatmates Alice Pintinari, Emma Kuzokria in the 3. Caterina Montegia in the 2 seat. Isabella Bianchi in the bow, and the medal for the cox. And the USA winners of the gold in the women's Coxed 4. Ella Casano puts the medal on her teammate Sofia Greco. Lindsay Braille.
Sophia Greco.
Annika Jeffrey.
Ella Casano.
And Ella Wheeler.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America. Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale degli
Just a fantastic effort from Team USA, start to finish. As the flags go up for the national anthem of the United States. culmination of so much hard work, so much effort, and so much to look forward to in their careers. The U19s, they have their under 23 years ahead of them, their senior years if they choose to continue down that path. But today it's all about the gold and the win for the USA in the women's Coxed 4. Surely you'll hear the cheers coming from the grandstand just next to where Tim Von Vliet and I are sitting in what is truly one of the best seats in the house. It is such a privilege to bring you the racing. The United States with the gold, Italy with the silver, Romania with the bronze come together for that team shot. It's a moment they'll never forget.
So next up is the A final of the U19 women's pair. Moving back to the start, then we see all crews readying themselves here in lane 1 for New Zealand, Phoebe and Alice Wallace. Lane 2, Canada, we see Mira Calder and Sofia Regosa. Lane 3, it's Chile, it's Nanning Rojas and Antonia Pinchot. Lane 4, Greece, Ioana Asresta and Elizabeth Ira Agriraki. Lane 5, Italy, Sofia Naselli and Martina Scarpello. Lane 6, Germany, Lilian Albrecht and Leni Kutit. And we're off the final of the U19 women's pair. We concentrate on the crew from Greece, one of the quickest crews in the heats. They fly out of the blocks. Going with them is Chile in lane number 3, and the fastest start now in the hands of Canada in lane 2, but it's really close. Italy now moving back at it. It is just a few strokes, and already we can see a big gap opening up there from Italy to the crew from Greece now. The Greek crew finding this pace a bit hot. A fantastic start, a flying start from the Italians, really taking this by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, the Italians lined up against the Greeks in the heats. It was Greece to win the heat by about, well, 0.6 of a second over the Italians. The Italians will know they'll be one to watch along with the rest of the field, the remaining crews from the other heat. But it's the next chance to row against one another, and certainly so much on the line in this A final, the medals race. It's Italy really improving upon their lead.
It's I'm stunned, to be honest, because that Greek crew is one of the quality crews here in this A final. I would put them down as the favorites for the gold medal, but Italy really going for it. A race on home water must inspire them to go out quickly and perhaps make amends for not the best of heats. Good for them to be right alongside the Greek crew, though, and really taking already half a length out of the Greek crew, now in second position with Germany in third, and very close behind them it's Chile, the Canadians and New Zealand for the places 4, 5 and 6, but the Greek crew now trying to get back at this, but the Italians, look at them go, already at 500.
Oh, the Italians look so good. The big swing, that was the back of Sofia Naselli for Team Italy. We're now riding with New Zealand, Alice Wallace and Phoebe Wallace, twins in the women's pair, which you so often see, since matching one another is just absolutely critical in this type of shell that just requires a lot of skill to row and to really row well. That's a look then at the Chilean combination. Well, they're a little bit off the pace of Italy and Greece up at the top of the field, the Germans as well, but keeping in good touch. It's Chile running 6th, sense of the margins and speed at the bottom left.
Yeah, and look at the boat speed of the Italians. They're way quicker than anybody else. The Greek crew now matching them, but already 10 meters behind this Italian crew of Naselli and Scarpello. They are leading, and they are increasing their lead every single stroke of the way. Already at 750, it is very impressive. This under-19 women's pair from Italy taking the initiative and seeing that rewarded by already 10 meters ahead of the crew from Greece. And then it's close between for the bronze medal position. But I think it's Germany, the two athletes, Jillian Albrecht and Leni Kutitz from Ruderclub am Wannsee in Potsdam. They had to contend repechage, but they're now in bronze medal position.
Yeah, that would be a Cinderella story, wouldn't it, for them to come through the reps and then get themselves onto the podium. It's certainly looking really good for them, at least at the moment, to put themselves in a position to do just that. That's the bow number 4 of Greece, bow number 5 of Italy, just ahead. This combination of Naselli and Scarpello, well, they've stayed together. They raced together in the 2021 season. Didn't see them at the Junior World Champs, but they did take 6th in the Junior Women's pair at the European Champs last year. They've come back in 2022, and they're looking for the gold.
Oh, I don't think the Greek pair was expecting to be down at 1,000. I saw a bit of panic there on the face of Avesta from Greece, the bow, who looked to her right and saw the Italian lead, and I don't think they were expecting this. The Italians surprising everybody, still in the lead, but I think the Greeks are moving up slightly, so the Italians have to respond now to put some more distance in them and push the Greek pair back a bit. Just 5 meters now separating gold, silver, with Germany moving convincingly into bronze medal position.
I'm so impressed with this German combination, Tim. As you rightly said, they came through the repechage and they're continuing to hold on to what could be a bronze medal. The 17-year-olds making their international debut for Germany. Lene Kutitz and Jillian Albrecht in the bow. Riding now, though, with the Italians, showing no sign of slowing down, but look out for the Greeks.
Yeah, both crews at 36, 37 strokes a minute, and the battle for the gold medal sees them clear water ahead of Germany in bronze medal position. On the far side, an interesting battle between New Zealand, Canada and Chile for the minor places. But look at the Greeks go. They are really going for it. Now they try to get into that gold medal position, and I think they're doing so. They're encroaching on the Italian lead, moving back at them. It's almost the Greek bow ball in front, but it's just the Italians.
Oh, absolutely incredible. We see up in stroke, Griacchi look to her right. She feels the Italians, hears the Italians, know that they're so close, may not even know exactly who's leading at the moment, although Italy with a bit of an answer, so surely she will know now. Italy still at 36 strokes per minute, so we know that they have somewhere to go and they're not afraid to do it.
Yeah, and they look so relaxed. You can see it in this picture. The Italians really cruising. It's nice, relaxed shoulders from them. 36, where the Greek crew is a bit more tense. It's a bit more chopping in their crew. You can see it now. It's really power at the finish. They really finished off that stroke with such power, the Greek crew. But I think they're having some steering difficulties as well, straying into the buoy line with the Italians with the home water advantage, stretching out back again to 5 meters lead over the Greek crew. With just 250 meters to go. It's still Italy, but look at the Greek crew there.
Yeah, fantastic effort from this Greek combination who missed out on the podium last year, finishing 6th in the junior women's 4 together. They've teamed up to race in the women's pair. A little bit of a bobble, but they're coming back now.
Yeah, they're definitely coming back. The Italians looking to their left. It's everybody has to step up. The Greek at 39 strokes a minute. The Italians responding, still in the lead, but the Greeks are moving. They're moving into gold medal position.
Absolutely incredible. Can the Greeks do it? The Italian cheers commence from the grandstand. Italy holds. Greece is running with them. Greece up at 40 strokes per minute. The Italians have somewhere to go. Absolutely level as they come through the line. Right now it's Greece. Can the Italians do it? Greece takes it up to 41 strokes per minute. Looking so good for Greece as they come through the line. Greece is through. That's the buzzer. It is Greece over Italy all the way down to the line as Germany moves through to capture the bronze in the under-19 women's pair.
Yeah, big celebrations there in the pair from Germany for that bronze medal. But what a race by the Greek pair. And really, they take it on the line, half a length ahead of Italy, who led from the get-go. I'm sure they'll be disappointed now, but in the end, they will be happy with that silver medal. But they were so close to claiming that World Championship title.
Replay of the start. Quick start for the Italians, as we saw, who led all the way down to the line and were just overhauled by the Greeks at the end.
Yes, this was in the middle of the race, nice long rhythm, and here the Greek charge unfolded fully, and they moved through, and I don't think they actually knew where the finish was. They just kept on rowing, but yeah, they were in the lead half a second in the end between the Greece and Italy, and Germany, a fantastic bronze medal there.
And awaiting the victory ceremony of the U19 Men's Coxed 4. So the U19 Men's Coxed 4, we see Australia stepping onto the podium. This Turkish combination stepping forward as well. This is the moment that they've been dreaming of, that they've been working toward all year, the culmination of so much hard work and sacrifice. Turkey winners of the bronze medal. There goes their Coxed, Ege, U19 Yasin Sen, Arin Akbas in the 3. Sivet Ege Mutlu in the 2. And in bow, Elpe Sevet Erin. Viva Italia for the silver. I hope you can hear those cheers for them coming from the grandstand. Lorenzo Fanci in the cox seat, Giulia Zuccala in stroke, Jacopo Sartori in 3. That's Santo Safero in the bow, puts the medal over his teammate Nicolo Mancini in 2. Australia for the gold. Winners of the men's Coxed for all gold for the Aussies. That's Coxon, Ryder, Taylor, Joshua Wilson, Joseph Lynch, Oliver St. Pierre, that was Brandon Smith, and of course, Ryder Taylor, their Cox. National anthem for the Aussies. Love to see those smiles and to see them sing along. This was a really hard-fought race. They were 5th at the 500. They moved into 3rd in the middle portion of the race and sprinted a fantastic effort at the end to take them to the gold. About a half a second ahead of Italy. Big cheers for Team Australia.
So next up, the under-19 men's pair. We move to the start then. It's Serbia in lane 1, Mihajlo Deric and Nemanja Luletia. Lane 2, Germany, Vincent Kuhn and Kieran Holthaus. Lane 3, the local favorites, Marco e Luca Vicino. Lane 4, Romania. It is Andrei Vlad Robert Vatamasinuk and Iliuta Leotin Nutescu. Slovenia in lane 5, Arne Zavrničnik and Jakob Beglets. Lane 6, Turkey, Aytimur Selçuk and Enes Biber.
Serbia, Germany, Italy, Romania, Slovenia, Turkey. Attention.
There we are, the first strokes of the A final of the under-19 men's pair. We see a quick start by Turkey on the outside lane. And going with them, Italy, I have no doubt in my mind, Luca e Marco Vicino from Italy, the local favorites, will do everything they can do to get ahead at the 500. But currently, it is a very quick start from Slovenia in lane number 5. We can see the Italians now. We see the Romanian blades as well. It's a fast and furious start all across the board.
Yeah, what a start for Romania, just running point with the Italians. When we look across the board, though, at the leaders, Slovenia up at the top of the field, Završnik in the bow seat, Bergles in the stroke seat, setting an early pace in the first 500, looking to establish a lead. And at the moment, well, they've done just that because they pushed themselves out ahead of the field.
Yeah, really impressive stuff with the Italian combination of Luca and Marco Vicino still at 43 strokes a minute. It's classical Italian racing here, high rating coming down from the Italian pair. But the Italians now, they have a lot of work to do here. We can see the powerful athletes from Slovenia, long and strong. Look at the power coming off the end of the blades of the Slovenian pair there. It sees them moving out so quickly, already half a length over Germany, and then I think it is very close between Turkey and Serbia for that third position, with Italy having a lot of work to do there.
Yeah, Italy having a lot of work indeed as the times roll in at 500 down. The Italians still up at 42 strokes per minute. Luca, Marco Vicino, their brother Giuseppe Pepe, known affectionately as Pepe. Well, he is also an elite athlete. He took 2 bronze medals, one in Rio, one in Tokyo. And Luca, our local host, the voice of Italian rowing, well, he tells me that he's known for going high stroke rates all the way down. So they've taken a page from their brother's strategy.
It must be in the genes. That high rate of striking is fantastic to see. The Italians, though, currently in 6th position. Here we can see the tricolore blades of the Italians. They are moving, but they're looking back and forth, the Italian bow there. Luca Vicino, they're trying to see where they are and determine what they have to do. But the work for them is to do, I think they are close to Turkey now, but the lead of the crew from Slovenia is impressive. They are walking away, going with them. It's Serbia and Germany now in silver and bronze medal position.
Not quite halfway, about 750, 800 meters gone, looking for that halfway point. We're riding now with this combination from Turkey, Ines Biaba in the stroke seat, setting the rhythm, a cool 35 strokes per minute. So they've got somewhere to go, but they'll really need to keep in touch with the race that's developing behind them, just on the other side of them. Well, that's our leaders out of lane 5. Slovenia at halfway continues to hold.
Yeah, they continue to set this very elegant rhythm, and it's good power coming off the end of the blades. But Serbia there on the far side, lane number 1, Mihalo Derici and Nemanja Ludecina. They are in silver medal position now, moving ahead of Germany, with Romania in 4th position. At the 1,000, we can see here, that's the power rowing. These are our leaders at the 1,000, and look at them go. It's really powerful rowing from them.
Little bit surprising to still see the Italians off the pace. This combination, they are twins, which can be quite an advantage in the pair. They also took the gold in the men's Coxed last year at the Junior World Championships, gold at the European Junior World Championships back in 2021. So they've returned for their 2022 season. And Tim, as we move through the third quarter, starting to run out of time.
Yeah, Italy needs to step up this if they want a chance at a medal, because currently it's clear water behind the medal positions. It is a fantastic battle between Serbia and Slovenia for the gold medal. It is you can see it here on the big picture, all the way to the left. That Serbian crew really motoring along nicely. I think they've just moved into the lead and they've taken Germany with them. Although the German bow ball is just behind the Slovenian bow ball at this stage. You can see there on the left-hand side the very quick Serbian pair there, and in the yellow end packet there we can see the Germans in bronze medal position.
Fantastic effort from Serbia, moving from 5th at 500 down, 2nd at the halfway, now edging themselves ahead. Just a beautiful sight. That's a look at the Slovenians, but the top of the field, well, these orders have completely changed as the times roll in. 500 meters to go. Serbia, patient first half, mature racing strategy.
Yeah, they've really done this right, I think. They've kept in contact with the very fast starting Slovenian crew, and now they are moving through. You can see it here on the drone footage. It is about half a length in favor of the Serbians over the Slovenians. Germany dropping back slightly, though. I think they have a chance at the silver medal, but they have to move very quickly. Now, as we look to the Turkish pair here, I think the Turkish pair out of it for a medal, but the race out in front is going between Serbia and Slovenia for the gold. Germany will get the bronze medal, I think, barring any major mishap, but it's still undecided. But I think a powerful move there from the Serbians.
What an effort from Serbia. Lulecia in the stroke seat, up at 39 strokes per minute. They're the quickest moving boat on the course. They have overhauled all of these crews to put themselves into what could be a gold medal position as they move through this A final. Serbia with an open water advantage.
Oh my God, they have timed this to perfection, the Serbians, from the outside lanes. They've taken this they have taken the initiative, clear water ahead of the early leaders from Slovenia, who are in silver medal position. But it is the Serbians getting the gold, Slovenia get the silver, and then it is Germany for the bronze. Turkey will take fourth place, and it's really close between Romania and Italy for fifth and sixth.
The 17-year-olds from Serbia, what a second half they had. Absolutely delighted with that result. It is the gold medal in the U19 men's pair for Serbia. It's a replay then of the start of the U19 men's pair. Totally different start than what we saw at the finish.
Yeah, and so amazing to see that the Serbians weren't distracted by that early lead from Slovenia. They really stuck to their race plan. Here we see the Slovenians, but on the line though, no doubt it's the gold medal, and look at them. So happy with that gold medal.
It's a look then at the times, the results for the A final. Serbia with the win, and a pretty solid win at that. We'll move on then to the victory ceremony for the U19 women's pair. And a look at the full grandstand. Germany thrilled with that result, the bronze medal. Lilian Albrecht in the bow, big hug. And Leni Kutitz in the stroke seat. Italy with the silver medal, big jump and smile. Sofia Naselli in the bow seat. And Martina Scarpello in stroke. The Greeks just edged by them at the end of their race, but a fantastic effort and result. Iona Azvesta in the bow seat. Alisa Ira Agiaki in the stroke seat. What a way to end their season as the national anthem of Greece begins. And that's a look at the grandstand here at beautiful Lago di Varese. And the Finnish tower, gorgeous shot there, racing here at Lago di Varese, previous host to the 2021 European Rowing Championships, host of the 2023 World Rowing Cup 2. So we do hope to see you there, and we appreciate you joining us on the live stream. My name is Colleen Seville. I'm here with my colleague, Tim Von Fleet, colleague and friend, and we're just absolutely delighted to bring you the racing here as we look towards the remaining A finals in the under-19 category. We hope you join the conversation with us on social media. You can use the hashtag WorldRowing, WRU19CH for World Rowing Under-19 Championship, WRU23CH for the under-23s, and tag us at World Rowing on Twitter and Instagram. So much love for the Italians.
Yeah, great to see, and you can you can hear and feel the passion of the Italian fans all the way from where we're sitting. We're sitting right beside the grandstand area, having one of the best seats in the house to watch all the racing. But it's really great to see lovely images here from the athletes on the victory ceremony pontoon as we are moving towards the next finals. The next final will be the A final of the under-19 women's 4. We have Great Britain, Italy, Romania, the United States of America, France and Spain readying themselves at the start. And we'll go by a lane-by-lane introduction of you for you in a couple of moments. We can see here the images at the start. This is Great Britain racing from lane number 1, stroked by Zoe Beeson. In lane 2, we find the home favorites, Italy, stroked by Elisa Grinzoni. The Romanian crew racing from lane number 3, Valentina Amalia Azoitai in the stroke seat. The United States of America there in lane number 4, stroked by Kennedy Housley. France racing from lane number 5 with Jamine Cellier in the stroke seat there. And last but certainly not least, it is Spain in lane number 6, stroked by Paula Blanca Espinosa Linares. You can see all crews now at the start. These are such tense moments. The red light coming on, you're being called to attention by the umpire. Racing is about to start any moment now.
Great Britain, Italy, Romania, United States of America, France, Spain, attention.
And they're off, the green light, the buzzer, the first few strokes, so crucial to get those first few strokes just right. They set up the rest of your race, and we see high rates of striking from the Romanian crew. No surprise there as we look at the Italian crew at 48 strokes a minute, the highest of them all.
Flying off the line, the Italians looking to establish an early lead, but at the moment, well, it is the Americans who are out ahead. Riding now with Spain, a good look at this combination from Spain. Amanda Gil Camacho in the bow seat. Just ahead of her, Marta Mariano Rosales in 2. Big swing from the bow pair, supporting the rhythm that the stroke seat, that the stern pair is setting down. It doesn't quite have them in the lead, though, as we pan up to the top of the field. Well, the USA out of the picture, but holding a charging France.
Yeah, we look at the French crew just now. We see Janine Cellier in the stroke seat, setting the pace at 37 strokes a minute. They're up there at the front of the field. We look now to the American crew. We look at the bow there, Samantha Smart. I think she is almost, yeah, she's the closest to us. The Americans are leading at 400 meters gone. Romania, though, not far behind. It's France currently in second position. I think Romania in third. But look at the Italians, just 2 meters behind, really coming back into this in silver medal position now with almost 500 meters gone.
So tightly packed. That's the back of this American combination. Samantha Smart in the bow seat, Elsa Hartmann in 2, Imogen Cabot in the 3 seat. Those 2 and 3 seat coming out of the gold medal winning junior women's 8 and 4 last year. So they're back in the hunt for medals. Kennedy Housley in the stroke.
Yeah, now settling into that rhythm. The Americans now dropping to 36 strokes a minute. They are in the lead, only just though. France, Italy and Romania going with them. With very little to choose between them. Only GB and Spain dropping off at this stage of the race. They're flying towards the 750. It is America now having the work to do, because look at the Italians on the big screen now. They are moving into the gold medal position.
Italy having a great second quarter of this race. The Italian crew, Benedetta Pehor in the 3 seat coming out of Trieste, and the stroke seat, Elisa Grisoni out of Como, coming together as Luca, our colleague up in the tower, the voice of Italian rowing, Luca Broghini, told me, well, they're a crew boat. So coming together from different areas, not quite from the formal Italian national team, making it into the A final and in the hunt for medals.
Yeah, great to see so many regions of Italy here represented. It is the American crew to which our camera picture pans out. The Americans now dropping back. I think Italy moving ahead, taking Romania with them, and that French crew just out of picture on the right-hand side, moving with Romania to get into the medal position. So the Americans need to be careful at this stage in the race not to be left behind.
The French at a low 33 strokes per minute, currently riding third, then back to the USA and Great Britain. French at 33, the Italians, well, they are still up at that 38, 39 strokes per minute, just ensuring that they're able to hold on to that lead that they've set. Italy just surging in the second quarter, and as we move just up through halfway in the third quarter of the race, looking to hold that advantage. Behind them, well, their closest threat continues to be the Romanians. France running second, the United States keeping in touch with France, but still having a bit of work to do to get on to the podium. Italy holds. Will Romania be able to overhaul Italy? Identical speed.
Yeah, and just 4 meters separating Italy and Romania at this stage. The Italians, though, in the lead, a great place to be. If you can keep this up, it's best to be in the lead. But the Azzurri now moving, overrating the Romanians. I think Romanians perhaps just a bit more powerful crew, but it's the flow and the rhythm there being set by Elisa Grinzoni there in the stroke seat, which really sees the Italians taking out another meter over the Romanians now, still in silver medal position. The French, well, almost 3/4 of a length back into bronze medal position, but the Americans really dropping out of the leading 4 at this stage of the race.
The Romanians on the charge, great pedigree in this shell too, as they move through the 1500 point. 2 of these athletes, Mukanu in 2 and Azotai in the stroke seat, coming out of the bronze junior women's 8 last year, looking to get back onto the podium and change that medal upgrade from a bronze to a gold in the women's 4. First, though, they will need to overhaul the Italians. Can they do it? Hometown advantage, less than 500 to go.
Yeah, we're about to sprint to the line. We look at the Romanian crew there, Iluina Isabella Boldea of Romania there in the bow seat calling the shots. But look at how close this is. Italy still in the lead, just right beside the Romanians, just 3 meters separating these two crews. And look at the French still there in bronze medal position, but the race for the gold and silver is between Italy and Romania.
Absolutely thrilling as they charge towards the line. Bausi, Giora, Giscacciatella, Elisa Grisoni in the stroke seat. They took bronze in this very event last year, and it's looking so good for them to capture the gold. They're at 41 strokes per minute. The Romanians trying to run with them. They are pushing the rest of the field behind.
Oh, what a fantastic sprint by the Italians. They have the highest boat speed. They're really going for it. You can feel the enthusiasm from the crowd here. Italy, the Azzurri, moving away from Romania.
Absolutely thrilling. Italy Italy holding 41 strokes per minute. The Romanians running just behind. Italy continuing to push, absolutely thrilling as they move through the last stages of this race. Looking so good for Italy in the final 10 strokes. Do they have it? Half a length advantage. It is Italy for the gold. The Romanians, a job well done, but not able to overhaul, with France taking the bronze.
Oh, wow, and look at how much this means to the local audience. It is fantastic. The light on the grandstand and pure joy with the Italian crew taking the World Championship here. And Romania, a fabulous silver medal. And I was too distracted, to be honest, to see which of the three crews took the bronze. I think that must be the French crew.
Yeah.
And look at that, the Italians, a new World Championship best time being set right here in the A final.
Oh, it brings a tear to my eye. I look over to the grandstand and, well, there's an inflatable dinosaur costume holding an Italian flag, so that might be the best MVP, most valuable player, most valuable fan here in the Italian grandstand. They'll be delighted with that world champ best time.
Oh, wow. And here we see the Romanians off the start. They were quick out of the blocks, and the Italians, a very high rating, but the Italians fabulous, and it's such a privilege. You don't get that opportunity too many times to take a World Championship title on home water, and they have done it, and they have done so in style.
I'm shocked that the wonderful Italian commentator seated just next to us, where this is being broadcast across Italy, haven't stood up and flipped the table in that very moment for that win, but they're certainly excited, and it's fantastic to see.
Yeah, look at these pictures from the grandstand. It means so much to so many people here, and it's great to see the passion here of all the Italian fans. Italy take this under-19 women's four over Romania in silver, and a fabulous bronze medal for France. I think they'll be pleased with that result as we go to the victory ceremony of the under-19 men's pair.
So Germany, winners of the bronze medal, represented by Vincent Kuhn. Kieran Holthaus in the stroke seat. Slovenia to take the silver. Ani Zavichnik in the bow seat. They led the first half, fell to Serbia in the second half. A fantastic result for them in a hyper-competitive category. Jocke Bögles in the stroke. And Serbia to take the gold. Kalodecic in the bow. Nemanja Lulecia in the stroke seat, moving from 5th at the 500, second at halfway, into first to capture the gold. A hard-fought race and a really mature race strategy, I must say, especially at the U19 level. Of course, they're the best in the world, but they've done just such a nice job with that trusting one another, knowing that when it was time to go, that they would go, and it's earned them the gold. Serbian national anthem for the gold medal winners in the U19 men's pair. A final job well done. Gold for Serbia, silver for Slovenia, and the bronze for Germany. That was a great sprint from the Serbians, Tim, wasn't it? That was fantastic moving into that first place position at the end. And there's the dinosaur. I didn't make it up.
Yeah, and such mature racing, as you said, Colleen, like knowing what you can do, trusting the race plan you have, and then seeing it being paying off with a gold medal. What more could you ask for? I think a fabulous conclusion to all the months of hard training these athletes have gone through. And yeah, and what a way to end your season here in beautiful Italy on Lago di Varese, having a gold medal around your neck. Can't think of anything better, to be honest. Moving on, the under-19 men's 4. So we move back to the start of the race. We see there some the German crew there. Germany racing from lane number 1 with Jasper Schulz in the stroke seat. These are the Romanian crew with in the stroke seat we see Marian Stefan Dunca racing from lane number 3 with very fetching socks there. It is Denmark with Tobias Kramer-Bosnes in the stroke seat. GB in one of the center lanes with Alexander Forbes in the stroke seat there. This was the GB for a very quick crew through the semi-finals. Italy racing right beside them in lane number 5, stroked by Giulio Madaloni. And closest to our commentary position, it's the Czech Republic racing from lane number 6, stroked by Matthias Rinčinovský.
So awaiting the start, but a quick thank you to our starters, Bill Webster from Australia, Morten Hansen from Denmark, Inga Dakuntin from Lithuania.
Always tense at the start. Here we look at the Italians. There it is Giorgio Madaloni there in the stroke seat, taking his crew with him. It is almost 50 strokes a minute. Oh my God, what such high rating as we concentrate now on the crew from Great Britain. Alexander Forbes there in the stroke seat, and he takes his crew out with, well, not as much, 45 strokes a minute there, but in the lead, just out of the blocks. We have one race, 100 meters. It is GB in the lead. We look at the German crew from lane number 1, a very close second. It's very close though, as we come out of the starting rhythm there. Look at the Germans here, very nice sharp blade work from the German 4, and a great start by them, and they are, I think, in bronze medal position, but it's really early days though. Look at this, we've just departed from the start. It is, I think, Great Britain now moving ahead, and I have high expectations of this crew, Colleen. They were by far the quickest crew in the heats and the semi-finals, and they really clicked. Usually we see them cruising along at 37 strokes a minute all the way down the line, and they have superior boat speed. So I would bank on them to win the gold medal, but I think the Italian crew right beside them has something to say about that, as is the crew from Denmark and Romania. As we look at the Italians there, the bow there of Fernando Emanuele Cicira, as we come past 500 meters gone. It is GB in the lead over Germany and Romania.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, though, about the Great Britain time. They were a good 5 seconds ahead of Romania in their semi-final, posting the fastest time across the board in the prior round. So they'll be one to keep up with. They're at 35 strokes per minute, currently the quickest moving boat on the course. We pan over, though, and look at the rest of the field. The Czech Republic, then over to the far side. Those pink socks just on the other side of Denmark. It's Romania with Great Britain out of lane 1. Excuse me, lane 4. That's the bow number 1 of Germany.
Yeah, it's as we look at the Romanian crew now, the Romanians also one of the quicker crews to be racing here in the A final. Currently Romania basically level with Germany for the silver and the bronze. The Danish crew in 4th position. They were 8th of the world last year. This entire crew coming back and trying again to get a medal, but the Danes 5 meters behind the medal positions. As we look to the crew from GB, they are already out there, almost clear water between them and Germany and Romania. So a fabulous first kilometer there, and a very fast pace being set by GB.
Yeah, GB at a cool 35 strokes per minute as we close in at just under that halfway point. All of these athletes making their international debut, 18 years old, so there'll be a real talent for Great Britain coming out of the juniors as they mature into the under 23 and open category. GB leading by a good 3 seconds. The rest of the field behind them, well, it's really tightly packed. Romania running with them, Germany looking to get onto the podium. Denmark currently under pressure to get onto the podium. Can they overhaul this combination from Germany? It's Jasper Schultz in the stroke seat as we ride with our leaders, Great Britain.
Yeah, GB, they're looking nice and relaxed. It's so fluid. There is no tension in the shoulders at all. It's just a very easy pickup, and they are under racing all of the other crews, but look at the lead they have established. 26 meters back to Romania and almost 30 to the crew from Germany, with the crew with Romania and Germany now in medal positions. But look at the Danish crew. I'd love the Danish crew to get a medal. They were 8th, they got second in the B final last year, and it would be a great progression if they can medal here on Lago di Varese.
Yeah, it's a really emotional thing, isn't it? Especially if you've raced this event last year to then come back and get yourself on to the podium. Again, this combo from Great Britain, well, international debut, so it'll be a fantastic sight to see for them on the podium. If they keep up this effort, they're well on their way to capture the gold. Behind them, the race for silver heating up even more between Romania and Denmark as the times roll in ever so close, just nearly level with a slight advantage to Denmark.
Yeah, Denmark now in silver medal position, but as you say, Colleen, there's almost nothing between them and the crew from Romania. GB, though, striding out every single stroke of the way. They've passed 1500. They are almost to the Red Bull area. GB with clear water over the rest of the field. They'll take the gold medal, no doubt, but behind them the race is on for silver and bronze, and I think there are three crews still in contention for a medal, and it could be the crew from Denmark, though, and the Romanians. But here are GB with Saxon Stacey there in the bow seat as we go along. Cameron Tasker, Joshua Brangan, and Alexander Forbes in the stroke seat. They're already at the Red Bull area, just a couple of 100 meters left to go. Look at them go.
Absolutely thrilling. Great Britain, Alexander Forbes takes it up to 39 strokes per minute, charging towards the line on their way to capture the gold. Open water advantage over the rest of the field. Just behind them will the race for silver heating up.
Yeah, GB in a class of their own. Clear water ahead. They'll take the gold medal, but behind them, too close to call. Denmark, I think, now in silver medal position. Romania in the bronze. Here comes Germany, but GB already across the line celebrating. It's Denmark for the silver medal. Then it's Romania for the bronze, and then it's too tight to call between, I think, Italy and Germany for 4th and 5th, with the crew from the Czech Republic now crossing the line.
Well, it's been a great week for Great Britain in the under-19 men's for a boat class that has great history for Great Britain on the senior side at the elite Olympic level.
Yeah, and every time you look at our media start list, we can see that world best time from GB as well, although that was in Lucerne in 2012. Yeah, Great Britain have great pedigree in this event, and great to see the under-19s doing the same as well. We see here the pictures. They're way ahead, and they just knew they were going to win, but still, absolute delight for GB. They are world champions.
That's the result then, with Great Britain by a good 5 seconds over Denmark, with Romania capturing the bronze. We move on to the victory ceremony for the under-19 women's 4. Little wave for Italy, and such emotion. Smiles, happy tears, pumping up the crowd. We like to see that. And the French flag just in front of the Italian flag. France winners of the bronze medal. Lea Erscovici in the bow seat for France. Caroline Legarde, 2 seat. Léotine Ficroix in 3, and Gion Zelia in at the stroke seat. Romania winners of the silver. Juliana Isabella Boldier in the bow seat. Elena Silvia Mocranu in the 2. Andrea Nicoleta Dinu, big hugs. And Valentina Amalia Azotai setting the rhythm, giving a hug to her teammate. I do hope you can hear the Italians in the grandstand. Italy with the gold. Oh, big cheers for Italy, represented by Giorgi Schicciatella. Lucrezia Monacci in the 2. Benedetta Pajor and Elisa Grisoni from Lake Como. Fantastic finish, moving into first at the halfway point and never looking back.
Yeah, and here goes the Italian national anthem. It's everybody's singing alongside. The flags are there, the tricolore of Italia. And well, we talked about this yesterday when we had the victory ceremonies for the under-23s. It's so emotional. You can feel the passion, and it's, especially if you're on the grandstand, it's almost palatable. Look at them.
Oh, I love watching the Italians sing their national anthem. And for the under-19 women's 4, for this Italian combination, the Italian crew boat, as mentioned, coming together to take the gold in the U19 women's 4, as their flag flies in the center, and the Italian flags fly in the grandstand. Fantastic result. Italy, Romania, and France with the bronze in the junior women's 4 here at beautiful Lago di Varese, which will host next year's 2nd World Cup. These are the best young rowers from around the world, all fighting to take home the gold in the U19 Women's 4. For Italy, they've done just that. These championships have attracted nearly 1,500 athletes from some 61 nations. And it's just an absolute delight to be here and a privilege to be able to bring you the action. That's the paparazzi.
And here are the French flags as well. So many countries represented here at the Under-19 Championships. It's great to see and a privilege to see it from this close. The Italians there posing with their gold medals, absolute delight. The French here too. Oh, they almost lose the flag, but they cling on to it just and look at the paparazzi indeed.
So good for Team Italy.
Yeah, next up it is the A final of the Under-19 Women's Quadruple Sculls. Lane 1, the Netherlands, stroked by Amélie Carrière. Lane 2, the United States of America, stroked by Heather Smith. Lane 3, Great Britain, stroked by Matilda Druitt. Lane 4, we find Germany, stroked by Charlotte Luster. Lane 5, it is Romania, stroked by Ana Maria Martin. And Poland, racing from lane number 6, Natasha Malika at stroke.
United States of America, Great Britain, Germany, Romania, Poland. Attention.
And we are off. It's the green light there for the Under-19 Women's Quadruple Sculls. We fly out of the blocks there with the USA in one of the center lanes there. Lane 2, it is GB from lane number 3, and it is the Netherlands currently having the honors of the highest stroke rate out of the blocks as we concentrate on the bow woman from Germany there. It is Sandrine Bartos there in the bow seat, and that German quad looks fabulous out of the blocks. They're really quick. We saw them yesterday. They were one of the fastest crews here, together with Great Britain in the center lanes for one of the favorites from the semi-finals. As we look at the starting procedure there, you can see where the crews have just departed. It is at the moment Great Britain though leading by about 2 meters over Germany.
Great Britain out of the favored center lane up at 38 strokes per minute. We'll see if their teammates on the men's side have sent to them any good energy up to the start line coming out of that straight 4 win. Riding now with the combination from Great Britain, Matilda Druitt in the stroke seat, Megan Knight in 3, Laura Burton, Alice McCarthy in the bow. Just on the other side of them, well, it's the USA trailing a bit, then over to the Netherlands.
Yeah, the Netherlands really close, but I think we have to take a look to the Romanian quad with already 500 meters gone. We see the bow of the Romanians in the lead over Great Britain, from Germany, the USA, Poland, and then it's the Netherlands in 6th position. Romanians flying really from not one of the favored lanes, but the Romanians also a very quick crew in the semi-finals yesterday. It is though still, it is Romania, and I think GB slipping back, Germany coming back into this.
Yes, so tightly packed up at the top of the field, the backs of the combination from Great Britain. Alice McCarthy closest to us. Great Britain, well, they were leading, but the Romanians have managed to overhaul them in the middle of the second quarter. Romania up at the top, 34 strokes per minute. It was 500 meters down, really, where the Romanians made their mark, and now continuing to build speed in the second quarter of the race. So it's a look at Great Britain, but just out of the picture, Romania at a cool 36 strokes per minute as Great Britain keeps in good touch. The Germans, then back to the Americans. Americans, a little bit of work to do to get back in it. Netherlands and Poland.
Yeah, the Romanian efficiency, we can see it here. It is long and strong from Romania. There's absolutely power flying off the end of the blades of the Romanians, underrating most of the crews. 34 strokes a minute, but they are so efficient. They move out almost half a length over Germany in 2nd position, more or less level with GB.
Anna Maria Matron in the stroke seat for Romania took 9th in the junior women's single at the Junior World Championships last year. She's moved into the quad out of the B final and in contention for that medal. Romania will need to hold. We're riding now with this combination from the United States. Heather Schmidt in the stroke seat, Killian Mullen in 3, Eva Shetlik in 2, Alice Duma in the bow. At the halfway point, Romania leads Germany, back to Great Britain, the United States, and the Netherlands. Can anyone catch Romania at this point?
Oh, the Romanians look so strong. Here we are. We see, we look at the face of Anna Maria Matran. She is really providing her crew with a fantastic rhythm. It's a bit choppy now as we come into the third 500. The Romanians keep on moving though. They have the highest boat speed at this stage of the race, and they continue to walk away from GB and Germany.
Great Britain losing a little bit of the pace that they had earlier on in this race. They'll have to keep an eye, keep in good good touch with the Romanians. With Germany, GB still running 3rd, but the Americans just behind them, looking to close some of that margin, only 4 meters separating the USA and Great Britain.
Yeah, but I got a quick look at the Polish quad as well. I think they are outside medal positions at this stage, but they look really smooth and relaxed. It is, going back to the overview shot, it is still the crew from Romania in the lead. They keep on extending their lead. They're really slicing through the field. Here we go. And look at them. They take their time to lock the blade at the front end of the stroke. And already at 1500, the Romanians now crossing that final timing mark before the finish line. And they're 2 seconds up on Germany and 3 on GB.
Romania looking so good out ahead. That's a look, though, at the combination from the Netherlands out of lane 1. The bow number 2 of the USA just riding in front of them. The United States, 35 strokes per minute. GB still able to hold off the Americans. Up at the top, the Romanians absolutely untouchable. We'll see if Germany tries to make a push, but it will take something special in the closing stages.
Yeah, definitely. The Romanians look set for the gold medal. They dominated this race from 300 meters gone, and with 300 meters to go, it is still Romania's race and Romania's medal. We see here the bow ball of the Germans slicing through the water, and we look at the blades of GB in the background. GB definitely making a move.
GB making a move indeed. They take it up to 38 strokes per minute. Matilda Druitt in the stroke seat. Megan Knight going with her. Great Britain, well, they've pushed the Americans back. Romania all day up at the top of the field. 36 strokes per minute. The Germans just unable to break them in these closing stages. Great Britain continues to move.
Yeah, Great Britain on the march there, but the Germans still have a little... Oh, it's almost a crab in the German quad. It is Romania still in the lead. It's but that crab has seen GB move back up on it. It's still Romania's race though. Germany now in silver. It will be Romania for the gold. Then it's the crew from Germany for silver. And GB get a bronze, followed by the United States of America. Then Poland in 5th and the Netherlands in 6th.
Ooh, good recovery for Germany.
Oh, that was so close to being a full-on crab and a showstopper for the Germans. But they recovered brilliantly, and that's a silver medal for them. But the winners is Romania. And look, the flag already out from the Romanian quad. Fabulous stuff.
That's the Romanian stroke seat holding up the flag. Romania, Ana Maria Matron, and a replay up at the start. She was here at the juniors last year, the world champs in the single in the B final, and this year she and her teammates come home with the gold. A fantastic job leading start to finish, and that's back to bow number 2 of the USA. Great stuff from the Romanians. Those are the times. Romania good 3 seconds ahead of Germany. As we await the victory ceremony of the U19 Men's 4. Winners of the bronze, it's Romania. Cosmin Julian Plesecci in the bow for Romania. Eduard Angel, Moldovan in 2. Nicole Razvan Stoyan for 3. And Marianne Stefan Dunke in the stroke.
Denmark represented by Danimarca, rappresentata da Simon Mikkelsen.
Simon Mikkelsen in the bow seat for Denmark, taking the silver. Christian Suengard.
Elias Elhammer Andersen.
Ellis Elehama Andersen for 3. Tubaya Kramer Bosnes in the stroke seat. That's the Denmark combination.
19 champions, vincitori della campioni del mondo under 19 2022.
And I hope you did hear that from our colleague Rob up in the tower, calling Great Britain as the winner. What a race for Great Britain.
Yeah, and they couldn't wait to get their medals. They were really, really eager to get their medals. You can see a stroke of that crew handing over the medals to his crew members.
What a margin.
How British.
How British.
Just shaking hands.
The national anthem of Great Britain.
Saxon, Stacey, Cameron Tasker, Joshua Brangen, and Alexander Forbes for GB. Fantastic effort, start to finish. They were destined for this moment.
Yeah, they were favorites before the regatta, and they did exactly what they needed to do. And here is God Save the Queen, the national anthem of GB.
Big cheers from Great Britain.
Sending them victorious, happy, and glorious.
And a job well done to all three of these crews. Just a fantastic end of their season of so much hard work. It's the Romanians.
Yes, and with the GB Men's 4 having that picture taken, we see lovely the joy of the women's quad there from GB, just arriving up the victory pontoon, out of sight of the cameras, but yeah, they're really happy, really pleased with their medal.
Well, the men's 4 for Great Britain, they took 2 World Rowing Cups at the senior level, the title at the U23 level yesterday. They've done it again. It's a class kind of boat class for the Great Britain athletes.
Yes, and going from the men's 4, straight 4, we go to the under-19 men's quad, the A final, just moments away.
Quick look at the medals table. Oh, there's no time for that. We'll do it a little bit later on.
Yes, we see Poland here racing from lane 1, stroked by Jacek Zuska. Lane 2, Greece, stroked by Dimitros Papazoglou. Home favorites there, Italy in lane 3, stroked by Marco Gandola. And in one of the center lanes, we see the Czech Republic there, stroked by Andrej Percival. Lane 5, we see another crew from Germany there, and in the stroke seat for Germany, it's Lawrence Grimm. Great Britain in lane number 6, it is Matthew Long in the stroke seat. We can see the number 3 there, Harry Runnett, checking out the opposition to his left. Here we go. It is the first couple of strokes in the men's quadruple sculls. We take a ride with Italy here on the big screen. The Italians flying out the blocks, going with them Poland, Greece, and we look here at the crew from the Czech Republic. We now move to the overhead view. Oh no, it's the Italians in full view here. How are the Italians doing?
Oh, the Italians are up at 44 strokes per minute. Quickest moving boat on the course as they fly out of the starting blocks. Marco Gandola in the stroke seat for Italy came home with a silver at the last year's Junior World Championships. Junior men's quad, he's back this year looking to take the gold in his home country.
Yeah, and we mentioned this before. It's one of the rare opportunities to clinch a gold medal and a World Championship title on home water. The Italians definitely going out with the intention to dominate this race. They are ahead, though, of Germany in second place, and I think the Greek quad there in third.
Yeah, the Greeks have had a great morning, good sprinting. We've heard the national anthem at least once. We'll see what this Greek combination, Papazoglou, Dimitrios, Papazoglou in the stroke seat, what he can put together for this A final in the first 500 meters down, just so tightly packed, but Italy continuing to push away.
Yeah, Italy over Germany, then it's Greece in in third, it's Poland in fourth, then the Czech Republic and GB. They have really dropped off in the first couple of 100 meters. GB with a lot of work to do, but I'm surprised to see the Czech Republic so far back. They were one of the quickest crews. They are racing from one of the center lanes, so you would expect them to be closer. But we've seen that quad from the Czech Republic sprinting very fast. They tend to build in more speed as they come along the course, but a fast start from both Italy and Greece takes them out first and second at this stage of the race, with the Germans still close behind.
Yeah, Germany just outside of the Italians, who are currently leading. Greece running with them as well. Keeping an eye on that Czech combination. Well, they are one, Tim, I think you're absolutely right, that just was a little bit more patient in the early goings of the prior round. At 6th at the 500 in the semi, moving into first to win it at the end, 0.2 of a second ahead of the Germans. Riding though with Great Britain, well, they'll need to keep an eye on the full field because they're trailing, running 6th at the moment through the second quarter.
Yeah, as we see Matthew Long from Kingston Rowing Club in the stroke seat of that GB quad. He's setting the pace, 36 strokes a minute, but they are almost a full length back to the leading crew from Germany now. Germany taking the lead at the 1,000 over the Greek crew and the Italians.
A good look at the Germans. Big swing, Lorenz Grimm in the stroke seat, just 0.2 of a second behind the Czech Republic in the prior round. They've clearly changed their race strategy a bit, found another level. Of course, we're just at the halfway point, and so much can change. The only two crews out of contention for the podium, at least at the moment, would be Poland and Great Britain. Germany leads really close, Italy, Greece, and the Czech Republic. Big push from them.
Yeah, and a push there as well from the Italians, which sees them back into silver medal position, bronze position now the Greek crew. But look at that crew from the Czech Republic. They have remained in contact with the leading three, and they are now moving to the front of the field. Fabulous drone images here. The Czech Republic really moving 4 crews now for the medal positions.
4 crews in contention for 3 medals. Germany clearly wanting to go after the gold, though everyone wants that gold medal. And just off of them, well, Italy making some kind of a push. Marco Gandola in the stroke seat for Italy at 36 strokes per minute. We know that the Italians can sprint. That means they have somewhere to go. Riding with Great Britain out of lane 6, just on the other side of them. Well, the Germans holding on to the lead. What a fantastic third quarter this is. It's so tight up at the top. The Czech Republic puts their bow ahead for the first time.
Yeah, the first time we see the bow ball of the Czech Republic in the lead. They are leading over Germany, who led in the middle part of this race, but the Czech Republic now moving through very convincingly. We see the crew from Greece now slipping back into 4th position, so it's Czech Republic, Italy, then it's Germany in bronze medal position, but Germany basically level with Greece for that last medal.
Love these overhead views, gives you a real sense of the margin between these crews. And when we say it's tight, it is absolutely tight up at the top. The Czech Republic, though, able to walk a little bit away from the Italians. That's the back of the Czech Republic sculler. Tomas Panchartek in the Czech shell. Janek in 2, supporting that rhythm. The Italian Solano in the bow seat. Wow, the Czech continuing to hold.
Oh my God, it's Andre Percival taking them up to 41 strokes a minute. It's a carbon copy of the semi-final, but the Italians moving through. They are on the march there. Italy just a couple of meters behind. Will it be the Czech Republic or Italy?
Italy trying to close. Can you hear the Italians behind us? Right now, the Czech Republic has it just off of them. It is Italy. So much support. The Czech Republic, Italy. Surely you heard our co-commentators just next to us. Wow, wow, wow. It is the Czech Republic to capture the gold. 0.3 of a second off of them. Italy for the silver, then back to Greece for the bronze.
Yeah, and heartbreak for that German crew. They led in the middle part of this race, but they come home in 4th position, followed by Poland in 5th, and it's GB 6th.
Czech crew just delighted with that result.
Yeah, flawless execution of the race plan we saw earlier. Fantastic. And here we see the Germans at this stage of the race in the lead. Looking long, but what a grim prospect knowing that they get fourth at the end of this race. They were leading so convincingly, and here in the background we see the charge of the Czech Republic unfolding, and these are the closing meters of this race. Czech Republic just able to hold off the Italian charge to the line, and they win by a couple of tenths. So 3 tenths separating the Czech Republic from Italy for the gold and silver. Greece taking a bronze medal there, and Germany just 1/10 out of the medals.
Victory ceremony for the U19 women's quadruple sculls. There's that Great Britain combination we heard on the docks just a moment ago, outside of your picture, but saw them celebrating as they landed. Great Britain represented by Alice McCarthy, Laura Burton, Megan Knight, Matilda Druitt.
Megan Knight and Matilda Druitt. Winners of the silver medal. Vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Big jump for silver for Germany. Sandrine Bartos.
Sandrine Bartos. Marlene Zukunft. Lea Beckemeyer.
Lea Beckemeyer and Charlotte Luster in stroke. For the U19s, Italy at the tied with the Romanians at the medals table. 4 medals for Italy, 4 for Romania. Great Britain, 3rd at the medals table. All eyes, though, on the U19 women's quad winners, Romania. Andrea Toraccia.
Julia Valentina Nedelcu.
Julia Valentina Nedolci.
Mirabella Gradinacciuc.
Della Maribella Gradinacciu. And Anna Maria Matron.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Romania.
Replay of what was a fantastic race for Romania in the U19 women's quad. Juniors having a great regatta here. Flags go up. Romania in that center spot up at top. Great for Germany and Great Britain as well. Romania with a convincing win. It was some 3 seconds separating them, and Germany, who took the silver, Great Britain for the bronze.
Romanians having a little private conversation just there as they get their pictures taken, and yeah, delight. Dominant performance by the Romanian quad, really impressive stuff. GB and Great Britain there for the silver and the bronze. Also delighted. Look at the smiles on the faces of all the athletes.
supporters, we do appreciate you joining us on the live stream with World Rowing. My name is Colleen Seville, here with Tim Von Fleet. An absolute privilege to bring you the Under-19 World Rowing Championship and the A finals this afternoon, which brings together truly the best young rowers from around the world. Over 1,500 athletes, some 61 nations. It's a global affair and a real honor for all of the athletes, especially the ones whom we're looking at now, the U19 women's quad. Gotta get the jump photo in.
Yeah. And with the GB women's squad there celebrating their medal, it's pure delight seeing the crew from the Czech Republic celebrating their medal as well. They have their VC in a couple of moments behind, after the racing in the Under-19 women's double sculls, which are about to start. So we'll start with France there, racing from lane 1. In the bow seat, Salomé Desgeorges, and in the stroke seat, Mila Massemin. Lane 2, we find Ireland, Anna Keating and Holly Davis. Lane 3, it's Greece, Sofia Diladou and Stiliani Natasioulia. Lane 4, the Netherlands. It is Lotta van Westrene and Anna Menke. Lane 5, we see there on the screen, it's Paula Lutz and Helena Brenke. And lane 6, it's Italy, Angela Erpini and Francesca Rubeo. And we're off. The first couple of strokes there in the A final. We concentrate on the Dutch combination of Anna Menke and Lotta van Westrene for the first couple of strokes. Lotta van Westrene in the bow seat of that Dutch double. She's world champion from last year with Fedra van der Molen, who we saw earlier this week at the under-23s. Now joined by Anna Menke, and certainly one of the ones to watch in this A final, as the picture takes us to the Italian crew in lane number 6. And the Italians up at 38 strokes a minute, but the leading crew, you can see them in the background, that's the crew from Greece.
Natasioulia up in the stroke seat, setting a punishing rhythm at 38 strokes per minute. It's the quickest moving boat on the course at the moment, still really early stages, but we'll see how their race develops because they've taken on quite a nice lead as we pan across, well, France, Germany, Italy running behind them, the Netherlands as well, Ireland still running with them, but the Greeks just look to get out early and ideally stay ahead. We'll see how that pans out for them though. They've got a hot field behind them.
Yeah, the Greek crew not giving away any presence in the first 500 meters. They've really taken the bit between their teeth and really going for it. They lead by almost a boat length. It's a storming first 500. Incredible to see. You can see the Hellas there on the back of the two athletes from Greece with Dalidou there in the bow seat closest to us. Already at 500 meters, they're really hammering along. At 500, it's Germany in second position, then it's France and the Netherlands followed by Italy and Ireland.
Greece with a good 3-second advantage over their closest competitor, Germany, at the moment. It's a very aggressive race strategy. The job now for them is to hold this advantage over the rest of the field in what's become a little bit of a tailwind. So they'll need to be really choiceful about blade work, decisive at the front end so that that wind doesn't just sweep them down.
Yeah, as we can see here, it is the camera here is on the Italians. We can see in the background the combination from Germany and Italy, just a couple of meters separating them, but the race out in front, it is still Greece's race. Incredible, what a lead they have, and look at the speed. They're way quicker than anybody else at this stage of the race. 750 meters already gone. Greece move out to over a length clear of Germany and France.
We just saw the Italian bow seat look over her shoulder to get a sense of where that leading Greek crew is among other boats. Angelica Erpini in the bow seat in stroke, Francesca Rubio, who took silver in this very event last year. She's back in the A final. She's picked up another pair, doubles partner, 17-year-old, both of them. We'll see how this develops, but they'll need to make up some margin if they want to get onto the podium.
The Greek just have a great run on their boat. It is so impressive to see as we move to Italy and Germany in the picture. Already at 1,000. The Greek double extending their lead. I think they're just past the 1,000-meter mark, so they're halfway already. And it was 3 seconds at the 500. It's 4 seconds at the 1,000. Italy now following just 1/10 ahead of France. The Netherlands 8 seconds back, and Ireland with bronze medalist from last year, Holly Davis, in the stroke seat, already 8 seconds back.
Yeah, the Greeks look so good, don't they? They do have that really fluid rhythm set by Nastasialu in the stroke seat. Off the podium last year in this very event where she rode in the double, finishing 5th overall. She'll be looking to capture the gold. If they can hold this pace, they will. This is a look, though, at the German crew in contention at the moment for the silver. Big swing from Helene Brenka in the stroke seat.
Yeah, but it's very close behind the dominant performance of Greece. Look at this picture. It is a clear water lead of several lengths for Greece over Germany. Germany more than 20 meters back in silver medal position, and behind them there is a great scrap for the bronze medal as well. But gold, it is almost certain for Greece at this stage of the race. We're not even at the 1500 yet, and already they stake their claim on that gold medal with still 600 meters left to go.
Nastasia Ula up in the stroke seat for Greece, on her way to capture the medal that she didn't get last year. Well, as you said, less than 750 to go, not quite less than 500 meters. So they really will need to hold this pace if they want to get there. The time's just about to roll in from that 1,500-meter mark. We see that they are clear leaders, holding the advantage. It's going to take a lot for the Germans to catch them now. The Italians looking to get in good touch. They know the Germans are ahead of them, but Italy in contention for a medal.
Yeah, Italy now in bronze medal position over France in 4th. Germany already, more than a second in the third 500 meters. The Greek crew just keep on walking. We find the medal contenders now nicely here brought into view by the camera. The Greek crew in the background. Bulletproof rhythm there being set, and it's a joy to watch with Germany in silver medal position, and we can just about see the bow of Italy with the highest boat speed at this stage, really going for that silver medal.
Yeah, Italy, wouldn't they love to take the silver? Looking good to get onto the podium, but wouldn't they love to trade the bronze for the silver if they can do it? So much support in the grandstand as they come down to the final 250, but the Germans will not be broken. On their way, they may not be able to hunt down the combination from Greece, who still has that huge advantage at the final closing stages.
Yeah, it's almost 25 meters of a lead for the bow number 3. We can see them interview. The Greeks are going to take this, no doubt in my mind. They will have their gold medal by the end of it, but Italy trying to get back onto terms with Germany for that silver medal, but I think the Germans now stepping it up though.
Yeah, the Germans taking some kind of a push just behind them. Looking then across our clear leaders start to finish, Nastasia Ula and Dalidou of Greece to push themselves through and capture the gold.
Oh, it is the Italians moving through. I think in the last couple of strokes, I thought this was race done and dusted for the Germans, but Italy take the silver medal. Greece set a new World Championship best time. Again, we see how quick this crew is. Fabulous A-final race by Dalidou and Natsiula. Fantastic gold medal and in a World Championship best time. What a way to round off your season. But I'll have to look for confirmation. But I think Italy just got the silver medal out of the hands of the Germans. Germany indeed the bronze medal. Italy a fabulous silver.
Tim, I felt the entire Italian crew here in the tower behind me get louder and louder, their presence growing, and that's exactly why. What an effort from Italy at the end.
Yeah, and what a well-timed push. I think Germany thought they had that silver medal in the bag, but Italy not giving up, going all the way to the last stroke, and yeah, and pushing their barrel in front. Amazing stuff. Here we see confirmation. It is Greece for the gold medal. They are world champions, but it is Erpini and Rubeo from Italy, silver medal, before Lutz and Brenker from Germany for the bronze.
I love this. So this is how they queue up for the medal ceremony. Our producer, Sebastian Frank, just off to the right. The victory ceremony for the under-19 men's quadruple sculls. Czechs have their flag ready, as do the Italians and the Greeks. Greece with the bronze medal. In the last 500 meters, able to move from fourth and see themselves onto the podium. Panagiotis Adam in bow. Apostolos Likomitros in the two. Nikolaos Chopoulas out of three. And Dimitrios Papazoglou up in stroke. It's Greece to take the bronze.
Winners of the silver medal.
Winners of the silver medal.
Italy!
Big cheer for Italia, Stefano Solano, Macchiol Brambilla, Matteo Belgheri, and Marco Gandola.
Marco Brambilla. Stefano Solano.
Coached by Franco Cataneo. Just absolute delight on the faces of these Italian scullers.
And Marco Gandola. Winners of the gold medal and the 2022 World Rowing Under-19 Champions. Vincitori della medaglia d'oro e campioni del mondo Under 19 2022. The Czech Republic.
Gold medal winners for the Czech Republic, 2022 Under-19 World Rowing Champions.
Thomas Panciate.
Fantastic result for them by about a half a second or so over the Italians.
Yeah, I don't think they can believe it, that they are actually world champions. Look at their faces. It is absolute delight on the faces of all the athletes, but look at the Czech Republic.
Tomas Panciarek, Krzysztof Janak, Jakob Springzel, and Andre Pesival.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Czech Republic.
So we await the national anthem for the Czech Republic. Perhaps the first time we hear it this
I think
week.
so. Big cheers, the first medal for the Czech Republic. And fantastic to have that one be a gold. Greece with the most number of gold medals at the under-19 level. They've captured 2 golds thus far, 1 bronze. Top of the medals table.
So next up, it is the A final of the under-19 men's double sculls.
Ladies and gentlemen,
As we move to the start, 2,000 meters from our commentary position, we see here in lane number 1, Switzerland, Ondrej Zetka and Ivo Lupfe. Lane 2, it is Croatia, Martin Soljanovic and Ivan Talaja. Lane 3, it is Turkey with Ahmet Ali Kabadai and Halikan Koroglu. Lane 4, it is Germany, Ola Hanak in the bow seat and Jakob Gaia in the stroke seat. Lane number 5, it is the Netherlands. It is Gunnar van den Hogen in the bow seat and Auke Kloosterman in the stroke seat. The first male Dutch crew in the A final at the under-19 since 2017. Lane 6, we have local favorites, Italy, Marco Dri and Marco Selva. So again, these tense moments at the start, with the crews being called to attention by the umpire. All the bow balls on one line for the last time today as they ready themselves for the start. It's the buzzer, the green light, a fast start from the Italian crew closest to us, but now we ride with the German combination of Hanak and Gaia, who were the quickest in yesterday's semi-finals. And we can see here another look at the Italian crew racing from lane number 6 all the way up at 47 strokes a minute. And a very quick start there. I think the Italians there in the lead, but going with them is Croatia from lane number 2, Turkey in lane number 3, and Germany in lane 4. The Netherlands also right amongst them, only the Swiss half a length down.
Super tightly packed up at the top of the field, looking at the backs of this German combination, Ole Hanek, Jakob Gaia in the stroke seat. Big swing as they lengthen into their base cadence. Didn't see them last year at the Junior World Rowing Championships. The Ole Hanek took bronze in the Junior Men's 8 at the European Juniors, so good experience building upon that at the 2022 Championships. But Turkey emerging now as an early leader.
Yeah, it's a combination of Kabadai and Koroglu there in full view of our camera. And in the background, we can see the crew from Switzerland from lane number 1. The Swiss crew very quick out of the blocks, but I don't think they're going to contest a medal because they were the slowest crew to qualify for this A final. But look at the Turkish crew go there. And they've taken the lead, and they have taken the lead quite convincingly. Italy still in silver medal position, and it's very tight then for the other places, with the Netherlands riding in third position now, Germany in fourth, Croatia in fifth, and it is the crew from Switzerland in sixth.
Yeah, it's a big first 750 meters for Turkey, not quite yet, but just shy of it. We'll see if they can hold this race pace. We've mentioned earlier, it's certainly a gutsy way to do it if you go out fast and make every effort to stay ahead, but you can pay for it later on if you do sort of outpace yourself in the early stages. We'll see what Turkey can do in terms of pacing. Currently at 35 strokes per minute, Koroglu setting a pretty even pace. We'll see how they hold that as we approach halfway.
Yes, and we see here on the left-hand side of the picture the Italian double of Marco Selva and Marco Dri there in the stroke and bow seats. They look nice and long, very relaxed at the rate they are going. They are going along at 38 strokes a minute, just outside the top four. It is Turkey still leading the field though, and behind them the Netherlands and Germany having a great fight there for second and third, as we ride again with Turkey, the leaders of the A final.
Turkey continuing to hold on to that pace, not quite at halfway, but surely they'll be looking for that buoy mark. Kabadaya in the bow seat. Little look to his left. Where is the halfway point? There it is, first across through. It is Turkey with a pretty convincing lead at this point. Again, their job to hold that pace start to finish. Just behind them, it is the Italians, the Marcos, Marco Dri, Marco Selva. Marco Dri last year at the juniors, well, he was just off the podium, fourth in this very event. On his way to get a medal?
Ooh, he might be. I think they look good, the Italians. Of course, they have the home water advantage. There is a massive Italian crowd who will lift this Italian double over the line if they come past us. But yeah, it looks good for them now. Haven't spent too much energy. I think more or less the same rates of strokes across Germany, the Netherlands and Italy, all behind that very quick double from Turkey in the distance. And we can see the combination of the Netherlands, Gunnar van den Hoogen and Auke Kloosterman there in perhaps fourth now, just behind the Italians. And they have the work to do, because I see the Germans moving up.
Marin Smoljanovic and Ivan Talaja of Croatia, a little bit off the pace, keeping themselves ahead of the Swiss, but not quite at the top of the field. Top of the field, well, continues to be Turkey. Italy, though, looking to make a move, up at 37 strokes per minute, one beat higher than this Turkish combination. Turkey still moving quicker than the Italians. Marco Selva, 16 years old in this stroke seat, leading the rhythm. Great overhead shot as they cross through into the last quarter. It is Turkey leading Germany and Italy.
Yeah, Italy just 4 meters behind silver medal position, currently in the hands of Germany. I think the Germans now stepping up, they're increasing their rate and trying to get themselves level again with the Turkish bow, and going with them it's the Italians just out of shot. But look at that double from Turkey. Long, smooth, effective rhythm there being set by Koroglu in the stroke seat. But look at Germany now. Their bow ball slicing through the field, moving into gold medal position.
Italy threatening Turkey, and in fact Germany with a really big last quarter, moving from fourth early on, third, second. Patient race strategy, but it now sees their bow ahead for the first time.
I think the Germans are going for it. It is 39 strokes a minute there being set by Jakob Geier in the stroke seat. His bowman Ola Hanak going with them. They have the highest boat speed. Look at them, they're walking away from Turkey, still in silver medal position, but the Germans going for gold.
Absolutely thrilling to watch this combination from Germany. Absolute trust all the way down the track. They've decided to go, and when they went, well, they really went for it. Jakob Geier, Ola Hanak in the bow seat, on their way to capture what would be a gold medal.
Yeah, and Italy still in bronze medal position. The Dutch are charging, but in the front of this field, it will be Germany's race. It's Germany for the world title. Gold for Germany, silver will go to Turkey, and it is a fabulous bronze for Italy, the home favorites, and they are delighted. The Dutch come in across the line in fourth position. fifth will be the Swiss crew on the far side, with Croatia in sixth.
Wow, wow, wow. What a sprint from the Germans. Celebrating in the bow seat, Ole Janik.
Oh, they are pleased, aren't they? And so happy, and they've done this so well. Were unfazed by the early speed of the Turkish double there, stuck to their race plan and executed it flawlessly. That critical push around 400 meters to go, that saw them flying into from silver into gold medal position. Like here they were, more than half a length behind, and this is the place where they surged into the lead, and the Turkish double had no answer to the German charge. And they won by almost a full length, 3/4 of a length on the line. Fabulous medal though, a silver medal. I really like the fact that Turkey got a medal from this. They did so well to lead this race. Second place for them, and Italy, yeah, another bronze medal for them.
Another bronze for Italy. And Turkey, you know, they got out ahead, they stayed ahead for most of it, but had they been more patient, well, they might not have made it onto the podium. So it can work in your favor.
Yeah, and I think with these races, it's so important to just be in the mix. Because if you let it slip and there's too much of a gap, you'll never get back into medal position.
The medal ceremony for the under-19 women's double sculls. Winners of the bronze medal. It is Germany. Great effort from Germany. Paula Lutz, Lena Brenke in stroke.
Helena Brenke. Winners of the silver medal. Vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Italia, another medal for Italy. You see here, Carpini and Rubeo.
Maybe without her teammate, could be off her feet recovering.
Yeah, they were absolutely, but look at tears of joy there.
And the gold medal, waiting for the jump, I hope. Greece, oh, thank you, thank you. It's Sofia Dalidou. Love to see the excitement, and so often the jump, those iconic jumping pictures. 16-year-old Sofia Dalidou, Staliani Naziola in the stroke seat. Greece by a very convincing margin, 5 seconds for the world title.
Yeah, and let's not forget that World Championships best time as well. That really shows their class.
It's the national anthem of Greece. That's the conclusion of the medals ceremony for the under-19 double sculls. So much joy from the grandstands, and her Italian teammate perhaps just needing a moment, but able to get onto the grandstand for photos. Beautiful Lago di Varese. big cheers from the grandstand, the Greek supporters. So proud of those athletes, as they should be. A 5-second win in that category.
Yeah, amazing stuff there. So with that medal ceremony completed, we have only 4 races left today. Can you imagine really flying through all these A finals at the Under-19 World Championships? We just have the women's 8, the men's and the women's single sculls, and then we close off today's racing with the Under-19 men's 8 at, well, let me just check that for you, at 5 minutes to 3. So just 4 races remaining. So we're moving to the start in a couple of moments. That will be the Under-19 women's 8. 2 crews qualifying directly. They'll be in the center lanes. That's the USA and Great Britain. And we had 2 repêchages between, and from them we got New Zealand, Germany, the Czech Republic and Romania to join us. We'll introduce them in a couple of moments.
And that's the start list for the A final.
Here we go. Romania, Czech Republic, the United States of America, Great Britain, New Zealand and Germany. Lane 1, it is Romania, stroked by Andra Elena Filote and coxed by Irena Lucia Andrea Despa. Lane 2, the Czech Republic, stroked by Evelina Masinova and coxed by Lucy Vinalova. Lane 3 then, it is the USA, stroked by Nora Goodwillie and coxed by Frances McKenzie. Great Britain from lane number 4, stroked by Martha Shepherd and coxed by Sophie Wrightson. Lane 5, it's the Kiwis, stroked by Georgie Bethel and coxed by Annabelle Wynne-Williams. Lane 6, we find Germany, stroked by Michelle Leban and coxed by Emma Laurie Mehner. So as we just mentioned, just GB and the USA qualifying directly from the heat, and the rest of the crews having to contend the repêchage to reach this A final. They'll be on the outside lanes. The USA there again. They're being called to attention. The start is just seconds away. And we are off. Great start, first couple of strokes from Germany, but we will concentrate on one of the center lanes. Here they are, the USA. They will be the ones to watch together with Great Britain for the medals, but yeah, going out fast, going out quickly. It is Germany in the lead.
Germany leading the USA. Quick start for the Americans too, featuring 11 entries in this category, including, of course, the defending champions, whom we just saw from the United States, returning 3 gold medalists from Plovdiv 2021. Goodwill, Simone, and Stone, Quincy Stone in the 4-seat. Picking up a new lineup otherwise, and the USA starting to settle into their race cadence, 37 strokes per minute. The USA leads just over the Czech Republic, and Germany, Great Britain just behind.
Germany just, well, they had a great start, and I didn't really expect that, to be honest, because they weren't the quickest out of the blocks in the heat. But looking now at the Kiwi 8, racing from that lane number 5, they also look very good, but they're already 9 meters behind the leading crew from the USA, still in gold medal position. And the USA actually stepping it up, walking away slightly from the crew from Great Britain.
Yeah, 36 strokes per minute for the United States. Isla Bathgate in the 2-seat for Great Britain was in that that junior women's 8 event last year as well, where Great Britain took silver. So a bit of a rivalry happening between these two crews. That was the 1-2 last year, and we'll certainly be keen to see how it pans out. United States leading the race just on their tails. Well, that's Germany and the Czech Republic. You can see how tightly packed it is here. It is a true delight to watch the 8 races and certainly to be in them. The sounds, well, you hear the coxswains, many different languages, 8 blades, 8 people per shell. There's a lot of noise happening.
Yeah, a lot of noise coming from both the crews and the coxswain. And if you're in that GB coxswain seat, you're down from America. You were amongst the favorites to win this. What kind of call would you make then?
Yeah, what kind of call?
Along at 36 strokes a minute, but it's just long strokes from the Americans. They have a lovely hang off the end of the blade at the front end of the stroke, which sees them move out by almost 1/3 of a length over Germany in second position.
The United States first then to cross into that halfway point. Nora Goodwill, Sophia Simon in 7 seat. That stern pair coming out of the gold medal winning junior 8 last year. Again with Quincy Stone in the 4 seat. Phoebe Weiss, Eleanor Bijou in 6 and 5 picked up this year. Sarah Bradford in 3, Lily Pember in 2, and Eugenia Rodriguez Vaquez in the bow seat. That unit on their way, third 500 to capture what could be a gold. You see the coxswain, Frances McKenzie, just look over her left shoulder to get a sense of where the Czech combination is. Alongside them, Great Britain, well, they've managed to push them back.
Yeah, it's lovely to see here the hang off the end of the blade from the Americans. It's so loose and relaxed. Although they're racing at 36 strokes a minute, so there's a lot of power behind every single stroke, as we see a lovely picture here from the side from Germany. And we can also see the Kiwis there, GB in amongst it, as we get the drone footage. The Americans leading by 3/4 of a length over GB, and it's very difficult to split the rest of the field.
In contention for the silver continues to be Great Britain. Returning athlete Ilse Bathgate in the 2 seat took a silver in this event last year, coxed by Sophie Wrightson. Martha Shepard in the stroke seat. Times roll in at 1,500 down. The U.S. fans just delighted to see this women's 8. The United States, well, they love the 8. This is their event. Parents, supporters, friends, that's bow number 3. Urging them on down the line. Great Britain trying to close the gap. Can they do it in the closing 500? The Czech running with them, but New Zealand making a big push. Is it enough to overhaul Germany?
Ooh, Germany now definitely in the danger zone. They are clinging on to that bronze medal position, but the Kiwi charge is unfolding. It is the USA still in the lead, stepping it up though. GB closing in, but the Americans reacting, stepping it up all the way down the line.
United States continues to hold the supporters in the grandstand for both the US and GB. Just delighted. Look out, Great Britain, though. Germany is moving. An absolutely solid 4th quarter for Germany, who's able, maybe not quite, to overhaul Great Britain. It is the Americans running first as they charge towards the line.
The Americans just walking away in the final 100 meters of this race. They really turned on the power, walking away from GB for the gold medal. GB still in a battle with Germany, sprinting to the line. It is GB by a meter or so, but the Americans, fabulous gold medal. They'll take the World Championship title. Behind them, almost 3/4 of a length, it is GB for the silver medal, and Germany in a very tight race there with the Romanians on the far side for the bronze medal. We'll just have to wait confirmation, but the gold, no doubt, will go to the stars and stripes of the USA.
Oh, and they are just thrilled with that result. I think all 9 of them smacking the water as they came through. A big celebration up in the coxswain seat from Frances McKenzie, coached by Michael Wallen. We'll get the replay of the start.
Oh, nice patient first stroke there to get the boat moving, and then it was just stepping it up, stepping it up. Do we have confirmation of the bronze medal yet?
Germany, I believe.
I think yes. Germany just over Romania for 4th. And look at that, Colleen, another World Championship best time being set by the United States of America.
Yeah, it's a cherry on top, isn't it? Not only to take the gold, but to set a world champ best time. So next year, this time on our start list, we'll see that on the papers.
Yes. And taken about 0.7 of a second out of the previous World Championships best time held by the Czech Republic from Varese all the way back in 2018.
The victory ceremony for the U19 men's double sculls. Big event in the U19 men's double sculls. Italy to take the bronze, Marco Dri, the 16-year-old Marco Selva. Marco Dri finishing 4th in this very event last year and upgrading to the bronze this year.
Winners of this silver medal.
Turkey for the winner, as the winners of the silver medal. Ahmet Ali Kabadaya, Halil Khan Koroglu in the stroke C. Thanks very much, Rob Curling, our tower announcer. If you can hear him through the microphone, we love the enthusiasm for Jakob Gaia, Ole Honeck of Germany. Tim, this is the crew that went from 4th to 3rd to 2nd and slipped past Turkey to take the gold.
Yeah, amazing stuff. You can see here on the slow motion images there. Look at the placement of the blades. It is fantastic to have these images. A little look there to his right there from the bowman. Yeah, well-timed push and a decisive push, if any. Seldomly seen such a convincing push. They really, within the space of 10 strokes, they moved from a half length back to half length in front. Then they just kept on going.
Yeah, and I think especially at the junior level, no doubt these are the best under 19 athletes in the world. So they are the top of their field. They are all class acts. At the same time, that kind of mature racing strategy to have the patience and decide to go together, it's not something you always see from the under 19s.
No, it's a rare thing. You usually see that mature level of racing at the under 23s, but these guys of course coached very well, and there's lots of experience within the German Rowing Federation with those races. I think they'll be well, the guidance they'll be receiving from their coaches will be pivotal, and that pays off with a gold medal. Look at that, yes. So Germany, Turkey and Italy here on the podium of the under-19 men's double. So good to see that these pictures as well, with all the crews as one on the podium, with one common denominator, and that's our beautiful sport of rowing. And what a theatre we're in. The mountains on the background, Lago di Varese, the grandstand absolutely packed. Can't wish for anything more.
Buses and buses of Italians from all over the country. That's what our colleague up in the tower, Italian colleague Luca Brogini, said, and he was absolutely right. It truly is just fantastic to see so many supporters from all over the world, some 61 nations represented here this week, and many emotional and excited Italian fans in the grandstand that you see now.
Yeah, it means so much to them, and the sort of family atmosphere here is, it's so nice to have so many family members, moms, dads, brothers, sisters, everybody's still here. There is this passion for rowing, and it just permeates through every single bit of this regatta. It's wonderful.
Grandparents. I met the grandfather of Ella Berry in the single, and her sister racing as well.
And of course, let's not forget, we have the father of one of the rowers from the Italian Junior Men's 8 driving us to our commentary positions with the launches every single morning.
Bless you, Paolo. Yes, yes, we can't wait to see Giacomo in the men's 8. Giacomo, Peperardo, and Paolo, his father. So we so do appreciate all of the fabulous Italian volunteers. They've been fantastic hosts.
The next race up then is the under-19 men's single sculls. So moving from our position here at the finish back to the start, we can see him on the big screen already. It's Slovakia's Peter Strakanski in lane number 1. Next to him we find Boris Taaldeman from Belgium in lane number 2. Lane 3 we see Cornelius Conrad from Germany. Lane 4, it is Italy, Marco Prati. Next to him we have Great Britain, Marcus Schut. And in lane 6, representing the People's Republic of China, Hu Xinwei.
Slovakia, Belgium, Germany,
Inga Daukantin from Lithuania starting this race.
China, attention.
And we're off in the A final of the men's single sculls. Pretty even start all across the board as we ride with the Italian Marco Prati in lane number 4. And as we are used to see, as we're used to seeing right now, the Italian blasting out of the blocks well over 40 strokes a minute. Here we get a good view of the Great Britain sculler Marcus Schut there. He is also racing from one of the favored center lanes. So the athletes in the center lanes won their semi-final to get into this A final. So usually the center lanes are the athletes to watch for a medal, but we've seen some surprises earlier today.
Yeah, we've seen some surprises earlier today and some surprises from Marcus Schut of Great Britain in the earlier rounds. In the last round, it was a fantastic race for him and for Marco Prati, who led throughout, but Schut, who was sitting in 5th place for the first half of the race, sculled his way through the field to take 2nd place in his first semi-final. So we know that he is also one that can have a bit of a patient race strategy and then move towards the end. He may well be doing that, we don't know. It's the A final, so everyone brings a new level of passion and energy to the last race of the regatta, the medals round. Marco Prati leads.
Yeah, and he is already half a length up on Cornelius Conrad from the Dresdner Ruder Club, Germany, there in lane number 3. He's the middle sculler here in this picture, as we see the Chinese Hu Xinwei there. He is basically level with Germany at this stage, and we see Boris Taaldeman, I think from Belgium, in the background of this picture. But fantastic start there from Prati, the national champion of Italy, to lead this race, going past the 500 already, and he's setting a blistering pace.
National champion of Italy at both the U19 and under 23 level, so loads of experience as he sculls through the men's single sculls final, the biggest event, I believe, in terms of number of entrants at this event, so just massive depth and talent. It's looking great for Marco Pratti now. Can he hold this just mid-third quarter? And Cornelius Conrad of Germany looking to keep in really good touch with him, as is Slovakia.
Yes, it's Peter Strekanski from Slovakia, all the way on the far side of the course, racing from lane number 1. We can see him here, nicely brought into this television picture. He's keeping level with Germany and the other crews. I think Germany and Slovakia basically level as they come towards 1,000, but Marco Pratti is not leaving anything up to doubt. He's really moving on, almost a full length clear of Germany and Slovakia.
Marco Pratti, 36 strokes per minute, so a bit higher than the German Cornelius Conrad, who keeps it low and long at 32 strokes per minute. We'll see how this develops as we approach the halfway point and the times roll in, but such determination on the face of Pratti, the Italian sculler. Big cheers behind us from the local crowd.
Yeah. I don't know if you can hear it on the live stream, but the Italians already getting excited for Marco Pratti. He's leading at the 1,000, almost 4 seconds over Germany's Cornelius Conrad, and third position, bronze medal position, I should say, for Peter Strekanski of Slovakia. But look at the Chinese sculler as well, Hu Xingwei in 4th position at the moment, but it's going Italy's way all the way so far. And just a dominant performance. Just look at him go. He makes it look so easy, as we see on the big picture there, Cornelius Conrad from the Dresdner Ruder Club. He is in silver medal position, but not by much.
Yeah, Conrad will need to keep in really good touch with the Italian. The margin was smaller a couple of 100 meters ago, but the Italian Marco Pratti has managed to walk away and in fact is outpacing Cornelius Conrad through the halfway point well into the third quarter. So certainly his plan, Cornelius Conrad, I'm sure to overhaul the Italian, but he risks running out of time and the Italian picking up the noise of the grandstand to carry him through the line.
Yeah, he must be hearing the first cheers now. Just about 1,400 meters into this race, 600 meters still left to go. We can see the wonderful drone footage here of Marco Pratti in the lead, clear water ahead of Germany and Slovakia. And it's on the top of your picture there. That's the battle for silver and bronze. Currently, I think it is the German by about a meter ahead of the Slovakian, but it's not much, and we still have 500 meters left to go.
Peter Strekanski of Slovakia out of lane 1. We're riding, though, with our leader, the Italian Marco Pratti, holding on, and wow, he is outpacing the German.
Yeah, I think we're going to hear a attenzione, attenzione any moment now as the Italian fans are leaping up. They are already cheering for Marco Pratti, who moves into the final 500 meters of this race, 7 seconds ahead of Germany and Slovakia for the silver and the bronze medal. But the gold, it must be going to Marco Pratti. He's so far in front of the rest of the field.
Marco Pratti on fire. Cornelius Conrad holding on to what could be a silver medal, but he'll need to keep a real eye on Peter Strekanski of Slovakia, a few lanes over in out of lane 1. Marco Pratti, though, shows no sign of slowing down. He's a real talent for the Italians.
Yeah, definitely one to watch for the future. But in the here and now, we see Marco Pratti on his way to a World Championship gold medal. If he keeps this together, he can enjoy the ride to the line, still in gold medal position. But behind them, the fight for silver and bronze is hotting up between Strekanski and Conrad.
Less than 200 meters to go. Marco Pratti at 38 strokes per minute. He is the quickest moving boat on the course, which means if he holds this pace, he will take it. Marco Pratti in his final few. So good. Viva Italia.
You can hear the cheers coming from the bank. They're all for Marco Pratti, who's going to take the gold medal. Just a couple of strokes He is at 37 strokes a minute, perhaps going for a world best time. He's across the line now. He is World Junior Champion. And behind them, there's still several strokes to go, but I think it will be Konrad of Germany take the silver medal. And it is Trekanski from Slovakia who takes a bronze, with the People's Republic of China, Hu Ziwei, fourth, and then it's fifth for Marcus Schutt from Great Britain. Sixth will be Boris Taaldeman from Belgium, but what a race by the Italian.
Wow, 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 absolutely incredible. And Tim, it was so impressive to watch him just build speed through the middle. He shot out, but continued to expand upon his margin.
Yeah, this was not only for the medal, this was also having the best race you can have and going absolutely all out to the line and leaving nothing in the tank. Fantastic effort there by Prati from Italy to take that gold medal.
And again, just to reiterate, this is a big competitive field, so all of these events hyper competitive, but the men's singles seeing the highest number of entries, representation from all over the globe. So to come in first, well, it's a massive honor, and it's Marco Prati for his home nation.
Yeah, I think 29 athletes contesting this under 19 men's singles scull. So most of the athletes will have done 4 races. And look at that, 10 seconds margin from Marco Prati back to Cornelius Konrad from Germany.
This is the victory ceremony for the under 19 women's 8. Gorgeous shot of the grandstand. Big cheer for Germany to take the bronze. Leonie Ristau in bow, Selina Grunwald, Schrovenstine Schneider, Lily Vaska, Janine Krober, Florentina Reifel, Isabella Hein, Michelle Lebon, and Emma Laurie Merkner in the Coxed seat, coached by Niels Meyer.
Florentina Reifel, Isabella Heiner, Michelle Lebon, Emma Laurie Merkner.
With their matching pink socks.
Of the silver medal.
Job well done to Great Britain. The silver medalist. Under 19 women's 8, Megan Johnston. Isla Bathgate returning from last year's 8. Isla Wilding in the 3 seat. Annalisa Jans. Alice Baker. Isabel Labreras Diaz. Madeline Greenstock. Martha Shepard and Sophie Reiston in the Coxed seat, coached by Brian DeMon.
Madeline Greenstock, Martha Shepard, Sophie Reiston.
I really enjoy all these athletes handing over the medals to their teammates. It's a very nice touch.
It's a really nice touch.
The origin of it is, of course, not the best of ones. We do this because of the COVID pandemic, but it's really touching as we see the American 8 celebrating their gold medal. But I really enjoy these pictures.
And I think they enjoy it too. I hope it's something that that the rowing world considers keeping intact. I mean, we just see that now. I could not agree more. It's Frances Mackenzie Coxon putting the medals over Nora Goodwill, Sophia Simon, Phoebe Wise, Eleanor Bijou.
Eleanor Bijou.
Quincy Stone just next to her. Sarah Bradford, Lily Pember, Eugenia Rodriguez Vasquez in the bow seat.
Sophia Simon. Laura Goodwillie. And Frances McKenzie.
And that moment I love too, right? Of course, the coxswain, after he or she has put all the medals on, has a moment oftentimes with their stroke seat to get the medal themselves. This is a replay, though, a dominant performance from the USA and a repeat in the gold for the junior women's 8. Probably some tears coming out of their eyes. What do you think, Tim?
Yeah, I think so. I'm certainly tearing up.
No, me too.
And I'm not even American.
Oh, I think it's fantastic. We had a chance to stand in the grandstand yesterday, and well, we shed many a tear. It's really emotional.
It is. So the United States of America there winning the under-19 women's 8. Silver medal for Great Britain, and Germany taking the bronze. And just 3 races remaining.
3 to go. It's been such a pleasure to be with you here.
Of the under-19 women's singles cup.
And that's the start list for the
2 races
Sculls.
remaining, actually. Just the women's single.
Oh, you're breaking my heart.
I'm so sorry.
Oh.
We can see them up at the start here already. We just saw Padar Luka from Hungary in lane number 1. Next to her, it is the Netherlands, Jente Jongsma from Neerhuis, the student rowing club from Amsterdam. Lane 3, it's Germany, Rebecca Valkenburg from the Stralsunder Rüde Club. In lane number 4, representing Greece, it is Aikaterini Gokku. Lane 5, Lina Kuhn from Switzerland. And in lane 6, representing Italy, Aurora Spirito. And already we have a green light. It's a very quick start all across the board. Very evenly matched, though, between all the athletes. It is the first honors go to the sculler from Greece as we concentrate on Spirito from Italy. It is the Greek sculler moving out very fast indeed, and going with her it is Valkenburg from Germany in 2nd position. But you could throw a blanket across all these athletes. Nothing to choose just that. We've only been in this race for about 20 seconds, so everything to play for. With Germany now coming to the front of the field. Rebecca Valkenburg really making an impression, and here you can see her already half a length ahead of Jente Jongsma from the Netherlands and Aikaterini Gokku from Greece in 3rd.
Yeah, the 18-year-old Rebecca Valkenburg took bronze in the junior women's quad last year at the Junior World Champs. She's moved into the single for this season. She'll be on the hunt for a gold medal, but the competition hot in this A final. Up at the top of the field, Lina Kuhn of Switzerland, still early goings. Those two, Switzerland, Greece, holding out the top of the field. Then closest to them, it is Rebecca Valkenburg.
Yes, we expected this to see. We've seen the Greek sculler Aikaterini Gokku dominate the previous rounds all the way through the semi-final. And we know she's not the quickest out of the block, perhaps not the most explosive athlete here in this A final, but she has a stellar pace through the middle of the race, and she really builds speed into her race. So perhaps not the quickest out of the blocks, but she can really motor along in the middle part, and she's now in the gold medal position, just passing the 500-meter mark. It is Lina Kuhn from Switzerland in second position, and the quick starting German sculler Rebecca Falkenberg in the bronze medal position at 500.
Lina Kuhn, one to keep an eye on from Switzerland. She's riding second. That's the back, though, of the Hungarian sculler Luca Padar, Hungary, out of lane 1. Hungary running sixth at that 500 mark as we pan over. And the back of the Swiss sculler, Lina Kuhn, she took gold in the junior women's quad last year at the Junior World Rowing Championships. She's back this year, seeing if she can make that happen for herself in the single.
Yeah, and so far so good, or at least she's en route to a medal. But look at the power and the dynamic rhythm there from Goku from Greece with the Hellas on her back. She's really flying along, and she's really taking out every single stroke. She's really motoring along, and this is that great middle race pace which I was talking about just a few moments ago. She just walks away from the rest of the field, and if left unchecked, she's just won the gold medal. But we're only 800 meters into this race, though, with Lina Kuhn from Switzerland now in the picture, I think in second position, just ahead of Falkenberg from Germany.
Yeah, Falkenberg from Germany holding on to that third place position. One thing a little unique, I'd say, to the Greek sculler Goku, well, she's quite long in terms of stroke rate compared to some of the other Greeks that we've seen perform and earn medals here, so she has somewhere to go. She kicks it up maybe one beat, but she will be one to watch as we close in, not quite halfway.
No, approaching the 1,000 meter, you can see her technique. She's really relaxed on her way forwards. It's Greece on the 1,000, going in 4 seconds, almost 5 seconds ahead of Switzerland and Germany. Then it's Italy, the Netherlands, and Hungary in 6th.
Lina Kuhn keeping herself in it. We're riding now with the Italian Aurora Spirito of Italy out of lane 6. So not quite in contention for the medals, though anything can happen. And the field actually getting quite tight, I'd say, perhaps with the exception of Luca Padar of Hungary.
Yeah, she's finding this middle race pace just a bit too hard, and this is the tough part of the race where you really need a good endurance ability, and that ability is being displayed here by the young Greek sculler. It's long and strong. She's looking though every other stroke or so to the rest of the field. Where are they? Where am I compared to them? Am I safe yet? Well, 1,300 meters gone in this race, and it's Greece's race so far, with Germany and Switzerland still in hot pursuit. I think Germany and Switzerland almost level now.
Yeah, it's getting really, really tight just behind her, isn't it? The single scull, well, all of your successes are your own, all of your failures are your own. It's a very special boat in that way. At the moment, riding with the Italian Aurora Spirito out of lane 6. We'll see if she's able to close any of this margin, able to push back the Netherlands, back Hungary, and she's really nearly running level with the German.
Yeah, she's closing up, isn't she? A fantastic third 500 from her so far, but the best of the third 500s will be of Goku from Greece. Look at this, it's clear water at the 1,500, and behind her it is tightening up for the medals. It is still Germany and Switzerland, though, in a medal position, but look at how long we have to wait for the Swiss athlete to pass the 1,500, almost 8 seconds adrift, and Italy moving in that bronze medal position.
Italy, the famous sprinters, particularly in the closing stages of the race, which is exactly where we are. The final 500 meters, the Italian sculler Aurora Spirito looking to get onto the podium. Not able to overhaul the Greek, I'm afraid, or at least that is my prediction. Goku at 8-second lead over at 500. Well, she continues to open up the margin.
Yeah, she keeps opening up. She keeps walking away from the rest of the field, while the cowbells in the distance will be rung for Lina Kuhn of Switzerland. She's moving into that silver medal position, but she's really feeling the heat from Aurora Spirito from Italy for one of those medals.
Aurora Spirito in contention for the podium. She's managed to overhaul the German sculler Rebecca Falkenberg as they move through the final 200 meters of their race. The red buoy zone marking the last 250, and they're already past it.
Yeah, a little look there to the right of the young Greek sculler. She knows she's so close to a gold medal. She's way ahead of the rest of the field. She's taking it up though. She's increasing her rate of striking, 37 strokes a minute. She really wants to put on a show for all the audiences here.
Absolutely fantastic. It is victory for Greece, looking really good. Goku the entire way down. Absolutely dominant as she moves through the final stages. Can you hear the Italians next to us cheer on Aurora Spirito?
Yes, they are, but I also see Greek fans celebrating that gold medal. It is gold for Greece. Fabulous gold medal, and Spirito moving through on the surge there for silver. Ooh la la, what a sprint finish from the young Italian sculler Aurora Spirito. She takes it on the line ahead of Lina Kuhn from Switzerland, who takes the bronze, but the gold is for Aikaterini Goku from Greece.
Wow, 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 what a race for her, what a victory, just catching her breath, taking a moment to recover from a grueling 2,000-meter race, which she led the entire way down, never letting anyone even really touch her pace.
No, she was in a class of her own, wasn't she? Way ahead. And the interesting things, I think she kept looking at all the competitors like they were really close, although she had a margin of 8 seconds at the 1500.
Yeah, maybe it's a good strategy to just imagine that they are that close and keep going, going, going.
Yeah, that's certainly a good motivation as we see the fans of the Greek team already celebrating, and that's fantastic to see. So here we are, a little summary for you there. It's Greece over Italy, over Switzerland for the medals. And behind them, it was Falkenberg from Germany fourth, Jente Jongsma in fifth, and Padar Luka from Hungary in sixth.
Victory ceremony for the U19 men's single sculls. Peter Strekonski representing Slovakia for the bronze. Job well done. And I believe the first medal for Slovakia. We'll validate that. Indeed. He captures the first. Cornelis Conrad to capture the silver for Germany.
Winner of the gold medal and the 2022
Oh, winner of the gold.
Here he is. Marco Prati, world champion.
Marco Prati. Oh, the Italians are just delighted in the grandstand. We see the Italian flag.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Italy.
What a race.
Yeah, great slow motion footage of Marco Prati as we hear the Italian anthem.
A happy national anthem. I love to hear it every time. Everyone here singing it, all of the Italians. Oh, Italy, fantastic. What a race and a win for Marco Pratti.
Yeah, and so great to see a medalist from the under-19 Italian team singing the national anthem.
So
Their
so
teammates.
nice.
It's a big group of Italians there, and I'm sure they'll stick around because the next and last race of today's program is the last race of the under-19 World Championships already. As we go to the men's 8, where we have an Italian crew, and maybe we get to hear the Italian anthem just one more time.
Could be. We've heard it several times today. The Italians capturing 9 medals overall, 2 gold, 6 silver, 1 bronze thus far. Fantastic event for Team Italy as we await the start of the U19 Men's 8s.
So we go to the final race of today. We have the A final of the juniors under-19, I should say, men's 8. And here are the local favorites, and a special shout out to Giacomo Papalardo in the 4-seat of that crew. Italy racing from lane number 1, stroked by Francesco Garuccio and coxed by Leo von Bosetta. Lane 2, the People's Republic of China, stroked by Bian Shihao and coxed by Jiang Fan. Lane 3, it is Germany, stroked by Paul Stern and coxed by Lina Mistera. Lane 4, we find the 8 from France. It is stroked by Harry Fisher, and the cox is Lucie Mercier. Next to them is Great Britain, stroked by Joseph Olagundoyle and coxed by James Trotman. And last but certainly not least, we have the United States of America racing from lane number 6, stroked by John Patton and coxed by Adam Kessler. So with only the 2 center lanes, Germany and France, qualifying directly for today's final, those are the ones to watch, but I suspect the Italian 8 there to be leading out of the start.
United States of America, attention.
And there is the green light for the very last time today. The last A final, the under-19 men's 8 fly out of the blocks, and the Italian crew, as we predicted, leading out of the start.
Italy up at 47 strokes per minute. We're riding now with Great Britain running with them. Still super early in this race, hard to pick them apart. The event, well, this culminates today with the 8s. The under-19 men's 8 has 10 entries. It's a fresh field of sweep rowers. Last year it was the US, Germany, and Russia who found a spot on the podium. The Americans return 3 members of their gold medal crew.
The Americans racing from lane number 6. They had to contend a repechage to be here in the A final today. Currently they are level with France for 2nd and 3rd, but it's Germany in the lead. 400 meters gone. It's fast, it's furious, it is great racing. It is time for the 8, and it's time to shine for all these crews here in the last A final.
An absolute spectacle as the 8s come through, not quite 500 meters down. The sounds, the coxswains, 8 blades per boat, 8 athletes, 9 total, including the cox. Incredible to see Germany pushing themselves out. Quickest moving boat on the course. Germany at 500 leads.
Very fast pace there by Germany, already at 500, 1 minute 29. That's pretty rapid. It is Germany over Great Britain, and then 3rd is the United States of America at the 500.
Paul Stern in the stroke seat for the Germans, laying down a punishing rhythm, 39 strokes per minute, still among the quickest moving boats on the course. Great Britain going with them, taking a look. We're riding with the Germans now. Big swing. Tom Hesse in the bow seat, Jonas Benin in the 2 seat. The Germans establishing that lead early. We'll see if they can hold it mid-second quarter.
Yeah, well, in the heat we saw the Germans moving right about now. They have a great rhythm in the middle of this race, 37 strokes a minute there, and they are walking away from France and GB. GB in second position, 6 meters behind them. That's about a canvas. And then it's back to the Americans in lane 6, almost level with France for third and fourth.
The Americans, bit of work to do if they want to get themselves back onto the podium this year. Germany still holding on to that lead, looking over Great Britain, starting to close it. Great Britain on the move, up at 37 strokes per minute for GB. James Trotman in the Coxed seat, urging that crew on as we see the times roll in.
Yeah, we can have a nice view here to the American crew. We can just about see the blue deck of the GB8, and on the crew furthest away from us now, it is that German crew there. We saw the bowman there, Tom Hesse. He is the closest to us at this stage of the race, blasting past the 1,000 though, already closing in on 750 to go. Germany still over GB, and then it's, I think, the USA in third.
USA in a really close third. They'll have to keep an eye. France running with them, just a few meters behind. No one is touching Germany at this point. Great Britain tried to make a push, unable to overhaul them as we ride with the Americans. Adam Kassler in the Coxswain seat, John Patton in the stroke. Those two coming out of the gold medal winning 8 last year. They're back together. They will need to go now. They've managed to push back France. Can they catch Great Britain?
Yes, this is the time where you make the call to go all in and start sprinting early, as we have a nice view of the course. You can see on the left hand side it's Germany leading, but GB hot on their heels in silver medal position. The Americans now moving firmly into bronze medal contention.
Germany leading through the last quarter and showing no sign of stopping. Quickest moving boat on the course as the times roll in. It is Germany, a fantastic overhead view. Great Britain just behind them, and the Americans solidly in third.
Yeah, it's the USA though, but they have to keep an eye out for the rest of the field, because Italy, China and it's France still within striking distance of the Americans, as Germany and GB move out to clear water in the final couple of 100 meters. It is still going Germany's way.
Yeah, it is the buoy zone. When does it turn red? There it is, signifying the final 250 meters. Germany, will they hold this hot pace that they've held the entire way down? Great Britain not able to quite catch them. Great Britain up at 41.
Yeah, Germany at 39 strokes a minute, matching the GB8 for speed. It's Germany all the way. They have led this from more or less the start. It is fabulous to see Germany stepping it up though, 40 strokes a minute, GB going with them. It is going to be a very close finish, but Germany look good for the gold.
Absolutely incredible, 39 strokes per minute, a punishing pace set by Paul Stern in the stroke seat. Germany open water advantage over the full field, looking to capture the gold in the U19 Men's 8.
It is Germany who claim a famous gold for their country. It is GB in silver, and then it's just about the Americans. The USA get the bronze, and on the far side, I think it was the Chinese crew who took fourth, but it was very close between them. And look on the far side, the Italians gave it absolutely everything.
What an incredible race all the way down the track. Germany made the decision early. They followed the plan, gained confidence as they took more and more water from the competition behind them. They'll be delighted with this result, and we can see their first fatigue, second delighted.
Yeah, it's really taken out every last ounce of energy of these guys from Germany, but what a way to round off your season. A gold medal here on Lago di Varese, as we see the slow motion pictures from the start from Great Britain. They were very rapid as well, but just couldn't catch that crew from Germany. Here we see the American blades. They get the bronze. Look at that celebration.
What a way to end your season, to end the week, the regatta.
Yes, and while we wait for those for the eights to get here to the podium, we'll have the victory ceremony for the under-19 women's single sculls.
So the women's single sculls. Winner of the bronze medal representing Switzerland, Lena Kuhn. A great effort from Lena Kuhn to take the bronze.
Winner of the silver medal representing Italy, vincitrice della medaglia d'argento.
Aurora Spirito of Italy to take the silver. Big cheer from the Italians.
Representing Greece, vincitrice della medaglia d'oro e campionessa del mondo under 19 2022. Dalla Grecia,
Katarina Goku for Greece. And excuse me while I wipe some tears. Tim, you may have to take over.
I'll get you a tissue. I love this. Look at the Greek fans there celebrating with their athletes. Here it is, the passion, the emotion, as we hear the Greek anthem.
National anthem topping the medals table in terms of gold medals received. 3 golds for Greece at the under-19 World Rowing Junior Championships today, 1 bronze. It's a good day to be a Greek rower.
Yes, it is. It certainly is. And what a great day to be a fan of the Greek rowing team too. Italy 2nd position in that medal roster and the United States 3rd. 2 gold medals for the USA. 2 gold medals for Italy too, but Italy claiming 6 silver medals.
Yeah, really nice result for the Italians too today. As we round out the victory ceremony for the single scullers. Big cheer from Team Italy, Aurora Spirito of Italy. Sebastian Frank, our fearless leader, our producer, you may have just heard him shouting from the dock, asking the folks that are landing to come towards the dock.
That didn't really sound like a question to me, though. It was ordered.
Yeah, it wasn't an ask.
It's a very, our producer, he's a soft at heart, but he can be a really stern German as well if he needs to be.
He can. We love him for it. Here comes a Great Britain. Fantastic effort by them in the under-19 men's 8s. We'll see them in just a moment hanging out with the fans in the grandstand. All of the photographers up front. I mean, I think one thing worth noting, and Tim, you'd know this certainly better than I, these athletes are so tired, so they have to like really pay attention to get onto the podium, to follow the directions.
Yeah, and that's why we have a manager for these VCs. Because, well, here we can see the GB crew being taken into the podium area, also the Americans. But you're perfectly right, you're completely spent. And even if you've won a medal, I mean, the fatigue will be setting in now. You have that big rush of adrenaline when you are racing. And it does take a lot out of you, but I'm sure these guys will have some time to recover. And, well, it is all, I can only see smiles, by the way, from my position. The American 8 now coming into our view. They're really happy too with their bronze medal. And still some time we have to wait a little bit for the new world champions from Germany. But they are moving in this general direction, so I'm sure they will be in shortly. But yeah, they will be delighted.
Yeah, thrilled. What a race for them. Just a fantastic end to their season. And a great end to this regatta. Truly, we have so appreciated having you all with us on the live stream. It's been such a privilege to bring the racing to you from the finish tower here in Lago di Varese. And high fives on the dock. Good sportsmanship between the USA out of your picture, but just in front of Tim and I.
Yeah, no, perfectly interviewed. There's so much respect between all these athletes, and they congratulate each other on racing well done. As we await the German team. Lovely pictures there from the Americans and the Brits congratulating each other with their medals.
So they may well sink the dock before they get onto the medals podium.
I was just about to mention, I think there are too many people concentrated at one place in the dock. Definitely people getting some wet feet now, as Germany is about to join the party.
And there's the party just in front of the grandstand, marching off the dock now and onto the medals podium. I'm sure they're being well directed to do just exactly that as they queue up for the medal ceremony. Germany now just in front of where Tim and I are positioned. Loads of smiles out of that boat.
Yeah, I think I'd be smiling too. But it's lovely to see. They get a quick sip of water too, because racing, it's here all week. We've done so in fabulous conditions. I mean, the weather has been more or less perfect all the way, but it is hot.
It is very hot, yeah, super hot. So hydration, I'm sure all of the under 23 and U19 coaches had firm instructions about water intake.
Yes. I think hydration, putting on some sunscreen as well, because the sun is really bright here in Italy this time of year. And here they are, German crew now disembarking their 8. And I think one of the guys is overheated slightly. He has a big pack of ice on his back. I'm sure he'll be fine. But I think that was the four seat of the German 8 though. He's really feeling the strain, but there is medical attention with him, so I'm sure he'll be all right in a couple of moments, as the rest of the German 8 now being directed towards the podium ceremony.
Hey, and that's the finish tower. Beautiful shot of the finish tower where Tim and I are somewhere just down below, bringing you the action here from the finish line. You can see the under 19 men's 8s just queuing up, maybe now just off your picture to the right, and the grandstand and the dinosaur. Hard to tell who he's here to support, at least at the moment.
Yeah, well, he was carrying an Italian tricolore at one point, but with him still being here, I think he's just enjoying these victory ceremonies.
Think it's any cooler in that that outfit?
Ooh, well, I think hydration is a problem when you're wearing a suit like that, but yeah, I'm sure it's a hot affair. But great to see the T-Rex here to support all the athletes.
Lago di Varese, site of the second World Cup in next year's circuit. So we look forward to seeing many of you back, hopefully on the live stream, and if not even in person, at the senior level 2023 World Rowing Cup 2. Oh, it's the grandstand. Tim?
Ah,
Hello,
there they
hello. Delighted to see
this
you.
is us. Yeah, great to see you.
What a pleasure to be with you here today. It's truly a privilege. And there's the drone.
It is, yeah.
Our Italian colleagues
Ciao.
just next to us.
Having a quick wave. And I think the VC for the under-19 men's is just about to start. I can see the medals already. The Union Jack there for GB. I think GB, the only athletes currently lined up. Oh, here come the Germans, I think.
They'll be listening to Sebastian, that's for sure.
Yes, I think so.
Fantastic support from the grandstand. A huge, huge thank you to all of the wonderful volunteers, including, and with a special shout out to Paolo, whom Tim mentioned at the start of the 8th race. He's the father of Giacomo Pappalardo in the 4-seat. He's taken us our water taxi up to the timing huts most of the week.
Yeah, most enjoyable drive through the office I ever had. Yeah, and with that, I would also extend my gratitude to all the volunteers here at this combined championships, the under-19 and the under-23s, which we saw today or yesterday. Great to see them. There's so much passion. All the volunteers really keen on helping out and organizing this fantastic event here in Varese. And what a backdrop we're having too. There's the music, the cue music for the victory ceremony of the under-19 men's 8s.
Great Britain making their way up to the podium. Big cheers for GB. The United States running just behind them. Germany in between the two. Such a fantastic race as they line up here. It takes maybe just an extra bit of direction for 9 people in the boat versus 2, I'd imagine.
Yes, I think so. Like it's very different from the singles, but this is a group moving, and groups moving is always more difficult than just a small people. But look, here we have the Americans for the bronze medal.
Cheers for the U.S. Adam Kassler Coxon approaching the medal stand. Andrew Kavanagh in the bow. Davis Kelly, Luke Smith.
Luke Smith.
There he is. Travis O'Neill as Kassler puts the medal around his neck.
Big hugs.
Jordan Dijkma, the 5-seat. Owen Finnerty. Kian Aminyan in the 7th-seat. And John Patton receiving his medal. Another big hug.
Winners of the silver medal. Vincitori della medaglia d'argento. Great Britain!
Oh, Great Britain to take the gold. James Trotman in the coxswain seat. Trotman putting the medals around his teammate's neck. That's Matthew Johnston, Thomas Griffin, Hilton Harvey. Zachary Day. The nice blonde locks. Maximilian Peel in the 5-seat. Jake Edward Bush, Benjamin Lundy. And Joseph Alagundoyle setting that fantastic rhythm for the Great Britain 8.
Ladies and gentlemen. Winners of the gold medal.
And here are
And the 2022
world champions from Germany.
Champions. Vincitori della medaglia d'oro e campioni del mondo 2022.
Germany, big celebration there.
Germany represented by Germania, rappresentata da Tom Hesse.
Tom Hesse, the bowman there, getting his medal. Johannes Benin, 2-seed. Karl Skåne in the 3-seed. Tobias Strangemann in the 4-seed. Moritz Müller in the 5-seed there, getting his medal to Aaron Fuchs in the 6-seed. Leonard Guez, the 6-seed, and the stroke Paul Stern. And Paul Stern giving the medal there to Coxed, Lina Mistera, as we await the German anthem.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale della Germania.
Huge cheers for all the medalists there, and what a way to conclude the final day of racing here in Lago di Varese.
Fantastic way to conclude the week as these three nations come together for a joint photo. The men's 8s. United States, Germany, Great Britain. Delighted to end their season on such a high note. And there's the medals table.
Yes, and this is, I believe, the combined medal table from both the under-19 and under-23 championships. And I think Italy winning having the most medals here. I think 8 gold medals for Italy. And many nations here getting at least 1 medal. Moldova, fabulous silver medal at the under-23.
Yeah, it's a real tour around the world, and we're so happy to see it. It's just been such a delight. Some 61 nations represented as the men's under-19 8s. Well, I was about to say clear the stage, but they've got some more photos ahead of them, I think.
Yeah, I think so. After the group picture, you need to take your crew picture,
right.
And then there are individual pictures. There are brothers wanting to be on the photo rostrum, as we see the Italian flag there being hoisted up alongside the world rowing flag.
So we'll just take a few moments in the closing stages of the regatta. The Italians have been such gracious hosts, amazingly kind to all of us here. It's just been such a delight to spend time with the Italian Rowing Federation, and tremendous thanks for having us in this beautiful country, Lago di Varese.
I think we're going to see some traditional throwing of the cocks.
Oh.
But not in the water, just up in the air.
Somehow that feels more dangerous.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
They carried it well. They caught their cocks. No troubles from the Germans. So Italy, the host nation, of course, for the combined under-19 and under-23 World Rowing Championships, site of next year's second World Cup. So we do look so forward to coming back to Lago di Varese here in beautiful Italy. Tim, you were telling us about the Swiss Alps in the background. That's quite a nice backdrop.
It is, yeah. It's one of the best views from my office, at least. It's beautiful. We have the Monte Rosa in the distance, and this fabulous piece of the world in northern Italy, in Lombardy. The Alps just around the corner, looking across the lake, we can see the mountain peaks of Switzerland, or the combined mountain peaks of Switzerland and Italy. And it's, well, you know this better than I do, but it's just around the corner from Switzerland. It's really close, and it's one of the most beautiful parts of the world, I think. But perhaps I'm biased because I just spent a week here watching great racing from both the under-19s and the under-23s. Great way to combine these two championships together, and what a place to do it in.
Yeah, it's the last time, I believe, since 2016 that bringing these two regattas together, the U19s and the U23, has taken place. The last one in Rotterdam. So it's been a real privilege to be able to see the U19s and the U23s compete together here at Lago di Varese. And I think, too, a really nice chance for the U19s to look up to the U23s. If you can't see it, you can't be it.
With that ceremony, we
yes,
have
and
almost reached the end
well,
of
there
the
is so much
2022
cohesion there between the
World
different
Rowing
age levels
Under-23
within national
championships.
squads, and
Before it's
normally
time to say
the
our
under-19s
final
are
goodbyes,
having
we'd
their
like to
World
bring your
Championship
attention to the
somewhere
awards
apart from the
podium, where
under-23.
Jean-Christophe
So
Roland,
combining
President
this,
of World Rowing, will
these
make
two
the
championships is a great move, and we'll be back here next year, though, for the second World Cup.
dei campionati del mondo under 19 ed under 23 2022. Prima di salutarvi tutti, vorremmo richiamare
just a few moments there as the president of World Rowing, Jean-Christophe Roland, will give a speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear rowing friends, this World Championship would not been able to be staged without the contribution, without the huge dedication from a lot of contributors, a lot of actors. It requires a huge amount of work to ensure that our athletes have the appropriate conditions to perform. I would like to thank very much the organizing committee and all the volunteers who have contributed for this event to be a success event. Thank you to all the volunteers. Grazie to all volontari. In recognition, I am pleased today to award the World Rowing Medal of Honor to all the volunteers, represented today by Rachele and Scotto.
Keep going.
The athletes, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we are now at the end of these World Championships. First of all, I would like to thank very much all the athletes for their great performances. You have shown the best values of our sport, and we are all very proud. I really hope that you have achieved your own expectation and that you will remember this championship as a great experience, as a fantastic experience for the rest of your life. Thank you again to the organizing committee. Thank you again to all the volunteers. And now I declare the 2022 World Rowing Under-19 and Under-23 World Championships, Varese, Italy, closed.
That was Jean-Christophe Roland, president of World Rowing, officially closing the Under-19 and Under-23 World Rowing Championships. My name is Colleen Seville, here on behalf of World Rowing with my good friend and colleague, Tim Von Fleet. It's been a pleasure, Tim.
Oh, it's been so great spending this entire week with you and watching these great races. Really enjoyed working with you again, and I'm so glad we have been hosted here by our Italian hosts so generously and with so much passion and attention for detail. I couldn't wish for anything more. A great way to round off this week of racing, whilst the flags are being handed over from the organizing committee from this championships to the next.
So we thank you, we thank all of the volunteers, the parents, the supporters, the production team, and not least the athletes. Just fantastic, best caliber in the world. So thank you to all of the fabulous athletes here at the U19 and U23 championships.
Ladies and gentlemen,
ciao for now.
Ciao for now, and a big thank you for everybody tuning in, listening in, following the racing all week. And it's ciao from us here in the finish tower.
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci.